In this video, I'm going to try and 100% complete every 2D Zelda game in 14 days. Yes, spanning from the OG Zelda 1 on the NES, all the way up to the newest Zelda games on the Nintendo Switch. But there's a twist. Speedrunners have completely destroyed these games, allowing them to be completed at a fraction of the time compared to a regular playthrough. So in an attempt to beat these games as they were intended, and to put myself through even more pain, I'll be playing through all these games without performing a single glitch. And boy oh boy was this a challenge, alright. There's so much BS built into these games. From jank minigames, to unforgivable RNG, to certain collectibles that take literal hours to acquire, this is a monumental challenge not for the faint of heart. Also, the average time spent by players of these games, even in a rushed playthrough, is super long, so this should be a heck of a journey, alright. So with that out of the way, grab a snack, and strap in for one of the most insane Zelda challenges that has ever been attempted on YouTube. Kicking things off on the morning of the first day, we have Zelda 1 for the NES. The first 2D Zelda game to be released, and coincidentally, the first ever Zelda game to be released. Now before I jump right into this game, you may be thinking, what is required to reach 100% status for each of these Zelda games I'll be playing? These games don't have a traditional completion tracker like many other games out there do, so it's not exactly straightforward what I'll need to be doing. Speedrun.com has rules set for the 100% speedrunning category for each game, but these categories oftentimes omit requirements that I think should count towards 100% completion. Most of the things that are omitted are collectibles that are pretty obscure, or collectibles that take way too long to collect and would make speedrunning 100% runs incredibly tedious and annoying. For the most part, I'll be following the criteria posted on Zelda Wiki because that houses the strictest 100% completion criteria I could find. I'm kinda shooting myself in the foot here going with a stricter rule set, but if I'm taking on this challenge, I feel like it's best to do it right. And I don't think something should be omitted from collecting just because it's annoying and takes a lot of time. Also, the annoying BS collectibles are probably a large reason why you all clicked on this video anyway. As an overall summary, I'll be doing everything in each game that leads to some sort of exclusive reward, or collecting everything that has some sort of limited supply in game. So I will not be opening every single chest, or bombing every single bombable wall, but I will be maxing out my health, getting the most upgraded gear, acquiring all collectibles, etc. So for Zelda 1, I'll be beating all dungeons, getting all unique items and their upgraded variants, and maxing out my health. With that out of the way, let's kick things off with Zelda 1. After moseying around in the overworld, I made my way over to the first of many dungeons that I'll be completing in this challenge. And I died in it. Not a great start. For those of you unfamiliar with these first two Zelda games I'll be completing on the NES, these games are brutally difficult, like controller spiking, TV smashing kind of difficult. Nintendo has gotten pretty soft with their games' difficulty in recent history, trying to appeal to as many people as possible. But back in the day, you had to earn your victories with these games, and the early Zelda entries were no exception. Granted, I was being a bit careless in this first dungeon and was trying to go too fast, which led to my death, but you'll see how crazy this game gets later on in the video. Also, by the way, I won't be using any save states throughout these 14 days, so if I die at any point, I can't just reload a save state seconds before I died. So once I had my wits about me, I made it to the pregnant unicorn monster, knocked it out, and put the first dungeon in the books. I then quickly made it to dungeon 2 and knocked it out with no issues at all. I actually played this game all the way through for this channel not too long ago, so I knew pretty much exactly where I needed to go in order to progress. In addition to being super difficult, this game is pretty cryptic at times, so this knowledge I had going into it was super helpful for me. Don't get me wrong though, whenever I found myself being stuck by any stretch of the imagination, I would shamelessly consult the Zelda Wiki to look up where I needed to go. And prior to this challenge, I actually made a 100+ page Word document I referenced off to the side that acted as a step-by-step guide for every 2D Zelda game stating exactly what I needed to collect in order to 100% these games as quickly as possible. So long story short, I came prepared and had a game plan ahead of time. So after beating Dungeon 2, I did some scavenging around the overworld for some collectibles. I bombed a lone rock to get a heart container, bombed another wall to get a second heart container, and bought a blue candle and used that candle to burn a tree to get a third additional heart container. These 3 heart containers are all required to get for my 100% run, but are optional for casual players trying to beat the game. Now I could have obtained them anytime I wanted to throughout my playthrough, as long as I had the items needed to get them, being the bombs and blue candle in this case. You'll see this throughout my entire journey of playing these games, but I generally try to obtain these collectibles that count towards my 100% completion as soon as possible. This is because with more hearts and upgraded gear, I'm allowed to play more recklessly, and can finish each game faster, allowing myself to have a greater chance of completing this 14-day gauntlet. Also, it was really helpful that I obtained this extra health because the third dungeon in this game is quite a bit more challenging compared to the first two. There's a crap ton of these Darknut guys that are annoying to kill and can tear through your health like it's nothing if you're not careful. But before I knew it, I obtained the dungeon item of the raft and made my way into the Manhandla boss fight with only 3 hearts remaining. After one cleverly placed bomb, I knocked out 3 of its heads at once, and after some juking and another perfectly placed bomb, I killed it without taking any damage at all, putting Dungeon 3 in the books. Also, during my playthrough of this dungeon, there was an old man that asked if I got the sword from an old man on top of the waterfall. This is of course referencing the old man that gives Link the white sword, an upgraded sword that deals more damage compared to the starting one. I actually won't be getting that sword during my playthrough. This is because there's actually a sword in the game more powerful than the white sword, the magical sword, which you're not able to obtain until you acquire 12 or more heart containers. The white sword isn't required in my 100% run because it would just replace the magical sword anyway when I got the magical sword later on. I could have obtained the white sword and make some combat sections easier before I got the magical sword, but getting the white sword takes time, so I figured it would just be worth it to upgrade my sword until I could get the most upgraded variants. Probably not the most responsible thing to do, but I really wanted to get ahead in this challenge so that I wouldn't be in a bad position in the last remaining few days with too many games to play and not enough time left. I did, however, purchase the blue ring at this point, which increases your base defense by 2. Similar to the white sword, this blue ring isn't required for 100% completion because it gets replaced by the red ring, which multiplies your base defense by 4. I went ahead and bought the blue ring as a safety strat because you're only able to obtain the red ring until you get to the very last dungeon of the game, level 9. I'll be playing some extremely difficult dungeons until I get to level 9, so I caved and snatched up the blue ring. Also, I spent some time stopping by a couple of friendly moblins to get the 250 rupees needed to purchase the item. So with that, I used my raft and sailed over to level 4. Dungeon 4 wasn't too difficult. My health stayed pretty high during most of it, where I never dipped below half health until I got to the dungeon's boss, Gleeok. My health had me somewhat nervous going into this fight, but I took him down with 1.5 hearts left, obtained the heart container, and warped back to the overworld after collecting the next piece of the Triforce. From here, my options opened up quite a bit as to what my next course of action could be. With the raft, I sailed over to an island to obtain another heart container. Also, interesting note for these hidden heart containers that you can choose between getting a red potion. These heart containers are actually permanently missable if you choose a red potion instead of the heart container, so be careful what you choose if you're going for 100% completion. The red potion is nowhere close to being as valuable as the heart container, so I would honestly question your life decisions if you choose the red potion instead, but just keep that bit of information in your mind for whatever reason if you decide to take on this challenge yourself. So from here, I traveled south a bit and used a stepladder I got from level 4 to get another heart container, bringing my total heart container count to 12, meeting the threshold to obtain the magical sword. So with no time to waste, I went straight to the graveyard, pushed a random grave, jumped down said grave, and wriggled the sword off a talking corpse to quadruple my damage output. From here, I traveled a short distance to obtain the power bracelet from under an Armo statue. I got this item for the sole purpose of 100%ing this game, where I didn't even use it to help me out on my quest. You're supposed to use it to help you fast travel around the overworld, but because the overworld is pretty small anyway, and quite frankly because I didn't feel like researching how fast traveling in this game works, I decided not to use it. So with a few more goodies added to my arsenal, I made my way over to level 5. Level 5 was the most challenging dungeon so far at this point, but it was no match for my fully upgraded sword and blue ring, where I stayed almost at full health for the majority of it. Things started to get hairy when I got to this room with these Dodongos though. In order to progress to the adjacent room, I needed to kill all 3 of them by putting bombs in their mouths, but I only had 7 bombs, and I would need 6 total bombs to kill all of them, so I could only let 1 bomb go to waste. It's super easy to get juked by one of these guys and have them move out of the way at the last second to not eat my bomb. Also, what's worse is that if I ran out of bombs in this room, I would have to backtrack to previous rooms to spend a bunch of extra time grinding for bombs so that I would have a chance to kill the Dodongos again. I was super careful and was 2 bombs away before victory until I made a major blunder and wasted one of my bombs. So I had to have these last 2 bombs hit their mark. The first one hit its target, and so did the second one, with 0 bombs left to spare. What a relief. Also, what's a bit of a slap in the face is that later on in the dungeon, you're able to purchase a bomb upgrade to hold 12 bombs instead of 8, which would have been a heck of a lot more helpful if I could purchase that before I had to fight 3 whole Dodongos with my tiny bomb bag. But I was able to make it through without being set back, so I guess I can't really complain. Eventually, I made it to the boss of the dungeon, which was a complete joke and goes down as one of the easiest bosses in all of Zelda. You play your recorder next to it, and with only 2 slashes with a magical sword, it was toast. After exiting the dungeon, I stopped by an old man who are quite plentiful in this game evidently, and obtained the letter item. I obtained this item for the sole purpose of checking off a 100% completion requirement, where showing this to an old woman allows Link to purchase healing potions from her. So without hesitation, I traveled a few screens over, bombed a wall, and showed her the letter to unlock the shop. I didn't actually buy any potions though, because they're non-permanent upgrades, so not required for 100% completion. I went to a hidden shop and spent my rupees on some meat instead. After acquiring some meat, I played my recorder in front of some water to unlock perhaps the most well-hidden dungeon in the game, level 7. For all the dungeons in this game up until this point, I tackled them in their numbered order because on average, the dungeon difficulties scale with their respective numbers. But I decided to play level 6 towards the end of my quest because that is, in my opinion, the second hardest dungeon in the game, with the hardest being the final dungeon at level 9. Level 7 also has the second and final bomb upgrade, which allows Link to hold 16 bombs. So I decided to take on level 7 earlier on so that I would have a solid supply of bombs for level 6, 8, and 9. Level 7 was not bad at all, really. I laid my meat down in front of a hungry gentleman with a mustache to progress, and the double bomb bag upgrade was super helpful in this dungeon because there were a lot of Dodongos to fight here. Before I knew it though, I made it to the boss, which is, the level 1 boss? Not sure what the devs were thinking here. Either way, I knocked it out with 2 sword beams and put level 7 in the books. From here, I made it to one of the dungeons that I was dreading the most, level 6. And boy oh boy was this dread justified based on what I had to go through. Things started out okay. I killed some Wizrobes to get a key and unlocked the door to see an old man give me a hint on how to defeat Goma. But there was another locked door blocking my path, and for the life of me, I couldn't find another key in this dungeon. I tried bombing some walls and pushing blocks to see if I could unlock some sort of hidden area, but nothing. I'm almost positive this dungeon doesn't give you enough keys to complete it if you enter with 0. So I had to waste precious time to leave the dungeon, go to a shop, and purchase a key for 80 rupees to use in Dungeon 6. That's the one thing that doesn't really make any sense in this game. Apparently all locked doors in this game are universal, where any key from any dungeon or shop can unlock any locked door present in the game. I think in the past when I played this game, I just had one extra key from one of the previous dungeons to use in level 6, which prevented me from needing to purchase the key from the shop. But let me know in the comments if you know some mysterious key in level 6 that I missed for whatever reason. So with my purchased key in hand, I made my way deeper into the dungeon, and after not too long, I died. Twice. The problem with this dungeon is that it's littered with these Wizrobes and their stupid looking Cheerio mouths and magical death rays. Even with the blue ring, one of their magical attacks takes a whole 2 hearts away. If I was responsible, I probably should have purchased the magical shield, which can block the magic attacks. But after buying the key, I didn't exactly have many rupees at my disposal, and grinding for rupees in order to purchase this magical shield seemed like it would waste too much time. So after 2 more attempts in this dungeon, I made some more progress and was blessed with a stopwatch that froze all the enemies in a particularly difficult room, which was super helpful because I needed to kill all of them in that room in order to progress further. All was going well and good, and I even made it to the boss of the dungeon until I made a critical mistake. Goma requires shots from your bow to take down, and I obtained the bow from level 1 a while back, but I totally forgot, like unlike most Zelda games, you actually have to buy the arrows item from an item shop in addition to obtaining the bow item in order to shoot arrows with the bow. So I had to purposely drain Link's health, buy the arrows for 80 rupees, and go all the way back to Goma after making my way through those jam-packed rooms with Wizrobes to take on the boss again. The boss was easy to kill once I had the bow and arrow, but this extra trek I had to perform definitely left a sour taste in my mouth. So once that was over, I made my way straight over to level 8, the second to last dungeon I would have to tackle. This dungeon was certainly difficult, but nothing compared to level 6. So far in this challenge, I was playing each dungeon by memory and not looking up the correct route online. And by random chance, I actually made my way into the boss chamber super early on before even getting the dungeon map or compass. So once taking out Gleeok with more heads this time around, I had to go back in the dungeon to get the dungeon map and compass to count towards 100% completion. I didn't say this earlier, but for all the dungeons and all the Zelda games I'll be playing in this challenge, I'll be counting the dungeon map and compass as being required for 100% completion. These weren't very difficult to collect here though, so in no time, I made my way back to the overworld. From here, I decided to grind for rupees a little bit until I purchased the upgraded shield, which I could finally afford. So with fully maxed out health and upgraded gear, I made my way into the final dungeon, level 9. And boy oh boy was this dungeon a gauntlet alright. It's the largest and most complicated dungeon in the game by far, with its challenging enemies and staircases leading to various parts of it. After not long into trying to navigate it, I ended up dying, and for the first time in this challenge, I decided to just pull up a guide of the dungeon on the side that showed exactly where I needed to go in order to get through it. I wouldn't say this is cheating, because the guide is pretty much required to 100% this game anyway, and I have to play through so much Zelda in these next 14 days or so that I think it can be justified. Apparently as a means of retaliating against me trying to take the easy way out though, the game threw a like at me that ate my newly acquired magical shield. I already bought it once, so I don't think needing to buy it again after losing it should count towards 100% completion. Also, another devastating thing happened in this dungeon. I was on the path to get the red ring upgrade when I got totally destroyed by Wizrobes, where they seemed almost untouchable as I slowly lost more and more health. The staircase in the center of the room leads directly to the red ring, so dying here would require me to tread the same long path all the way to this room again. And so as I desperately tried to stop the Wizrobe wave of destruction, I slowly watched my health go all the way from a little over half depleted all the way to 0 hearts in just a matter of 30 seconds. But after another attempt, I was able to make it through the room that took me out previously, and I obtained the red ring, quadrupling my base defense. And before long, I also found the silver arrows after defeating enemies that were no match against my unstoppable force that is the red ring. And then I made it to the final fight against Ganon with only 5 hearts remaining. I was a little nervous about my health going into this fight, but after 4 lucky sword stabs, I stunned Ganon and used my silver arrows to turn him into an exploding splotch of nacho cheese Dorito dust. And with that, I 100% completed Zelda 1 in only about 3.5 hours of total playtime. Now, as many of you may know, upon beating Zelda 1, a second quest is unlocked which essentially acts as a New Game Plus, where you traverse an almost identical overworld and collect the same items, but the dungeons are all different. It's basically a harder version of the standard version of the game. Because the experience is so similar to the first quest, I decided to not play for this challenge. I actually posted a video super recently of me beating the second quest totally blind, so if that's something you would like to see, check the description for the link to that video. But for the sake of this challenge, I decided to not play through any sort of hard mode or New Game Plus of games unlocked after beating the standard game, because it's not different enough to warrant playing through the game over again. Anyway, moving on from that tangent, without further ado, next up, we have one of the most challenging and disliked Zelda entries to 100% next. Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link for the NES. When I first thought of taking on this challenge, Zelda 2 was the one game that I dreaded playing the most. It's just as cryptic as Zelda 1, but its combat sections are the real kicker. Using a guide helped me navigate the tricky dungeons of Zelda 1, but no guide will trivialize the challenging core gameplay that is present in Zelda 2. And remember, I won't be using any save states during any point in my playthrough. So with as much hope as I could muster, I registered my name and started the adventure. So what is required to 100% Zelda 2? Well, believe it or not, the amount of collectibles in this game are quite a bit lower than most games in this challenge. I have to beat all palace dungeons, max out my health and magic meter by picking up all hearts and magic containers, and acquire all spells, attack moves, and dungeon items. This game also introduces a level up experience system similar to JRPGs, so I will also have to upgrade my life, magic, and attack stats to the maximum level of level 8. I will also have to collect all these things called Link Dolls, which act as 1-ups to give you another life before getting game over. The speedrun.com rules don't list the Link Dolls as being required to collect, but I decided to try and pick all of them up because there's a limited supply to collect in-game, with only 6 of them being present. So with that out of the way, let's get started on our quest. The early game went pretty standard. I collected some point experience bags to increase my health, crossed a bridge of murderous bubbles, got a spell from a pulsating beard man, took damage in the middle of my animation of picking up a heart container, and before I knew it, I made my way to the first palace of the game. In standard first dungeon fashion, this is by far the easiest dungeon in the game. I lost all my health one time, but I did not lose all my lives or game over, which is the only real detriment that matters in Zelda 2. That is because when you lose all of your lives and get game over, you start all the way back at the starting area and have to trudge all the way back to where you lost your last life to continue trying to make progress. This mechanic of the game is the source of a lot of people's frustrations with Zelda 2, and the major amount of time loss it can potentially create made me nervous in this 14-day challenge for sure. So after spelunking in the first palace and increasing my magic and life levels after killing more enemies, I found the dungeon item of the candle and made sure not to kill the boss and to not place the crystal in the statue at the end of the dungeon. This was intentional in order to help myself reach max levels for life, magic, and attack as quickly as possible later on. How leveling works in this game is that towards the beginning, you will increase your levels quickly because the amount of experience needed to progress through the early levels is quite low, requiring no more than 500 experience points to progress past the first 3 levels. However, as you level up, you will find the amount of experience points that you need to progress to the next level will exponentially increase, with some of the later levels requiring thousands of experience points to reach. The highest amount of experience points needed to increase a level, for example, is attack level 8, which requires 8,000 whole experience points. Also, what's even crazier is that whenever you progress to the next level for a certain attribute, your experience points will go back to 0 again, requiring you to earn exponentially more experience points each time you want to level up a future attribute. Also, another thing that sucks is that if you game over at any point, which equates to losing 3 lives, your experience will go all the way back to 0, requiring you to grind up all the way back to the amount of experience you previously had. Luckily though, there is a way to cheese this experience system to get max levels somewhat easily. After beating a palace and placing the crystal in the statue, you will automatically be gifted enough experience points to level up an attribute. So after clearing most of the palace and getting the dungeon item, you could not place the crystal, come back later on in the game and place the crystal once you're at a point where killing enemies the normal way will take ages to level yourself up. So I set a goal for myself. There are 6 palaces that you can level up by placing crystals, so I decided to get all 3 of my attributes to level 6 by killing enemies the normal way and collecting point bags. And for the last 2 level ups for each attribute, I would kill the boss of each palace and place the stone to get max level with ease. So with the game plan put into place, I left the first palace without placing the crystal. I then acquired an easy to nab magic container, and went spelunking in a cave to get an angel statue, or trophy. The American localized Zelda games really do try to remove religious references from their games, don't they? And then I progressed through a cave and somehow made it out with 0 magic and 0 health. Look at this madness. I didn't even know this was possible. Like if a moblin so much as sneezes on Link in this state, he's done for. But luckily, there was a place to get healed by a fairy directly next to the cave exit. Also nearby, I even traveled through a swamp and picked up my first Link doll to bring my total life count to 4 instead of the standard 3. But this little victory was short-lived because just a few minutes later, I talked to an old woman who suddenly transformed into a purple monster, and I lost all my health and died, wasting my Link doll. This game, man, this game. I swear though, the 1-up Link dolls in this game are way too hard to find, and are in too small of a supply for how useful they actually are. It's so easy to die in this game, with the main culprit being bottomless pits. During sword combat with enemies, your health slowly will drain as you get hit, but with bottomless pits, even if you're full of energy at full health and magic, with just one wrong jump over the bubble bridge, you can kiss one of your lives goodbye. And it's absurd that there's only 6 Link dolls in this game. Most of them are extremely well hidden, only able to be found by walking on a single tile in the overworld, and you're more likely to lose a life trying to get the thing. So after heading in this village again and avoiding the purple monster in disguise, I learned my favorite spell in the game, Life, which heals the player at the expense of losing some of their magic. This spell is super useful because it's really the only way to heal yourself, since enemies don't drop hearts like they do in standard Zelda games. They drop magic instead. So theoretically, you could just get hit, use a life spell, pick up magic from defeated enemies, and be self-sustained, if it wasn't for bottomless pits. Those have nothing on the life spell. So from here, I made it to a lot of people's first large hurdle while playing this game, Death Mountain. Death Mountain is essentially a maze with dead ends and challenging enemies, but since I played this game before for this channel, I actually knew exactly what path to take to get through it. That didn't stop it from being very challenging though. On my first attempt, I actually managed to get to the cave that contains the hammer item, which would allow me to unlock a shortcut to alleviate the need to progress through the mountain's winding cave system again. So with 1 life left before game over, I entered the cave. And long story short, I played very poorly. There was this red tomahawk throwing guy at the entrance, and I thought the hammer item was located just past the guy, so I wasted a lot of my health trying to jump over him instead of playing it slow and killing him. I barely made it to the next room with basically 0 health and magic and encountered these floppy fish creatures. I took these slow and knocked them out without any issues, but came face to face with yet another tomahawk madman. Look at how it played out. I got game over and had to start all the way back at the beginning palace and retrace my steps to progress through Death Mountain the same way I came. So with my wits about me, I made it to Death Mountain again with the hammer on the horizon. I made it to the last cave containing the hammer again, and made some more progress in it until my health got drained again and I was on my last life. With a bit more progress, I made it to the final enemy before the hammer item, with no magic and only one tiny bar of health left. This is how it played out. The jump spell came in clutch and I got the hammer, and then I killed Link to reset my lives counter. With the hammer, I took a shortcut past Death Mountain and got another magic container, increasing my maximum magic capacity. From here, I did a few more miscellaneous things required for 100%. I got a heart container from a cave, got a point bag to help me get more experience, and walked on a random tile on the overworld to obtain my second Link doll. I then made my way over to a village and learned the down stab attack, which was a major game changer for me combat-wise. Previously, whenever I wanted to avoid a particularly difficult enemy that I did not want to fight, I would just use the jump spell to try and jump over it, oftentimes taking damage in the process. But with the down stab ability, you can just pogo across hordes of enemies like it's nothing. Avoiding enemies like this was especially beneficial for me in this challenge, because it was a method to save time. Avoiding enemies could only get me so far in my playthrough though, because killing enemies is essential to level up, and leveling up is essential to being able to bypass tough enemies that stand in my way. So I only really avoided enemies when they were a particular pain to take down. From here, I trudged through the swamp towards Palace number 2, and made some progress through it until I obtained the handy glove item. Yes, even this hard as balls game wasn't object to using puns. After obtaining what I wanted in this palace, I decided to grind for experience points for 30 to 40 minutes or so, until all my attributes were at level 5. I did this because I was expecting the coming dungeons to be rather difficult, and I didn't have the benefit of increasing my levels at the end of each dungeon, because I wanted to save those level ups for later. What I would do is exit the second palace and re-enter to get the magic from the armored statue, fight some enemies towards the entrance of the palace, and when my health got a bit low, I would use a life spell and just repeat those steps. With this technique, leveling up didn't take too long, where every once in a while, one of those scaly guys that I would fight would drop a point bag worth a whopping 200 experience points. And I was quite lucky with getting these point bag drops. So once I was satisfied with my levels, I made my way over to the third palace in the game, Island Palace. Immediately upon entering this next palace, I decided to do some more grinding to make my experience with the remaining palaces a bit easier. I went ahead and grinded for 1500 experience points to get level 6 health and 3000 more experience points to get level 6 attack. I would say health and attack are probably the most two important attributes to level up, with your attack being the number one most beneficial. Some enemies can take ages to defeat if your attack isn't up to par. That being said, even magic has its perks with allowing you to cast more spells, so I wouldn't really neglect any of the three. So your best bet is probably keeping each of the three roughly around the same level. So with my upgraded health and attack, the rest of the palace was pretty much a breeze. I didn't place the crystal or fight the boss yet for reasons I stated earlier, but I did get the raft item so that I could progress to other areas of the overworld map. So I sailed across the ocean and found 2 point bags, one worth 200 points and one worth 500 points, being a huge help in getting me to my goal of max levels. I made sure to collect these when I had full lives though, because if you game over after collecting one of these point bags and before leveling up, all of your experience gets erased and the point bags don't respawn, which is a huge bummer. I then made my way to a nearby town to get the fire spell, which I don't think I even used once during my playthrough, and just obtained for 100% completion's sake. Apparently allows you to shoot fire from your sword, but I didn't actually bother to test it out. I then did some more walking around the overworld, and found my third Link doll, obtained a magic container item, and obtained a kidnapped child item? Not sure why Link holds this kid up like he's a handy glove or a bundle of wood, but who am I to judge? I then made my way to the mountain town of Darunia, and dove down a chimney like Santa Claus to get the upward thrust sword technique. I think it's pretty absurd that the devs expected players to see this chimney and think, oh, a chimney? Let me down it like Mario and see what's down there. This sword technique actually isn't required to beat the game, which is how it should be, and I actually didn't even use this sword technique much at all, where the down thrust is a heck of a lot more helpful. Also, I returned the kidnapped kid to his rightful home, and learned the reflect spell, which is required at only one spot in the game, which I'll touch on later. So without any delay, from here, I made my way straight over to the 4th palace of the game. In this palace, I obtained the Kinky Boots and got my magic to level 6. So at this point, I could just beat each of the 6 palaces to get all my skills to level 8, without needing to worry about collecting point bags, grinding for experience, or even killing enemies in general, where the only required enemies to defeat at this point were bosses. So after some more progress in this dungeon, I made it to the boss, which was trivialized with my reflect spell. I mean seriously, all you have to do to defeat the guy is stand at the edge of your screen, use your reflect spell, crouch, and he's toast in a matter of seconds. So once he was defeated, I placed the crystal and leveled up my health, where the first palace that I completed in this game was actually the 4th one that I entered. From here, I went on a rampage of mercilessly destroying the first 3 dungeons with my overpowered abilities. Cue the destruction montage. With the first 4 dungeons completed, I only had 2 more level ups until I was leveled up to the max. So without any delay, I walked across the water with my newly acquired boots, picked up a magic container just chilling in the middle of an ocean, and made my way to the 5th palace of the game. With my sudden extreme increase in levels, this palace had nothing on me, as I progressed through it pretty easily, and before I knew it, I knocked out Shrek and increased my magic to its maximum level. I then did a few things required for 100%. I obtained Link Doll number 4 hidden deep in the swamp, snatched up a heart container by walking on a specific tile along the shoreline, and used my hammer on a specific tile to unlock a hidden village. Geez, this game has a strange obsession with hiding things on singular tiles to make them as hard as possible for players to find without looking stuff up. In this hidden village, I was able to do quite a bit of things. I went into an old lady's basement to drink some of her magic. Wow, that sounds very wrong out of context. Learn the spell from an old man. Yes, the spell. Apparently Nintendo ran out of creative spell names at this point in the game. And use the spell at the outskirts of the village to unlock a chamber where I obtained a magical key that can be used to unlock doors in a limited number of times, rendering regular keys useless. Once I obtained all these goodies, I entered the 6th palace, the palace before the final palace of the game. Despite me having super good equipment going into this dungeon, there was a lot of BS here that was annoying to play through. For one, there's this one invisible section with an invisible hole in the ground. You're meant to fall down this hole the first time, and then memorize where it's located so that you can use your jump spell to get across the other side. At first, I thought I was being big-brained, and decided to use my fairy spell to fly across the room, so that I wouldn't have to memorize exactly where the invisible pit was. But by the time I flew across the long room, I realized that apparently you need your sword to break the blocks on the other side. So I had to fly all the way back to the beginning of the room to turn back into Link, and use the jump spell to get across. If you're not supposed to use the fairy to get across the room, I feel like the game should have told me that before I wasted my time and magic flying across the room and back again. And the glitter on the turd is that right around this time, I was jumping across some gaps when this flying dinosaur head thing just yeeted me into a bottomless pit, wasting one of my precious lives. And I had pretty full health too, but it was bye-bye in a blink of an eye. At some point in the dungeon, I did obtain a Link doll, but it didn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, because I lost quite a large number of lives anyway. After progressing more and more though, I finally made my way to the boss, which was super scary to fight because there were bottomless pits all around. And once you fall in one, you either start back at the beginning of the boss fight with it at full health again, or you game over if you run out of lives and have to start all the way back at the starting area of the game. I took the fight super slow and careful though, and I was able to knock out the dragon without having to worry about starting the fight over again. So with the crystal placed, I obtained over 6,000 experience points almost instantly, and raised my final skill attribute of attack to its max level of 8. From here, I learned the final spell in the game of the Thunder Spell from an old man and mentally prepared myself for the most arduous journey in the game yet, the trek through the Valley of Death to the final dungeon in the game, the Great Palace. I knew how difficult this area of the game was from playing it in the past, so I knew I had to focus up and make sure not to die in any stupid ways. I made it through a couple of combat areas relatively unscathed until something insane happened. I paused the game when I was hovering above the lava. All I needed to do was cast the fairy spell immediately upon unpausing the game, and I could fly to safety. and I was unsuccessful, wasting one of my lives because I got greedy and tried to jump over the lava pit with enemies flying all around. And not soon after this, I had another dumb death and got knocked into the lava with almost full health and magic. So I only had one life left before game over, and I was just over halfway through the Valley of Death, so I still had a long way to go. So I really needed to focus up here. For the next few combat areas, I decided to use a fairy to fly over pits as a safety strat to not lose any more lives. I had so much magic anyway that I could use the fairy 3 times or so before I ran out of magic. This technique worked out really well, but I still naturally sustained some damage passing through some of the toughest enemies in the game. Eventually, I made it to the last room before reaching the final dungeon with only 2 bars of health. And I was successful, barely making it out alive. Also, what's great is that once entering this final palace, if I game over at any point here, I would start from the beginning of this dungeon, and would not spawn at the starting palace. This last area is anything but a piece of cake though, where I can confidently call this the most challenging dungeon in the game and the most difficult dungeon in the entire Zelda franchise. This is the Great Palace. When I first tried playing this dungeon back in the day, I tried to complete it without a guide, and even after hours of trial and error of progressing through winding corridors that would oftentimes just dead end or loop back around to the previous areas of the dungeon, I still ended up just caving in and looking up the correct path to get through it. The enemies are so tough to defeat, even with all of Link's skill attributes at max level, and during my 100% playthrough of this game for this video, I ended up just trying to bypass every single enemy that I came across with the Pogo down thrust attack because they were too difficult to take down normally. Eventually, I did make it to a room that had the 6th and final Link doll, so once it was obtained, I collected all that I needed, where the only thing left was taking out the final boss. And after a lot of focus and quite a bit of deaths, I finally made it to Thunderbird's lair. I used my jump spell to allow myself to reach the boss easier with my sword attacks, shield spell to increase my defense, and thunder spell to make the boss vulnerable to my attacks. After only about 30 seconds or so of dancing around raining fireballs, I was able to take Thunderbird down, but the game was not over yet. There was still one true final boss to take down, Link's doppelganger, Dark Link, which I cheesed by crouch stabbing in a corner until he was defeated. Yeah, not the most climactic ending to such a challenging game, but the NES Zelda lineup was complete. Zelda 2, the most challenging Zelda game out there, while simultaneously being the Zelda game packed with arguably the most BS. I mean seriously, some of the deaths in this playthrough made me super annoyed with how cheap they were, but despite this, I actually 100%ed Zelda 2 quicker than I thought I would, where it only took me a total of about 5 hours to complete. Also, based on my completed save file, I only game over 10 times. I honestly think that this was pretty good, because a lot of my game overs were a result of me purposely draining all of Link's lives to get a fresh set of 3, and not necessarily a result of me just sucking and losing all my lives accidentally. So that's Zelda 2. I was super pumped to put this game in the past, because now I could actually play Zelda games that I enjoy a lot, where for the next game to 100%, we have The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. And I was able to start A Link to the Past on the first day of the challenge still. With 20% of the games completed so early into my run, I felt like I was on a really good pace. Or so I thought at the time. Little did I fully realize how brutally long some of the later games would be. So, what is required to 100% complete A Link to the Past? Well, we obviously have to do all things that are required to beat the game, such as obtaining all dungeon items and beating all dungeons, but we also have to obtain all 20 heart containers, obtain all optional items such as all 4 bottles, magic cape, cane of Burna, and we also have to obtain all item upgrades such as the most upgraded sword, upgraded magic meter, etc. Speedrun.com does not require players to get the fully upgraded quiver or bomb bag for the 100% category, because it's incredibly tedious and annoying to obtain, but I'll be doing that anyway because I think it should count towards 100%. I will also be obtaining the dungeon map and compass for each dungeon, because these 2 items are of a limited supply, so I think they should count as well. So with that out of the way, let's jump into the adventure. I will say that I've probably played A Link to the Past the most times out of any Zelda game out there, so naturally, I had the overworld map almost completely memorized. This made things a lot more smooth sailing for me because I rarely had to consult a guide to look up where I needed to go next. I really only ever used a guide to locate particularly hidden collectibles needed for 100% completion. The beginning of the adventure went pretty standard. I broke into Hyrule Castle, ripped the sword off a lifeless corpse of a blue-haired man, and found myself crawling out of the royal sewers with Princess Zelda. You know, standard Zelda stuff. Once out in the open, you can actually obtain quite a bit of items to get closer to the 100% completion status, despite not even entering the first real dungeon of the game yet. I got some pieces of hearts, bought a magic bottle off the black market, and talked the door of the explorer to get a bug catching net. I also went ahead and obtained a second magic bottle in Kakariko Village and bombed a hole in a tiny house to unlock a hidden area where I could obtain bombs and arrows. I decided to go in here because I didn't have any bombs and needed some to obtain some heart pieces, but this house can actually be used to acquire unlimited bombs and arrows if you keep leaving and re-entering it. I did not use it for that purpose, but it was there if I needed it. I also went ahead and picked a mysterious mushroom in the forest and gave it to a witch to obtain the magic powder, which will be essential to unlock more secrets later on in the game. After doing as much as I could with the items currently at my disposal, I made my way over to the first dungeon of the game. I would say this dungeon was super easy, being the first dungeon in the game and all, but I actually died about midway through it after getting the bow item, believe it or not. This wasn't because the dungeon was hard or anything. I was just trying to speed through it, and that woefully resulted in my depleted health. Eventually though, I took down the boss and put the first dungeon in the books. Out in the overworld, I got the Pegasus boots from Sahasrara, which opened up the amount of items I could collect by quite a large margin. I was a naughty boy and ran into some bookcases to get a book and obtained a couple more heart pieces. One of the heart pieces resulted in a fish out of water, so I did the only logical thing to save it and brought it to the bottle salesman in Kakariko Village for some random goodies. Was the fish expedition required to beat the game? Nope. Was it even required for 100% completion? Nope. I just read somewhere that giving this guy a fish unlocks some special dialogue, so I decided to test it out because I was intrigued. This challenge is just me playing Zelda for days on end. I need some way to keep myself entertained during all this. I also made a stop by Lake Hylia to get 300 rupees from a thief. You don't really need that many rupees in a casual playthrough of A Link to the Past to beat the game the normal way, but you need a crazy amount of rupees in order to max out your quiver and bomb bag capacities. There's an area at the center of Lake Hylia called a Pond of Happiness that you can throw rupees into, where the more rupees you throw in, the more bombs and arrows you can hold. In order to max out your capacities, you need to throw in a total of 1,400 rupees, more than you can even hold at once. So I would need to visit the pond multiple times throughout my playthrough before my wallet gets full to most efficiently get 100% completion. So after getting my wallets close to full capacity, I obtained the Ice Rod item, which is actually not required until towards the very end of the game, and obtained another heart piece until I made it to the second dungeon of the game. Nothing too special happened in this dungeon, except I did obtain another heart piece. You can probably tell from what I've discussed already, but this game has a lot more collectibles required for 100% completion compared to the two NES Zelda entries. So after taking out the flying caterpillars, I exited the dungeon and began another expedition across Hyrule picking up items required for 100% completion. I purchased the flippers, which increased the amount of areas that I could progress, wrestled a homeless man under a bridge for an empty jar of baked beans, and eventually made my way over to the third dungeon of the game, the dungeon before I'm able to freely access the Dark World. The dungeon itself went well enough until I came across one of the infamously challenging bosses in Zelda, Moldorm. You're supposed to slash at its tail until it's defeated, but if you get knocked off to the floor below, you have to restart the boss fight over again with the boss at full health again. I smacked it around a few times until it was one hit away from being defeated, until I was so close to getting knocked off the edge of the arena. Like, look at how close I was to getting knocked off here. Moldorm's body covered more than half of Link's body as he was pushed right up against the edge of the arena. I definitely deserved to fall off here, but I did not fall off, and with one more slash to the tail, the boss was destroyed. I then obtained the Master Sword, and stormed into Hyrule Castle in a build-up to take on the wizard Aghanim. The build-up to this fight was essentially a gauntlet of rooms full of enemies I had to take down, which were trivialized due to the Master Sword's ability to shoot sword beams when Link is at full health. Like, just look at this. These guys don't even stand a chance. Eventually, I made my way into Aghanim's chamber, and after a civilized game of ping-pong, I destroyed him but got dragged into the Dark World. The Dark World housed a few goodies I was able to collect with the items I had at my disposal at the moment, where I got a heart piece and threw a rock in a circle of rocks to get the Quake Medallion. You saw it here, folks. A Link to the Past did it before Breath of the Wild even dreamed of doing it. From here, I paid a monkey toll and gained access to the next dungeon of the game, the first Dark World dungeon. Now at this point, I was clocked in at playing Zelda for almost 10.5 hours for the day, and I was pretty worn out. The extreme difficulty and large amounts of concentration needed for the two challenging NES Zelda games really took a toll on me, so I decided it was time to throw in the towel for the day. I definitely could have pressed on longer, but with 13 more potential days ahead of me, I knew I had to approach this challenge with a marathon mindset and not burn myself out on the first day pulling an all-nighter playing Zelda. So with that, I decided to continue in the morning. Starting with the morning of the second day, I continue where I left off in A Link to the Past and played through the first Dark World dungeon. I don't know if I was in the wrong headspace or what for this dungeon, or if I wasn't in my Zelda groove after resting for the night, but it ended up being the hardest dungeon in the game for me for whatever reason. I had a hard time knowing where to go, where it didn't help that I tried taking it on without consulting a guide because I thought I knew the game well enough. There's a decent amount of required backtracking in this dungeon, and you're also required to be cognizant of what's on the floors above and below you, in order to do things such as push a block to a lower floor to unlock a secret. But before I knew it, I obtained the hammer, took out the boss, and put this dungeon in the books. Once in the overworld, I smashed some pegs with my hammer and opened up the amount of possible routes I could take dramatically. I got some heart pieces, dug up a flute, and unlocked a fast travel ability by playing a flute next to Weathervane in Kakariko Village. I made sure to unlock this fast traveling ability as soon as possible, because it makes maneuvering around the overworld a lot faster compared to running around it with the Pegasus boots. I also sprinkled some magic dust on an altar to get a magic meter upgrade, and made my way to the Village of Outcasts to play a chess minigame to try to obtain a heart piece. If there was one aspect that I hated the most about the Zelda games I played for this challenge, it was rewards dictated by RNG like this. In this chest minigame, you pay 30 rupees to open a chest, where one of the random prizes you get is a piece of heart. So if I get extremely unlucky, I could technically be playing this minigame for the next few days. But I got pretty lucky with the RNG and was able to obtain my desired reward on just the 4th attempt, which made me super happy. I also decided to take on another minigame where you pay to dig holes, and one of the random things that you can dig up is a piece of heart. So I paid 80 rupees for the first time and started digging holes. I started to get closer and closer to running out of time and thought, oh, that's whatever. I wasn't expecting to get the heart piece on my first attempt anyway, so I guess I'll just have to play this minigame over again. But that thought was short-lived when this happened. I got the piece of heart during the last possible dig with 0 seconds left on the clock. It doesn't even get any closer than that. And on top of that, I made a profit with my rupee count to get even closer to having enough rupees to obtain the Pond of Happiness rewards. Speaking of the Pond of Happiness, I then paid that pond a visit and dumped enough rupees in it to get the maximum capacity for bombs and arrows. I've heard that you can tackle Dark World dungeons relatively out of order in this game, but I decided to take them on in numerical order because I didn't think I would gain a crazy amount of speed taking on one of the dungeons out of order. So I made my way over to Dark World Dungeon 2 after draining some floodgates. I think this dungeon was easier puzzle-wise in terms of knowing where to go, but it made me realize that this game is no pushover when it comes to combat, where I couldn't just play recklessly and tank hits from enemies and expect to come out without dying. My health got relatively low in the second Dark World dungeon, but I especially had quite a bit of close calls in Dark World Dungeon 3 that took place in Skull Woods. I was down to 1 heart for a decent amount of it, but somehow did not die, believe it or not. The boss of the dungeon was especially difficult. The most effective attack is using their fire rod from a distance, and being that I obtained the magic meter upgrade, I was able to utilize my fire rod a lot more compared to normal. That didn't stop me from taking a heck of a lot of damage though, where after I ran out of fire rod juice, I used up my last 2 remaining fairies and took out the boss with my sword with only 3 hearts remaining. So from here, I stocked up on some more fairies and entered Dark World Dungeon 4 in the Village of Outcasts, and actually completed it without any real issues. The close calls in the previous dungeon made me alert and careful to not let my health get so low again. I then upgraded my sword to the blacksmith, and then took on the quest in this game that I find the most bizarre. After getting the tempered sword, a chest spawns in the Dark World inside the blacksmith brother's house, and upon inspecting it, you learn that the key is locked inside it, so you cannot open it, but you're allowed to bring the chest with you. If you bring the chest across the overworld and into the light world, you can get a thief to unlock it for you, where a bottle can be found inside. What I find bizarre is why would anyone in the right mind lock a key inside a chest unless they didn't want anyone, including themselves, to be able to access the contents of it. I feel like there would need to be something pretty damning in this chest to justify the key being locked inside it, but there's just a measly empty bottle? That's the most unassuming thing imaginable that could be in the chest. Also, how did Link know there was a key locked inside the chest upon inspecting it? Wouldn't he need some sort of X-ray vision to know that? I don't know. Maybe I'm looking too much into it. This quest does raise more questions than answers the more you look into it though. But anyway, I completed my bottle collecting journey after opening the chest. I then got a few more pieces of hearts, getting closer to acquiring all of them, and made my way into Dark World Dungeon 5 Ice Palace. For casual players, this is probably the hardest dungeon in the game, but being that it scarred me with its difficulty the last time I played it, I had its tougher puzzle sections pretty much memorized. The next Dark World dungeon, Misery Mire, also put up quite a bit of a challenge. It was easier than the Ice Palace, but there was a decent amount of non-linearity to it, which required a lot of focus. The boss was laughably easy though, where I just had to stand in the corner and swing my sword until the eyeball monster was defeated. If you played this game before, you may have remembered obtaining the Super Bomb at the very end of the game to unlock the Fairy Fountain on the Pyramid of Power to obtain the silver arrows to be able to defeat Ganon. Well, unlocking the Super Bomb can actually be done at a rather obscure time, where once beating Dark World Dungeon 5 Ice Palace and Dark World Dungeon 6 Misery Mire, you're able to purchase the Super Bomb. So I went into Link's house in the Dark World, purchased the Super Bomb, and I wasted it. Yeah, this thing kinda sucks. Apparently a bomb that costs 100 rupees explodes if you jump off ledges, so you have to waddle your way very slowly to the Pyramid of Power to unlock the Fairy Fountain. After purchasing the Super Bomb for the second time, I entered the Fairy Fountain and tossed in my sword to get the Golden Sword, the most powerful sword in the game, and tossed in my arrows to get the silver arrows. With my upgraded gear, I stormed to the Dark World Dungeon 7 Turtle Rock, and within this dungeon, I got the final piece of heart in the game to get me to 19 total heart containers. This dungeon was also hard as balls in the combat department, where my health was quite low for most of the dungeon. There was actually this little checkpoint with fairies though, that you can load up on infinitely, which came at the perfect time where I only had 2 hearts remaining until I bumped into them. Not long after getting these fairies, I made my way into the boss chamber, defeated quite honestly the most creatively designed boss in the game, and obtained the 20th heart container to get myself to maximum health. At this point in the game, I collected everything needed for 100% completion, except all I needed to do was clear out Ganon's tower, and get the dungeon item of the red mail there, and then defeat Ganon. So once outside of Turtle Rock, I made my way straight over to Ganon's tower located very close by, and entered it knowing that I was on the last stretch before victory. I wouldn't say this final dungeon was that difficult. It was pretty easy to know where to go, but it just took a while because it was so massive with many enemies standing in my way. Even going at a pretty fast pace, it took me over half an hour to beat it. Being armed to the teeth with literally the best gear in the game definitely made my time a lot easier here, where once I obtained the red mail, which quarters the amount of damage Link takes, I was basically unstoppable. Also, with my overpowered golden sword, I was able to 2-shot the Moldworm boss, which you had to refight as a mini-boss. So once I made it through Ganon's tower and took on Aghanim for the second and final time, I jumped into the Pyramid of Power to take on the final fight against Ganon. Ganon would have definitely been the hardest boss fight in the game by far if it wasn't for my immense amount of health and attack power going into the fight. In order to damage Ganon, you're supposed to slash at him with your sword, and my golden sword did wonders against the guy, allowing me to progress through the different stages of the fight with ease. And so in no time, I managed to take out Ganon, watch the credits roll, and 100%ed A Link to the Past, putting this game behind me. All in all, I think this game was definitely easier to 100% complete compared to Zelda 1 and Zelda 2. The RNG minigames were a bit annoying, but due to my good luck, they weren't too big of an issue for me. The combat sections were more difficult than the NES Zelda games, and because I was so familiar with playing A Link to the Past in my younger years, I was super familiar with this game and knew relatively where everything was. It did take me longer to 100% A Link to the Past compared to Zelda 1 and Zelda 2 though, where my time playing A Link to the Past lasted a little over 6.5 hours. But those 6.5 hours honestly flew by, because I was having quite a bit of fun because A Link to the Past is a super enjoyable game. So now we move on to the next game. Next up, we have a fan favorite with one of the best storylines out of any Zelda game out there, The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. Link's Awakening is the first game in this challenge that caused me to reach a certain conundrum. Which version of the game do I play? Zelda 1, Zelda 2, and A Link to the Past all had a pretty definitive version play, but Link's Awakening actually has 3 versions of the game. There's the original for the Game Boy that was released in 1993, the DX version that was released for the Game Boy Color in 1998, and the Switch remake that was released in 2019. I knew I did not want to play the original version on the Game Boy because the monochrome color palette would make it tougher on the eyes for you guys to watch, so I was initially sold on playing the DX version, which is fully colorized. But I also had the Switch version of the game just lying around gathering dust, which I hadn't played before, and I was looking for a reason to play through it, so I just went ahead and played the Switch version. However, that would be one of the worst decisions I made during this entire challenge. The 2 Game Boy releases are relatively tame in the number of collectibles required for 100% completion, There's your standard heart pieces, and there's even these secret seashells this time around to collect as well. However, there are less collectibles than A Link to the Past, which is a pretty light game in terms of collectibles in its own right. The Switch version of Link's Awakening is a behemoth compared to the two previous iterations of the game. It's good that Nintendo added extra content to the game, considering they charged people a whole $60 for it, but it definitely took a big chunk of time I had in the bank for this 14-day challenge. I think explaining what's required for 100% completion is a bit much to discuss all at once right before I play the game, so let's jump into the playthrough and I'll explain what's required as I play the game. Upon waking up in a stranger's bed, I was gifted a shield by Mario and found a sword washed up on the sandy shores of Koholint Island. I then took way too long to try to figure out a block-pushing puzzle to get a piece of heart, and made it to one of the most infamous features of this game, the crane game. Either to add immersion for the player, or out of pure malice, the devs evidently thought it was a good idea to add realistic physics to the crane game, which results in things like this. Or this.
Bye, have a great time!
There are many collectibles that are required to collect in this minigame, which definitely caused me headaches at times. There's a total of 50 secret seashells that need to be collected for 100% completion, where certain secret seashell milestones result in goodies for the player. One of these secret seashells can be caught in the crane game, as well as a piece of heart, where I'll need to collect all pieces of heart in this game to get 20 heart containers. There are also 10 unique figurines of various sizes and shapes that I'll need to collect in the crane game, and distribute in different people's houses in Mabe Village. I actually didn't grind for these figurines until towards the end of my playthrough of this game, so I'll touch on those a little later on. I did go ahead and collect a Yoshi doll, which kicks off the game's trading sequence, and I also got a piece of heart. I also went ahead and tried for a purple rupee worth 50 rupees, but despite it being fully encapsulated in the crane, it just slipped right out like butter. I couldn't even be mad because it was only 50 rupees, but come on! Rupees are borderline impossible to catch in this minigame, and aren't even worth going for if I'm being honest. They're just way too tiny for that giant-ass crane. After getting scammed out of 50 rupees, I then progressed the trading sequence a little bit further by obtaining the ribbon, and then the dog food, and then made a pit stop to the fishing pond minigame. For better or for worse, has been expanded upon relative to the Game Boy version, where there's more variety of fish this time around, different types of lures to unlock, as well as various other prizes. The fishing is actually pretty easy in the early game, but it does ramp up in difficulty quite a bit towards the end of the game. I went ahead and caught some fish to get 2 pieces of heart, a new type of lure called the middleweight lure, which essentially lets your lure sink deeper into the water, and fished out an empty bottle. I then got bananas after giving dog food to an alligator to eat. Whatever, you do you buddy, no one's judging. And then I made it to the first dungeon of the game, Tail Cave. Just like how I did with A Link to the Past, for each dungeon that I play through, I'll be obtaining the dungeon map, compass, and dungeon item. For Link's Awakening, I also decided to open up every single chest in all the dungeons, as well as explore every single room. There were 2 reasons for this. For one, the game actually tracks what rooms you explored and how many chests are left in each dungeon. The second thing is that I needed to collect all the rupees I could possibly muster for yet another 100% completion criteria that is controversial to exist in the game to say the least. Dampé's Chamber Dungeons. There are 14 of these things called Chamber Stones in the game, which allow you to complete dungeon challenges in Dampé's Shack. These dungeon challenges essentially revolve around a dungeon maker, where the player can customize their own dungeons by placing down previous rooms cleared from other dungeons present throughout the game. 7 of the required 14 chamber stones to collect are found throughout Koholint Island by obtaining various items or completing various challenges, while the other 7 are obtained by purchasing them in the Mabe Village shop for 1,280 rupees each. Yes, you heard that right. I'll need to purchase almost 9,000 rupees worth of chamber stones in order to 100% complete the game. So I made sure to scrounge up as many rupees as possible during my playthrough of Link's main quest. I didn't actually worry too much about completing Dampé's challenges until towards the very end of my playthrough of Link's Awakening, so I'll touch on those a little later on. So back to Dungeon 1. This dungeon was a piece of cake, except I think I found my new favorite sound effect in any video game to ever exist. Just listen to how satisfying that sounds. I would smack these coconut head dudes all day if I had the time to. For real though, the sound effects in this remake are something else. They sound so good. Like, just listen to this water sound effect. Auditory bliss. So after killing Moldworm with ease, I nabbed a couple more heart containers, saved Bow Wow who got dog napped, chain chomp napped? Whatever. The guy got taken by some roided up moblin dude who I took out. I then cleared up the second dungeon, Bottle Grotto with ease, got my magic powder capacity upgraded by a bat in a cave, and decided to grind for rupees for a bit so that I could purchase a piece of heart for 200 rupees. I probably should have just waited until the end of the game to buy this piece of heart, when I probably would have naturally had more rupees. But I went ahead and purchased it now because it was on my radar, and I didn't want to forget about it. Also, I know that you can steal items from the shop owner relatively easily, but I wanted to do it the legit way because that just seems wrong. Also, when you enter the shop after stealing from him, he kills you instantly. I decided to include beating the game without dying as part of the 100% completion criteria, because that unlocks a special cutscene at the end of the game where you see Marin turn into a seagull. So I didn't want to steal from the shop owner and die and not be able to see that secret ending. Requiring myself to not die once may seem like a crazy thing to include in a marathon run such as this, but it's actually pretty easy to not die in the game. I bought some magic medicine from this lady named Crazy Tracy that heals me when I run out of health, and if I somehow managed to actually die, I would just reload a previous save. So from here, I gave some cheeky monkeys my banana for a stick, definitely a fair trade, farmed some more secret seashells to claim a piece of heart reward from the Seashell Mansion, and gathered up some golden leaves to give to this guy named Richard, so that I could get the key to access Dungeon 3 Key Cavern. Before I entered the dungeon though, I did a crap ton of seashell farming with a shell that I purchased at the Maid Village shop, and eventually brought my total seashell count to 20 seashells, allowing myself to claim the next Seashell Mansion reward of the Seashell Sensor, which notifies me when seashells are nearby. I actually did not need this sensor though, because I had the best seashell sensor known to mankind, the internet. So with my bags overflowing with seashells, I encouraged Terran's stupidity by giving him a stick to poke a beehive with, and received a honeycomb as a reward for my generosity. I then entered dungeon number 3, Key Cavern. Key Cavern was definitely a step up in difficulty compared to dungeons 1 and 2. In here, I met the one enemy in this game that I despised the most, these stupid looking dodo bird Kirby things. They're able to teleport around, which they only do immediately before Link touches them with his sword. In a lot of rooms throughout this game, you're asked to kill these guys to unlock some sort of secret, and in Key Cavern, there was one room that tripped me up quite a bit, where in order to kill these guys, you're supposed to place a bomb down where you expect them to teleport and then swipe at them with your sword to make them die by the bomb explosion after they teleport. Other than these guys being challenging, this dungeon was pretty easy, as Link's Awakening's dungeons are generally pretty tame in terms of puzzles. So after opening all chests in the dungeon, which even led to a whopping 300 rupee reward, I took out Slime Eye and put the dungeon in my past. I then did a bunch of random miscellaneous things required for 100% completion. I collected some heart pieces, gave a bear with some super realistic looking soup a honeycomb in exchange for some pineapple, and bumped into Marin at the beach where I witnessed Link and his negative Riz skills. Really, Link, she really hits you with the, "Aren't you going to say anything?" And you all wonder why Link never gets any action from Zelda in any of his games. Also no, apparently this one doesn't count. Evidently, they're just hugging. The flying caterpillar from A Link to the Past made a return, so I took it out to obtain a key to the next dungeon, Angler's Tunnel. Before entering this next dungeon though, I did some miscellaneous things such as obtaining more secret seashells across Koholint Island to bring my total count to 30, nabbed a piece of heart from the Crane game, and dashed into a bookcase in the Maid Village library to unlock the secret path to a hidden dungeon called the Color Dungeon. This extra dungeon isn't required to beat the game, where it's only required for 100% completion. I made sure to tackle it as soon as possible though, because the reward upon completing it is super helpful, where you can either choose between the red tunic, which doubles the amount of damage Link deals, or the blue tunic, which halves the damage Link receives. Upon completing the dungeon, I went with the red tunic because I had Crazy Tracy's healing medicine, and so much health already that I probably wasn't going to die anytime soon, and the red tunic allows me to kill enemies faster, allowing me to complete the game quicker. So after exiting the color dungeon, I put the angler key into its slot to unlock the next dungeon, gave a guy my pineapple in exchange for a hibiscus to progress the game's training sequence, and tackled Dungeon 4 Angler's Tunnel with ease. After exiting the dungeon, I traveled a short distance and learned the Manbo's Mambo song, which I made heavy use of because it allows Link to fast travel to one of the many warp areas in Koholint Island. Next, I obtained some more pieces of heart and secret seashells scattered across the island, put up with the ghost's incessant complaining to get an empty bottle, and made a lot of progress through the trading sequence where I got the letter item, helped a goat lady catfish a poor man to get a broom, got a fishing hook, necklace, and finally witnessed Link do some questionable things to a mermaid as he got one of her scales, allegedly. I then paid my man Mad Batter another visit to get the upgraded bomb bag, allowing me to hold a whopping 60, more than I could ever dream of ever needing to use. And then I finally made my way into the next dungeon, dungeon number 5, Catfish's Maw. This dungeon went down pretty standard, except there's a pair of mini-bosses that go down as my most hated boss in the game, Goma. In standard Goma fashion, in order to take these guys down, you're supposed to shoot them in the eye until they're dead. But in this version of the game, it takes so long for them to reveal their weak points. And it's not like the fight is even that challenging. It's just a bunch of waiting around until they open their eyes. Also, what's even worse is that in this dungeon, that mini-boss fight isn't even required in the slightest to make progress or unlock any sort of special item. The fight just takes place in some side room, isolated from the rest of the dungeon. So once the dungeon was defeated, I decided to progress to the end of the trading sequence by obtaining the magnifying lens. And then finally the boomerang, which was honestly pretty underwhelming, as I didn't use the boomerang much at all. Most of the time when you hit enemies with it, it just stuns them instead of killing them, so you might as well just use the bow instead if you're going for ranged attacks. Eventually, after getting a few more secret seashells and pieces of heart, I made my way over to one of the many minigames that exist in the Zelda universe, Rapids Ride. In this minigame, you ride on a, you guessed it, raft, and travel down a river and collect goodies along the way. There are two versions of this minigame, one where you leisurely collect items at a slow pace called Rapids Raid, and one where you race down the rapids as fast as possible called Rapids Race, and each have their own set of collectibles needed for 100% completion. Rapids Raid was the easier of the two, where I collected a piece of heart and a secret seashell with relative ease. Rapids Race has 3 collectibles I needed: a piece of heart for getting to the bottom of the rapids in under 40 seconds, a secret seashell for getting there in less than 35 seconds, and a chamber stone for getting there in under 30 seconds. At first, I didn't realize I could use a grappling hook to go faster down the rapids, so once with that knowledge, I was able to obtain the 40-second and 35-second rewards with relative ease. The final reward of getting to the bottom of the rapids in under 30 seconds, however, was its own beast. You have to get to the bottom of the rapids almost flawlessly with almost no mistakes. I even looked up a video of a route to get down as quickly as possible, and even with that guide pulled up on the side, I still consistently made it to the bottom of the rapids a few seconds or so longer than the threshold. But in one attempt, I was on the best pace I'd ever been at. At the 23-second mark, I was along the final stretch, using the grappling hook diagonally to weave through the vines blocking my path as quickly as possible. I was nearing the final bend before the finish line when I missed my hook shot to a tree, causing me to leisurely coast along the rapids instead of being propelled to the finish line. I did manage to get a short hookshot boost to a nearby vine though, and then I coasted to the finish line, crossing my fingers that I would make it there in under 30 seconds. With less than 2 seconds until the cutoff, I slowly made my way to the finish line, jumped off the waterfall, and... 29.94 seconds. Only 6/100ths of a second to spare. Just for reference of how close that actually was, this game runs at 60 frames per second, so there was only about 3 to 4 frames until I would reach the cutoff time of 30 seconds. So shaking with adrenaline, I collected my chamber stone and left Rapids Ride without looking back. The secret seashell that I got in the Rapids Ride minigame actually allowed me to collect my next seashell mansion reward, where I obtained the Cajon Sword, which increases Link's damage dealt, causing me to be an unstoppable war machine, coupled with the red tunic I had on as well. At this point, I had already spent a little bit more time playing Zelda on the second day compared to the first day of the challenge, but I was honestly feeling pretty good at this point. Link's Awakening for the Switch is a beautiful game, and I was feeling pretty immersed, was having a good time, and was quite frankly on a roll. So instead of calling it quits for the day, I decided to keep playing for a little while longer. From here, I took on the next dungeon, Face Shrine, where I took out a Cyclops shark creature and then decided to take on one of the most difficult challenges in the game, endgame fishing. As you progress through the main dungeons, more variety of fish are able to be caught at the fishing hole, and naturally, more collectibles are available as well that are required for 100% completion. The most difficult fish to catch is deemed the Old Baron, where the player is gifted a chamber stone for catching one, as well as another chamber stone for catching an Old Baron 60 inches or greater in length. You don't actually know the length of the Old Baron until after you catch it, so there's a bit of luck involved hoping that the Old Baron that you're fishing for is large enough to get the reward. I got extremely lucky my first attempt of catching the large fish, where the first Old Baron that I caught was 60 inches or greater, so I got 2 of the associated chamber stones at once. Also, I didn't really even think that fish was that hard to catch. It just takes a bit of patience. After resetting the fishing hole a few times to get fish to respawn, I also pretty easily caught a Cheep Cheep and a blooper to net myself a couple of secret seashells along with a heavyweight lure. Next, I tackled the Eagle's Tower dungeon, which probably would have been pretty challenging if I hadn't played the DX version of this game about a year ago, so this dungeon was pretty familiar to me. I'm pretty sure I got softlocked about midway through though, where there was seemingly nowhere to go, so I just warped to the entrance of the dungeon using the Manbo's Mambo song, but before long, I made it to the boss fight and took out Evil Eagle, completing the dungeon. From here, I got the last equipment upgrade where I upgraded the bow capacity to a whopping 60, dug up the 50th and final secret seashell, which netted me a rupee effect that I could apply to the rooms in Dampé's chamber dungeons. This rupee effect ended up being super helpful for me in acquiring enough rupees to purchase all 7 chamber stones from the Maid Village shop, where once applied to all rooms, rupees rained down on the player, allowing the player to collect hundreds of rupees in a single room. More on those chamber dungeons later on though. I then made my way into the last dungeon of the game, Turtle Rock. Now at this point, I was feeling pretty fatigued for the day. I had completed A Link to the Past, completed most of Link's Awakening, and was clocked in at a little over 14 hours of playing Zelda for the day. So in an attempt to keep my sanity, I decided to go to bed for the night, feeling pretty pleased with the progress I made thus far. Kicking things off in the morning, I started playing through Turtle Rock, the last true dungeon of the game, but unfortunately far from reaching 100% completion. Turtle Rock is structured like a regular dungeon, but there's also an outdoor section that has a few goodies we needed to collect. I obtained the final piece of heart to collect in the game and unlocked the 10th and final warp location. Before long, I beat the boss and opened all chests in the dungeon before I decided to tackle a new challenge, obtaining all 10 figurines from the crane minigame. Obtaining all 10 figurines was actually a pretty fun challenge. You would think playing the same exact crane game 10 times would get tedious, but each figurine is shaped differently, causing them to react differently when you go to grab them. The hardest figurines to nab were the ones on moving platforms, but after enough trial and error, I got the timing down for those well enough. One of the craziest rounds took place when I tried to get the Shy Guy figurine. Wait for it. I barely got the figurine. I wasn't as lucky with the last few figurines I had to collect though, where their shape made them particularly annoying to grab. The piranha plant, for example, required a few attempts for me, and the very last figurine of the Bow Wow's head was the most annoying out of all of them to catch. His head is so large that it barely fit in the claws of the crane, so you have to be nearly perfect to actually grab the thing. But once you have it in the claw, the thing's not coming out. Interestingly enough, this last figurine is only available after you beat the game. The actual final boss of Link's Awakening was fine. I was armed to the teeth after getting very close to 100% completion, so there was no real risk of me dying. So I took out Deathel, and watched Marin soar in the sky as a seagull due to me beating the game without dying. But my journey to 100% Link's Awakening was far from over. I still had one of the most hated aspects of this game left to complete: Dampé's Chamber Dungeons. There's a total of 24 Dampé challenges, where for each challenge, the player is tasked to create dungeons made from rooms that are present in the main 8 dungeons in the game. For each challenge, Dampé also has a constraint that you have to abide by. Once the dungeon is created, you have to play through it to mark the challenge as completed. Each completed challenge nets a reward for the player, such as a piece of heart, secret seashell, or rupees. The act of playing through each dungeon that I created wasn't that difficult. The difficult part was creating each dungeon such that I could complete them as quickly as possible. To complete each challenge, you're required to open every single chest that you place down, so one tactic I used to go fast was to place down as small a number of chests as possible. I wasn't able to do this for every challenge though, because remember, I still needed to collect almost 9,000 rupees to purchase chamber stones, so I needed to include chests in the dungeons that I created to rack up my rupee count. It took a few hours, but after opening dozens upon dozens of chests, and abusing that rupee effect that rains down rupees, I was finally able to obtain enough rupees to purchase the rest of the chamber stones. Once all chamber stones were purchased, I blasted through the rest of Dampé's challenges as quickly as possible, putting down a scarce amount of chests. Also, for each challenge, you're forced to create a boss fight. I chose to fight Moldworm every single time because that seemed like the fastest boss to beat, and with my red tunic and Koholint sword, I was able to kill Moldworm in a matter of seconds. Check this out. So after hours of placing down rooms and clearing them out, I was finally able to complete all 24 of Dampé's challenges. To say this process was tedious would be an understatement. These challenges were super boring, and more often than not, I would place down the same room templates every single time because I would always choose the easiest ones to progress through. And playing through these chamber dungeons was the first instance where I had an urge to actually quit the challenge because of how boring it was. I also don't think it helped that I saved a large majority of the side mode to play all at once at the end of the game, where I think I would have preserved my sanity if I distributed playing through the chamber dungeons throughout my entire playthrough of Link's Awakening. Now there's a few more additional unlockables that may constitute as being required for 100% completion that I don't think should count, which are the amiibo exclusive content. If you scan the Link's Awakening Link amiibo, you can unlock a Shadow Link effect, which spawns a Shadow Link that tries to kill you. And if you scan 5 other random Legend of Zelda amiibos, you unlock 5 additional room templates that you can place down in the challenges. All 5 of them are just rooms present from the base game, so they're nothing really special if I'm being honest. All in all though, these amiibo exclusive figures aren't really worth it, and I would be appalled if someone bought all these amiibos just to say that they achieved 100% completion for this game. Yeah, I caved in and bought the amiibo. Do I regret it? No. Do I plan on actually using the features unlocked with the amiibo? No. But I achieved true 100% completion, and that's all that matters. Next up, we have a pair of games I'll be completing together, where we have The Legend of Zelda, Oracle of Seasons, and Oracle of Ages. And if you thought any of the previous 4 games I completed were crazy, you'll be absolutely blown away at these games. So what makes the previous 4 Zelda games I've completed pale in comparison to these 2 Game Boy Color games? Well, that has to do with how these games are structured. The process to 100% complete these 2 games is the most complicated out of any Zelda game to exist thus far, and I'll do my best to explain it as clearly as I can. Oracle of Seasons and Ages were released on the same day, and a main feature of these games is a password system that allows you to link one game with the other. For instance, if you play Oracle of Seasons first and beat it, you'll get a password that you can type in before your playthrough of Oracle of Ages. And that password will create story alterations that make your playthrough of Oracle of Ages seem like the conclusion of these 2 games. Linking the 2 games allows for the player to experience the true ending for these games, so we'll need to link the 2 games in order to obtain 100% completion. Also, it doesn't matter if you play Oracle of Seasons or Oracle of Ages first. Whichever game you play second will seem like the conclusion of the duology. To make things even more complicated though, once the player completes one of these games and completes the other one after playing through the true ending, they will unlock another password called the Hero's Secret that acts as sort of a New Game Plus and unlocks even more collectibles if you play through the 2 games over again. This time in the reverse order of which you originally played the 2. So 4 whole playthroughs are needed to 100% these 2 games. 2 playthroughs of Oracle of Seasons and 2 playthroughs of Oracle of Ages. The main reason for 4 playthroughs being required is to allow the player to obtain all 64 rings in a singular save file, where once a ring is obtained, it can be transferred to any of your 4 save files. I'll touch more on these rings later on in the video. For the order that I'll be playing the games for this challenge, I chose to play Ages, then Seasons again, and then finally Ages. I chose to play Ages first because there are some really useful rings only present in Oracle of Ages that I wanted to obtain my first playthrough, so that I could use them throughout my next 3 subsequent playthroughs. So we know I'll be playing through Oracle of Ages first, but what is required to 100% these games besides collecting all 64 rings that I mentioned earlier? Well, for each of my 4 playthroughs, I'll also be beating all dungeons and obtaining the dungeon map and compass for each of them, obtaining all exclusive items in their upgraded variants, such as the level 3 Mirror Shield, level 3 Master Sword, fully upgraded Seed Satchel and Bomb Bag, etc. And I'll get myself to the maximum health capacity in all 4 playthroughs. So with that background out of the way, let's jump right into our first playthrough of Oracle of Ages. Now, part of my reason for playing Oracle of Ages first is to obtain some really useful rings earlier on, but another reason is because this game is more challenging compared to Oracle of Seasons, so I wanted to get it over with as soon as possible. I'm a lot better with the straightforward combat and platforming sections of the combat-focused Seasons. In the more puzzle-focused Ages made me a bit nervous, because getting stuck on a tricky puzzle could lose me a lot of time. I also say that Oracle of Seasons and Ages are the first 2 games in this challenge that I had barely played before, so I had to more frequently consult a guide to know where certain collectibles were, and how to go about collecting them the fastest. Oracle of Ages started out simple enough though, in typical Zelda introductory fashion. I chauffeured around Impa who had a nasty case of Argyria, and witnessed our villain Varen wreak havoc in the past who negatively affect the present, where Link resides. And from here, our quest is kicked off. Stop Varen to save the land of Labrynna. So from here, I made my way to Vasu, the ring guy, and earned my first of many rings, the Friendship Ring, which does absolutely nothing. Good start. Link can only wear 1 ring at a time, and most rings have certain effects to benefit the player, but a lot of them also have no effects at all and just act as trophies for the player. So after being unimpressed by Vasu, I made my way to a guy named Bipin, and surprisingly enough, his wife let me, an unknown stranger who broke into their home, name their child. So I named him the most honorable name I could think of, Admiral McPoo. They only gave me 5 characters to work with in naming the kid. I had to work the best with what I had. I then got a shovel, obtained my first piece of heart, and planted my first of many gacha seeds for these 2 games. For those that don't know, there are these soft soil patches scattered across the overworlds of Oracle of Ages and Seasons, where you can plant gacha seeds, and after you kill a certain amount of enemies, the tree will grow enough to produce a gacha nut. Inside the gacha nut, you can find a collectible. These collectibles can range from rupees to healing potions, but the most abundant reward, and the one that I mainly planted gacha seeds for, was rings. Out of the 64 unique rings that exist in these games, some are set rewards for completing certain minigames or opening certain chests, but there are a number of these rings that can only be found in these gacha trees. I'll touch more on these gacha trees later on in the video though. Next, I got flirted on by a talking tree, bought a shield for 30 rupees, and took out the first dungeon of the game without any real issues. Immediately after exiting the dungeon, I ran into Maple. In addition to planting gacha seeds in soft soil spots, running into the witch Maple is also a way to get exclusive rings, where once you run into her, a number of your items and her items will fall to the ground, which results in a mad dash for you to pick up as many items as you possibly can. During this sequence, I found that Maple tends to firstly go for the most valuable items, so it can be difficult to grab her dropped rings in time. But because of the fact that you encounter Maple after killing 30 enemies, and therefore run into her rather frequently, Maple's ring drops were a big help in me being able to obtain all the rings in the game. I then obtained the Poe Clock from a ghost to kick off the game's trading sequence, and then entered a forest to witness one of the worst songs in any Zelda game. Listen to this. Oracle of Seasons and Ages has some real bangers of songs, but there's a few of them that just sound so bad, especially in Oracle of Ages. There's something about the frequency of that song that just sounds so annoying, and it's so repetitive, and I had to listen to it for quite a while because in order to progress, you need to find all 3 stray fairies through trial and error. Yes, picking random paths until you stumble across them. And what's worse is that in order to find one of the fairies, you need to go up, down, and then up again from the starting area. As if that makes any logical sense. Once out of the forest, I obtained the Harp of Ages, which allows Link to travel between the past and present. Helped out a poor fellow who just finished his last roll of TP to progress the trading sequence, when he gave me, dear God, I don't even want to know what's in there. Found some mysterious seeds on a tree, and I somehow found myself being kidnapped and mugged by some guards when they took some of my mystery seeds. Except I wasn't really mugged because they gave me some bombs. So, thank you? I then made it to the second dungeon of the game, which was more annoying than anything. There were these block pushing puzzles that reminded me a lot of that Blox Wars game from Cool Math for Kids back in the day, where you had to push a cube until its correct colored face lands on a certain tile on the ground. These puzzles were not super difficult, but they ate up some precious time trying to figure out. Also, the boss was super annoying as well. You're supposed to throw a bomb inside of it when its red face appears, but it can be pretty hard to time, especially when the speed ramps up the more you progress into the fight. I even straight up died during this fight, because if you're unlucky enough to land on his blue face, he launches a multitude of these fireballs that are extremely hard to dodge and deal a lot of damage when they run into you. But after another attempt and being more familiar with the fight, I was able to take this guy out. Also, Capcom included a small troll during this boss fight that I thought was pretty funny. Whenever you damage him when you land on his red face, he drops a heart directly below him, but upon landing on his final red face right before he dies, he actually falls down, so if you're standing there expecting a heart, you could get killed right as the boss fight ends as you're expecting to obtain a heart. I then made my way to Pippin's house again to pay McPoo a visit. Over the course of the game, if you interact with him, he grows up and displays certain traits depending on how you interact with him. I went ahead and included allowing this kid to grow up in the list of items required for 100% completion, because interacting with him does have a notable effect in the game of developing his character. So after being asked to give some rupees to fund McPoo's hospital visit, I gave him a singular rupee. Hey, I didn't say I had to do a good job with seeing this kid to adulthood. Plus, I had more useful things to use my rupees on, like jewelry, that provides me no benefit besides growing my surplus collection of rings. Dang, this kid's doomed. So from here, I rode a flying hippo to get some flippers, pretended to be a kangaroo's child as I hopped around until obtaining a map from a 35-year-old man dressed as a fairy, and got lost at sea, and washed up on an island with lizard people, who stripped all of my items away from me. This area is definitely one of the highlights of this game. It's a precursor to Eventide Island from Breath of the Wild, and it was honestly pretty fun and challenging trying to get all of Link's items back. Eventually though, after getting all of my items back, I entered dungeon number 3, Moonlit Grotto. This dungeon was pretty challenging, but there's one room that honestly made me want to pull my hair out. You're supposed to take out 4 armor statues with bombs, but you only have 10 bombs at your disposal. You may think, oh, 10 bombs for only 4 enemies? That's no problem. Well, you're wrong. These armor statues are very unpredictable, where once you throw the bomb at one, they could be close to the other side of the room when your bomb actually explodes. So I would just throw one of my bombs down and pray that one of them would walk into the explosion by chance. Long story short, I ran out of bombs a lot in this room and had to reset a bunch. In one attempt, I managed to kill 3 of them and have 6 bombs remaining, but every single one of my 6 remaining bombs missed the last guy until I had to leave and re-enter the room again. Like, you can't even make this up. But eventually, I made it through the room, made it through some more tricky puzzles, until I made it to the boss fight, which I straight up died in. A common theme that I noticed about the boss fights in the 2 Oracle games is that they're incredibly unique. All of them have a cool design, including the mini-bosses, and each of them have a creative way to take them out. However, the solution to take them out can be cryptic at times, where it can take a while to get used to them, and some trial and error is required to figure out their weak points. With this Dungeon 3 boss, for instance, you're supposed to use your siege shooter to damage it after ricocheting your shot off the wall. It's not very intuitive, but I guess if you keep trying different attack methods over and over again, you'll eventually figure it out. And during my second attempt at the boss, I was more used to its attack patterns and knocked it out without a problem. From here, I progressed the trading sequence some more after obtaining the doggy mask and then the dumbbell, and braved the fairy woods yet again, where I found Moosh, who became my designated animal buddy for the game. One of the interesting features about Oracle of Seasons and Ages is that you're able to choose whichever one of the 3 animal buddies you can ride. There is Moosh, Ricky, or Dimitri. For Oracle of Ages, getting Ricky or Dimitri requires extra work that I don't have time for, so I just decided to go with Moosh. Also, it's not like it really matters which animal you choose. The animal you choose just has slight variations on how the overworld map looks in a few areas. Moosh is probably the dumbest looking out of the 3, so I wasn't exactly thrilled with getting Moosh, but it wasn't the end of the world because it was pretty rare that I even needed to ride the guy. Sorry, buddy. After progressing through the main quest some more, I obtained a much appreciated bomb bag upgrade from a fairy, where I was able to hold 30 bombs instead of the measly 10 that caused me so much trouble in the previous dungeon. Eventually, I made it to a pretty wild minigame that's required to beat in order to progress. There's this guy named Patch that has to repair your Tunai nut to let you progress to the next dungeon, but instead of simply being a good Samaritan and fixing it on the spot, he makes you participate in a quote, restoration ceremony, in his basement where he unleashes monsters upon you that you have to kill. Seems a bit unnecessary, but okay. This little game seems more in place in a Saw movie if I'm being honest. When you complete the ceremony, he has a Freudian slip and accidentally calls the ceremony a trap. And he does this twice. Yeah, this guy's a nut job. The next dungeon, deemed Skull Dungeon, went well enough, where I was able to get the dungeon map, compass, and kill the boss just fine. Once out of the dungeon, I ran into Maple and got extremely lucky, where she dropped a piece of heart for me to pick up, and the piece of heart landed right next to me for me to snatch up with ease. It's actually pretty rare for Maple to drop this piece of heart, and when she does drop it, she oftentimes sprints over to it right away to pick it up before Link, so it can be hard to grab. In order to 100% these games, I'll be getting every single heart container upgrade in all 4 of my playthroughs, so I'll be needing to get this Maple exclusive heart piece 3 more times. I then checked in on McPoo to see that he miraculously got better, purchased a level 2 ring box to allow Link to carry more rings at a time, and told a depressed kid a funny joke to progress the game's trading sequence. What's the joke, you may ask? Well, just see for yourself. Apparently Capcom didn't want to think of an actual joke, so they just added playful music as Link danced around like a goofball. After doing a bit more progressing through the trading sequence, Azura gave me a broken sword which I had to bring to, you guessed it, our favorite psychopath Patch to fix up. In order to fix the broken sword, I had to play the same demented minigame I played earlier, except this time, it was a little bit more challenging. I did fail at one time though, where the cart managed to hit the broken sword before I killed all the enemies. It is funny though, that the game acts like it matters that the cart slammed into a sword that's already broken. Like I feel like if the cart slams into it, there is no real consequence if the sword is already broken. But that's besides the point. After successfully getting through Patch's minigame, he fixed the sword which resulted in me getting the level 2 sword, which deals more damage compared to the starting sword, and marked the end of this game's trading sequence. From here, I progressed through the main story by helping out some Gorons until I obtained the level 1 armor ring, which is honestly pretty useless. It increases your defense by a little bit, but it also decreases your attack power by the same amount, so it basically does nothing besides delaying combat by making yourself and enemies harder to kill. Before long though, I made it to the next dungeon, Crown Dungeon, which has, in my opinion, the worst sounding song in the entire Zelda franchise by far. Just listen to this. Just after the first few seconds of hearing that, I had the urge to turn it down. and it's honestly pretty baffling that Capcom heard that music and thought it sounded okay. It's just so annoying, repetitive, and honestly spoiled the whole dungeon experience for me, where I just played through the entire dungeon on mute the whole time because it was just that bad. The actual gameplay of this dungeon went fine though, where the boss actually surprised me of how creative it was. The entire fight is a puzzle, where you use the Cane of Samaria to place blocks down to combine the boss so that you can attack it. This was so unique, where I honestly can't think of another Zelda boss fight that's just a puzzle at its core like this. Heck, this boss fight even has a reset button off to the side to reset a portion of the fight if you somehow mess it up enough to get softlocked. After exiting the dungeon, I did some more wandering around until I came across a Goron. I gave him 20 Ember Seeds and 20 bombs, and he agreed to give me some of his treasure after he finished digging. Before I took on this challenge, I came across a website that says he gives you the red luck ring if you come back to him after waiting enough time. But after checking in on him throughout my playthrough of Oracle of Ages, he would just be digging away still and not reveal any treasure. Eventually, I got the red luck ring from a minigame reward, so I didn't have to keep checking in on this guy, but let me know in the comments if you know the criteria for this guy to reveal his reward. I feel like the solution has to be some convoluted random order of tasks that the player has to perform or something, because after hours of playing, this guy wouldn't give me anything. Upon wandering around the overworld in the present, I came across an old man, who, similar to the obnoxious guy from Zelda 1 on the NES, makes you pay him 100 rupees to repair his door. Also, what's even more hilarious is that if you visit the exact same guy in the past, he actually gives you 200 rupees this time around. I wonder what changed in the guy going from the past to the present, but it definitely was not for the better. At this point in the game, I was introduced to 3 minigames hosted by Gorons that are required for me to participate in to beat the game. A game where you ride in a minecart and shoot at rupees with your seed shooter. A game that's basically baseball where you have to hit targets to earn points. And thirdly, a game that's essentially a rhythm game where you repeat a certain rhythm that a Goron creates. All these minigames are required to play to get a key to the next dungeon. I started with the cart shooter game, which was the easiest out of the 3, but it wasn't exactly a walk in the park. You have to hit all 12 targets to win the grand prize, but after a few attempts of getting the hang of it, I knocked it out fine and was able to progress the story. After this, there was actually a harder variant of this game that I took on to try and win the boomerang, which is not required for the base game, where I obtained it for 100% completion's sake. What's tricky about the boomerang is that it's not a guaranteed grand prize for this minigame, so you could have to play this game 10 or 20 times before even being able to attempt winning the boomerang. After a few times of resetting the minigame grand prize, I got lucky and came across the boomerang. I had to lock in and hit all 12 targets to win, where failing now could cause me to cycle through the prize pool again for who knows how long. So I locked in and began the minigame. I played through the first room without any misses, and after playing through half of the second room, I had a few more targets to hit when... After missing the last target, I clutched it with the final shot to put an end to the minigame. I then knocked out the baseball game, which is probably the second hardest of the 3, but I was able to knock it out without much issue. If you hit the blue targets, you gain points, and if you hit the purple targets, you lose points. And you had to get a certain number of points within an allotted amount of swings to win the game. My only real gripe about this minigame is that it's super hard to time your sword swings to hit targets, because the speed at which the ball comes out is random, and pressing a button to swing your sword doesn't give you that much control over where the ball ends up. The final minigame, and the hardest in my opinion, goes to the Goron rhythm game. There's 8 total rounds of this minigame, where each round consists of the Goron in the center doing some combination of A button presses and B button presses, and you have to mimic what he does. But the hard part is not just memorizing what buttons to press, you also have to memorize the spacing between each button press, so the tempo and rhythm. And there's not even a metronome playing in the background, which makes it even harder, and you can only miss up to 2 of the 8 rounds before failing the minigame, where failing would result in you needing to start over again. But after a few attempts at the minigame, I managed to earn my prize of the Mermaid Key to gain access to the next dungeon, which I walked over to immediately. But I only scratched the surface of these minigames. I was done playing through the cart shooter one, but little did I know how much pain I would have to endure in the near future, playing the baseball and Goron rhythm game some more. This is because certain rings exist in the game that can only be earned through playing these 2 minigames, and at a considerably tougher difficulty compared to the rounds required to complete for beating the base game. But more on those later. For now though, I spent around 13.5 hours playing Zelda for day 3, and I was feeling pretty worn out. I was still pleased with my pace at this point, but those 3 minigames that I had just completed took a toll on me due to how stressful they were at times. I think their difficulty was amplified by how tired I was at this point, being the end of the day and all. So after throwing in the towel for the day, I decided to pick things up in the morning of day 4. Mermaid Cave, the next dungeon I had to tackle, is an interesting dungeon that requires a player to switch between the past and present in order to complete. It does have a pretty annoying room though, where there are 2 switches, and you're required to pull the correct one to make a chest spawn that contains the boss key. But the real kicker is that it doesn't matter if you choose a left or right switch. The chest spawning is not correlated to which switch you pull, so if you keep pulling the left switch, the chest will eventually spawn after not spawning for a while. And if you pull the right switch, the chest will eventually spawn after not spawning for a while. Why would Capcom choose to make such a horrible design choice? No idea. Players are supposed to learn from their mistakes, not do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. This dungeon also housed my least favorite item in the game, the mermaid suit, which has more versatility than the flippers because it lets Link swim in deep waters, but it controls quite a bit worse than the flippers. To move around with the flippers, you hold the direction you want to go and spam the A button to move fast. But to move around with the mermaid suit, you have to spam the D-pad in the direction you want to move, where the faster you spam it, the faster you move. I'm not sure if me playing Zelda games for days on end for this challenge just made my thumbs weak, but it was super tiring trying to swim with the mermaid suit, where my thumbs cramped up quite a bit. I was so unmotivated to play through any swimming sections, and it honestly baffles me that Capcom made a choice to map the mermaid suit controls like this in the game. Simply holding down a D-pad direction to move should have sufficed, instead of having to spam the button to move around. Also, another thing that sucked with the mermaid suit is that while you're submerged underwater, you cannot use the item mapped to your B button. I would normally play the game with the sword mapped to my B button, so anytime I had to get in the water, I would have to change my sword to the A button instead. They evidently did this because when you're underwater, the B button is needed to dive deeper or shallower into the water. So I guess in that instance, Capcom was just doing their best with the limited hardware they had at their disposal. But anyway, moving on from that tangent. I managed to beat the dungeon, and back in Lena Village, I purchased a piece of heart for 500 rupees. I then swam around the outskirts of the island with the lizard people, and came across one in hiding that gave me the upgraded level 2 shield, deemed the Iron Shield. I then swam around the southwest corner of the map for a bit until I came across what I think is the second hardest dungeon in the entire Zelda franchise, Jabu Jabu's Belly, with of course the hardest Zelda dungeon ever being the Great Palace from Zelda 2. I honestly don't think Nintendo is capable of making a dungeon harder than the Jabu Jabu's Belly from Oracle of Ages ever again. This should seem as a good thing, because what makes this dungeon so hard isn't necessarily its complex and mind-bending puzzles. I think it mostly has to do with the limitations of the hardware. There's an item that you have to use in this dungeon called a switch hook that allows you to switch places with objects that you hook onto. It's a pretty cool and novel concept not seen before in Zelda, but I guess due to the screen crunch present in this game, there's a number of objects that you have to trade places with that are literally off-screen, so you have to memorize where they are located to know where to use your switch hook. Also, a central theme of this dungeon is lowering and raising water levels, similar to the water temple from Ocarina of Time. But it's a lot harder to visualize the water changing levels in Oracle of Ages compared to Ocarina of Time, because Oracle of Ages is in 2D and not 3D. The glitter on the turd for things that suck in this dungeon is that during the majority of it, you'll be swimming. And you know what that means? Spamming the D-pad to move around almost constantly with the mermaid suit. For real, it was a massive chore to move around in this place. And what's even worse is I'll have to play through this entire dungeon again later on in this challenge, because to obtain 100% completion, you have to beat each Oracle game twice. So once out of the dungeon, I decided to do some ring collecting. I got the green holy ring from a chest in the Fairy Woods, as well as the whimsical ring from a chest close to the Jabu Jabu Belly's dungeon. You are not actually able to use rings collected until you pay money to get them appraised at Vasu's place, so I made my way over to Vasu's to appraise the roughly 20 or so rings that I collected up until that point. Upon talking to him, I learned that I got the ring for killing 1,000 monsters, which was honestly pretty surprising because I thought for sure I would have to grind for that ring, but I got it from just playing the game normally. After appraising all of my rings, I had 17 total unique rings at that point. So yes, I had a decent amount of duplicate rings that I acquired, which are honestly unfortunately common in this game. All of the rings I had at this point were pretty much garbage, so I didn't really even bother wearing any specific ring and just moved on with my quest. Not much longer, I made my way into the last dungeon of the game, Ancient Tomb. To my pleasant surprise, this dungeon was a lot easier compared to Jabu Jabu's Belly. It was pretty linear, but there was this super annoying swimming section with bottomless pits all around, and rough currents that can send Link towards unintended directions. And if you fall down a pit, you lose some health and have to start the room all over again. Now I entered this room with full health of 12 hearts, and for 5 whole minutes, I watched my health slowly dwindle until I was at 1.5 hearts left. I had particular difficulty with this area right before the screen's transition, where you have to thread the needle twice through a one-tile opening. Finally though, I was able to transition to the next room, so if I fell in a pit, I would restart at this screen's transition. This next room was a lot easier, but that did not stop me from falling in some pits, where I went from 1 heart to half a heart right before making it to safety. If I took any more damage at this point, I would spawn at the beginning of the dungeon again and would have to do the whole swimming section over again. So I needed to heal myself and avoid damage at all costs. And I died. But I hit a switch to unlock a shortcut staircase mere milliseconds before I died, so now I could just waltz up these stairs without having to sit through that annoying swimming section again. Before long, I made it to the dungeon's boss, which was actually pretty challenging with multiple phases, but in the end, I made it out victorious and collected the Lucky Charm. Seriously though, doesn't this thing look exactly like something you'd find on a Lucky Charm cereal box? Just me? Okay. Upon exiting the dungeon, I came across one of the most useful rings in the game, and one that I had in my ring box at almost all times. The blue ring, which doubles Link's defense. This was so helpful because I could play more recklessly without worrying about gaming over as much. From here, I rounded up some gacha tree rewards spread across Labrina that I planted as I played the game, had an intermission where I played with McPoo, and mentally prepared myself for the most challenging and mentally taxing part of Oracle of Ages and Seasons, the endgame grind for 100% completion rewards. If you may recall, earlier on in this video, I mentioned that a very common reward from gacha trees are rings. And there are many gacha tree exclusive rings that I will need to obtain based on chance, where the whole process is basically a gacha system where you keep planting seeds until you get all the rings you want, and repeat rings are unfortunately very common. In a casual playthrough of Oracle of Ages and Seasons, you cannot really obtain all gacha tree exclusive rings normally, so I knew I needed to grind for gacha rewards. I also knew of a time-consuming ring that I need to acquire called the 100th ring that is gifted to the player after Vasu appraises at least 100 rings in a singular save file. So I figured I would grind for his 100 ring appraisals ring as well as a gacha tree exclusive rings at the same time in order to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If I could go back in time to the challenge, I think I would have saved all this grinding for rings until right at the tail end of my very last playthrough, because I certainly would have acquired random rings just playing the game normally, that I may not have even needed to grind for. But I just decided to grind at this point in time during my first playthrough because quite frankly, I just wanted to get the gacha grinding over with. Also, I obtained a decent amount of rings from just playing the game normally, so I figured I would just continue to get more rings until I got the 100 rings appraisals ring. There are about a dozen or so soft soil spots to plant gacha seeds in Oracle of Ages, and certain soft soil spots can only produce certain rings. The rings that can be acquired from gacha trees in different locations are split into tiers that range from 1 to 5. So the cursed ring is a tier 1 ring for example, while the green ring is a tier 5 ring. And some soft soil spots can only produce tier 1 to tier 2 rings for example, and some are only able to produce tier 3 to tier 5 rings. The soft soil spot I chose to grind rings for was on Crescent Island in the past. It produces tier 3 to tier 5 rings, which was ideal for me, because that range of tiers included most of the rings that I was missing, and it was in a good location where I could kill enemies fast. I would kill the 2 Octoroks and Lever, dive in the water, resurface, and the enemies would respawn for me to kill again. Once I reached 30 enemies defeated, I would claim my gacha tree reward, which was a ring the large majority of the time, and I would plant the new seed and repeat the process. And for around 25 minutes or so, I farmed the rest of my gacha seeds that I obtained randomly throughout my quest, until I had 10 of them that I appraised at Vasu's place. Most of these ended up being pretty useless, and I even got some duplicates, but probably the most useful ring that I obtained was the gacha ring, which reduces the number of enemies that you have to kill to make a gacha tree grow from 30 enemies to 20 enemies, as well as increasing your chances of finding rarer gacha tree rewards such as rings. So from here on out, wearing this ring was pretty much a given whenever I went gacha tree farming. But since I was out of gacha seeds at this point, I had to find another way to obtain some seeds. In the meantime, I did some more spelunking for other goodies. In one of the caves with Gorons, I was able to obtain my favorite ring in the game, and the one that I wore the most often, the Gold Joy Ring, which doubles the amount of items Link collects off the ground, including rupees, hearts, bombs, etc. Doubling hearts picked up made combat so much easier, and doubling the amount of rupees collected made another ring in this game a lot easier to obtain, deemed the Rupee Ring, which requires Link to obtain 10,000 rupees to earn. But I'll touch more on that Rupee Ring later on. I find it crazy how extremely well hidden this Gold Joy Ring is though. You have to bomb a wall to get to it, but there's absolutely no indication that this wall is bombable, unless you're randomly testing the wall with your sword to listen for that distinct bombable wall noise. I then appraised 3 more rings that have set locations and chests scattered across Labrina, and then made my way to the baseball shooting gallery game, this time in Luna Village instead of the Goron residence. I came here with the goal to collect 3 rings, where if you get 350 points or more in the minigame, you obtain a random ring that could be one of the 3 rings that I desired. The 2 more common rings I wanted to obtain here were the Blue Holy Ring and the Red Luck Ring. These 2 rings can be obtained randomly from gacha trees, but I wanted to obtain them at the shooting gallery because they are pretty much guaranteed rewards there. But the main reason I decided to play this minigame is the elusive level 2 light ring, which has a less than 5% chance of being a reward. and you don't even know what ring the grand prize is until after you appraise the ring at Vasu's. So each time you get at least 350 points, you have to cross your fingers and hope that it's the ring you want. And what's worse is that this minigame is not easy by any means, where it's very easy to lose a bunch of points by accidentally hitting the purple blocks instead of the blue blocks. And if you get a strike, you lose a whopping 50 points. Also, it's not like the level 2 light ring is even that good of a ring. It just allows Link to shoot sword beams if he has up to 3 hearts missing, instead of normally only being able to shoot sword beams if he's at full health. So after a couple of unremarkable rounds, I managed to win my first ring from this minigame with a total of 440 points earned. So then I went over to Vasu's to see what ring I got. I knew for sure it would be one of the lesser rings, and not the level 2 light ring because the chances were so astronomically low, and no freaking way. The very first ring that I got from this minigame, and it was the rarest ring of them all. I thought I would for sure need to grind for at least an hour to acquire that ring, but I got it just like that. And so I returned to the baseball minigame to try to get the 2 remaining rings I wanted. Most of the times I played, I did not get any ring and either got a gacha seed or 30 rupees, because I did not earn enough points, but the next ring I got ended up being another one I needed, the red luck ring, and then I kept playing some more until I got to an extremely heated match. On the second to last pitch, I got 340 points, which was 10 points away from getting me the ring reward. And so on this very last pitch, I needed at least 10 points, and so as the ball came out, I choked and hit a purple block, which lost me 10 points, and so I had to settle with a measly gacha seed. Whatever. I guess I needed more gacha seeds anyway for ring grinding, so I couldn't really complain too much. And after some more poor playing, I was in a pretty bad match, where going into the last swing, I had 220 points, which was extremely far behind the needed score of 350. But during the last round, I hit a ball right down the middle, earned 130 points, and got exactly 350 points, which was just enough to get myself a ring. And it even appraised to the blue holy ring, which was the remaining ring I needed from this minigame. So now I could happily put the shooting gallery game behind me. But little did I know that this Child's Play baseball game had nothing on the monstrosity of a minigame I had to endure next. This is the Goron Dance-Off Grind. I can confidently say that this minigame goes down as one of the most challenging minigames in the entire Zelda franchise, in terms of getting what is required to 100% complete the game, and this is due to one ring that I needed to collect from it, the Bomber's Ring, which lets Link set 2 bombs down at once. There are definitely better rings in the game, but this ring was definitely the most challenging to obtain in the game for me. The only place you can obtain the Bomber's Ring is by getting a perfect score on the Platinum level difficulty in the past. So out of the 8 rounds, you cannot mistime the beat created by the Gorons even once. Being that I needed to play on the toughest difficulty, you already knew that the beats I had to recite were the longest and most complex the devs could whip up. Here are some samples. And I found that the hardest rounds to recite were the ones that had super long pauses mixed in. That's because I was so pumped full of adrenaline it would often end times rushing the beat, which would result in me losing. Also, it's not like each minigame attempt was short either. Each one takes about a minute and a half, where that minute and a half took intense focus. Intense focus that was dwindling due to me playing 2D Zelda games for days at this point. So for each attempt, I would hype myself up and convince myself to give it my all. And giving it my all was the only way I would ever be getting the Bomber's Ring. It was so easy to lose focus and just be in a perpetual state of playing this minigame over and over again. The only real upside to this minigame is that for each difficulty, the Goron has a limited bank of beats that he could repeat, so if you play the minigame long enough, you will start to memorize the rhythms. But it takes a decent amount of playing to get to that level of comfort with this minigame. So after playing for a while, I kept messing up earlier on in my attempts, until I got to what seemed like a golden run, where I had completed 5 rounds perfectly, and there were only 3 more rounds left that I had to play through flawlessly to get the ring. This is how it played out. That third to last round had a chilling pause that I had to replicate. The second to last round was an extremely long beat to recite, but because I played this game so much, I was pretty familiar with it. Now on to the last round. And I did it! My heart was beating so fast during those last 3 rounds. but I was successful and was so glad it was over. So I went over to Vasu to appraise my ring and... A protection ring? I already own that ring. Where is the Bomber's ring? Well, similar to the level 2 light ring from the shooting gallery, the Bomber's ring is not a guaranteed ring upon getting a perfect score at the Goron Dance game. So even after playing flawlessly in such a difficult minigame, I had to go back to the Goron Dance Hall and get a perfect score again, just to have another chance at getting the Bomber's ring again. And miraculously, I got a perfect score on the very next attempt. I was super pumped and crossed my fingers as I got the ring appraised at Vasu's. And... another protection ring. I was officially getting bad luck. You can either get the protection ring or the Bomber's ring by getting a perfect score, where the protection ring is only slightly more likely to be a prize compared to the Bomber's ring. So with my spirits at the lowest point in the challenge thus far, I trudged back to the Goron Dance Hall, and man did I hit a drought. I was just so discouraged at this point, because even if I did get a perfect score, I would most likely just win the protection ring again, so what's the point? Eventually, I got a perfect score for the third time and got another attempt at the Bomber's ring, so I went to Vasu's again, and... the protection ring again. I couldn't believe how unlucky I was getting. This terrible luck nightmare would soon be over when, after getting a perfect score from this dreadfully hard minigame for the fourth time, I went to Vasu again and... I finally obtained the Bomber's ring. I would not recommend trying to get a perfect score on the Platinum difficulty once, and especially not the 4 times that I had to endure to get this ring. Also, this is coming from a person with a musical background and who posts music videos of making songs with the in-game instruments in Zelda games. The fact that the Goron Dance minigame does not have a metronome playing really threw me off, so I had to tap my foot to make sure I played everything in time. So from here, I turned my sights on a new challenge, completing the Gacha Tree grind for rings. Here's a list of all the Gacha Tree exclusive rings I had left to farm. I still needed the Tier 5 Green Ring, the Tier 1 Cursed Ring, the Tier 2 Maples Ring, the Tier 3 Heart Ring Level 2, the Tier 2 Rocks Ring, the Tier 2 Wisp Ring, and the Tier 3 Peace Ring. So 7 rings left to grind from Gacha Trees. I could also obtain these rings randomly from bumping into Maple, but since Maple drops rings ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 5, I had a better chance getting the rings I wanted by farming specific soil spots with Gacha Seeds, where each soft soil spot generates a more specific range of rings compared to Maple. So I slapped on my Gacha ring and went to town on some trees, where I was able to obtain so many Gacha Seeds from playing an easier version of the Goron Dancing game. And after hours of Gacha tree farming and many duplicate rings, I got myself down to 2 remaining rings that I plan to eventually get from Gacha Trees. The Tier 5 Green Ring and the Level 2 Maple Ring. During this grind, I even got the 100th ring after appraising 100 rings. Part of me wanted to keep grinding until I got the 2 remaining rings that I desired, but I decided to throw in the towel for now. I was starting to get very fatigued doing the same thing for hours, and I figured that I might be able to get these 2 rings naturally from playing through Oracle of Seasons. So I decided to head over to the Black Tower to beat the final boss, Varen. And so with my blue ring equipped for that sweet defense boost, I entered the fight. And this fight was actually decently challenging. Even with my blue ring equipped, I managed to lose all my hearts once to make the magic potion kick in, and the fight lasted for quite a while with multiple phases. And so after I dealt the finishing blow, I watched a statue get built in Link's honor, the animals turned to normal, and the credits rolled. But our adventure through these pair of Game Boy Color games was far from over though, where after the credits, we unlocked a secret to Hologram password that allows us to link our game to Oracle Seasons when we start a new save file in that game. At this point though, I was mentally done with the Oracle games. After playing that Goron Dance minigame and mindlessly farming for Gacha Seeds for hours, I was exhausted to say the least. So I decided to call it quits for the day, with me clocking in at a little over 12 hours of playing Zelda for the day. Less time in the day compared to my 2 previous days. Deep down, I wanted to keep playing for the day, but really could not bring myself to do it. And so to try to keep myself relaxed, I decided to take it easy for the rest of the night and continue my adventure with Oracle of Seasons in the morning. At the beginning of the 5th day of this challenge, I crawled out of bed feeling a lot more energized compared to the night before, and booted up Oracle of Seasons, typed in the secret to Hologram password, and started my adventure in that game, this time starting with 4 hearts instead of the usual 3. So what makes this Link playthrough different from the base game? Well, in my playthrough of Seasons coming up, there are miscellaneous characters that I can talk to that give me 5 character-long passwords I have to tell to specific characters in my original save file of Oracle of Ages. And once I tell the password to specific characters in Oracle of Ages, they give me a reward along with another password that I can type into my Oracle of Seasons save file to give me the same reward in both games. The whole thing is a little confusing and isn't really explained all that well in game, but just note that during my playthrough of Oracle of Seasons, I'll be booting up my original save file of Oracle of Ages occasionally to obtain items needed for 100% completion. So in Oracle of Seasons, after awkwardly dancing with Din for a bit, I went immediately to Vasu and entered in the ring secret password for my playthrough of Oracle of Ages to carry over all the rings that I collected thus far. I then immediately equipped the gold joy ring, which as I mentioned earlier, doubles the amount of items Link picks up off the ground. I mainly used it in my playthrough of Seasons to double my rupee count of rupees that I picked up off the grounds. I needed so many rupees to get the rupee ring that's only obtainable after Link acquires 10,000 rupees in a singular save file. So equipping this gold joy ring at the beginning of the playthrough would allow me to accumulate significantly more rupees compared to if I didn't wear the ring at the start. I then encounter my first of many secrets that are available after you link Oracle of Seasons with Ages. I talked to this lady in Horon Village who gave me a password and suggested I tilt to the fairies of Labrina from Oracle of Ages. So I then booted up my save file of Ages, endured the cacophony that is the fairy wood song, and told the password to a blue fairy to get a full heart container. He then gave me another password that I used back in Oracle of Seasons to get the full heart container in that game as well. There's about 20 of these secrets that I'll be acquiring as I 100% these two games, and I won't bring up every single one of them because there's a lot of them, but I'll just talk about the noteworthy ones. Pretty much all of them give a pretty good reward, whether it be a sword level upgrade, upgrade his shield, or a heart container. I then cleared out the first dungeon, which was extremely easy, and the boss actually looked a lot like the first boss from Zelda 1, albeit with more pixels this time around. The dungeons in Oracle of Seasons were all fairly easier and definitely leaps and bounds less complex compared to some of the devilish dungeons from Oracle of Ages. I'm looking at you, Jabu Jabu's belly. Oracle of Seasons being combat focused and not puzzle focused definitely added to Oracle of Seasons being easier. I then got 100 rupees from a creepy old man hiding under a tree, as well as another 100 rupees from another creepy old man hiding under a totally separate tree. I made sure to collect as many hidden rupees in chests as possible to make obtaining the rupee ring a lot less daunting as I got towards the end of Oracle of Seasons. I then played a game of Ring Around the Rosie as I followed a cloaked lady to the hidden world of Subrosia, where Subrosia is a subterranean lava world that can only be accessed by entering the swirly portal things. In this other world, I played a rhythm dance minigame to get the boomerang, where this minigame gave me traumatic flashbacks to the torture I went through playing the Goron dance minigame from Ages. Thankfully, this dancing game with the Subrosians was significantly easier, where you just have to memorize 3 inputs at a time, and the tempo was consistent through the whole minigame, so I was able to beat the minigame on my first attempt. I then got the Rod of Seasons, which allows Link to change what season it is after standing on a stump. Depending on what season it is, certain overworld features change, such as winter allowing for bodies of water to be frozen over for you to walk on, or autumn allowing these mushroom things to be picked up to let you progress. So after getting the Rod of Seasons and returning to the overworld, I bumped into Maple and she gave me... Good God, that's the ugliest possible combination of pixels that could be programmed into this game. That's the kind of thing you see in nightmares. Anyway, I obtained the Ghastly Doll, which further progressed this game's long optional trading sequence. I then learned another Link game secret that gave me a Seed Satchel upgrade in both games. Back in Oracle of Seasons, I made my way to the second dungeon, followed a very obvious arrow, and made it to a secret room with a bunch of rupees on the ground free to be snatched up. With my gold joy ring equipped, these rupees doubled and came out to be a whopping 367 rupees. Yeah, this ring is the best in the game hands down. So after knocking out this dungeon pretty easily, I manipulated the seasons to net myself a piece of heart, and visited my buddy McPoo's house to find the kid bouncing off the walls like a maniac. I mean, good God, who raised this kid? Oh wait, I raised him. Hey kid, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go get some milk at the local Horon Village mini-mart that definitely exists. Don't worry though, I won't be long. So after narrowly escaping that situation, I did some walking through the forest when I stumbled across Princess Zelda who I saved from some moblins, and then dug up almost every single diggable spot on the beach in Subrosia to get a star-shaped ore so that I could trade it for a ribbon so that a girl would go on a date with me. Ah, the things that Link does for love. So after being a certified Rizzler and making the Subrosian girl fall for Link, she showed him the hiding spot of a fairy that upgraded Link's Rod of Seasons, allowing him to enter the third dungeon of the game, Poison Moth's Lair. This dungeon was a little tricky because you had to push around these trampoline things to bring you to higher floors, so you had to be cognizant of your surroundings. There was this one room that made me incredibly nauseous where you get the Rock's Feather in a chest. I mean, just look at this absolute mess of colors. This is the kind of thing that maniacs play on an old CRT TV to hypnotize people into a vegetative state. So after I was able to make it through that dungeon, I encountered a golden Octorok, which is the first of 4 gold-colored enemies that I will have to defeat in order to obtain the red ring, which doubles Link's attack power. I used a guide to find these 4 guys, so it was pretty easy to find them, but they are actually pretty hard to find if you're going into the game blind. Each of the 4 only appear on one map screen of the overworld, but the real kicker is that each of them only appears in a specific season, so to find them, the game expects you to pretty much visit every single map tile on the overworld during each of the 4 seasons. Definitely a lot more convoluted compared to the blue ring from Oracle of Ages that I was able to just find in a chest. The golden beasts have a lot more health compared to normal enemies, but they honestly aren't anything crazy difficult to defeat. So after taking down the golden Octorok, I learned a secret from a lady that I told to another lady in Oracle of Ages. After telling the secret to the lady in Oracle of Ages, she asked me to find her dog somewhere in the village, which I did pretty easily as the guy was just running around out in the open. And so after returning her dog, I got the snowshoe ring, which prevents you from sliding on ice. This ring should be pretty useful, but there honestly was not that much ice in Oracle of Seasons or Ages, so I never really actually used this ring at all. Also, apparently there's a glitch in this dog catching minigame, where once you start the minigame, there's a chance that the dog never spawns and can never be returned to its owner. Super depressing, I know. I luckily did not trigger this glitch, but I made sure to save my game before starting this minigame just in case. So from here, I bartered for some flippers from a cave dweller, and learned another link game password secret to unlock the bomb shoes in both Oracle of Seasons and Ages. They work similar to how they work in other Zelda games, where they run along the ground until they explode upon hitting something. But in the Oracle games, they have an added feature of acting as a heat-seeking missile that can hone in on enemies automatically, regardless of what direction you're facing when you place one. It's a neat feature, but I never really used them all that much because I was so used to sword combat at this point anyway. Also, the game only gives you 10 of them to start with, and the only way to get more is to purchase them for quite a hefty price at Syrup's shop. In Oracle of Seasons, I then made my way to a hidden dungeon that's only accessible in a linked playthrough, the Hero's Cave. This dungeon is not required to beat the game, but it had some collectibles in it required for 100%. In order to beat the dungeon, I still needed items and equipment that I had yet to acquire from the mainline dungeons, but I decided to tackle part of it now because of a secret password that you learn from Azora. Once telling the secret password to King Zora of Oracle of Ages, I was rewarded with a level 3 Master Sword, which is the strongest sword in the game. After carrying that reward over to Oracle of Seasons, I only got the level 2 Noble Sword because I had not completed the quest to get the other sword upgrade in that game yet. I wanted to get the sword upgrade sooner rather than later, because with an upgraded sword, combat sections could be made much easier, and I could kill enemies much faster, increasing my efficiency. I then broke into a moblin's home and leveled it with bombs in order to get a heart piece. Also, then I visited the moblin in his secondary home, where you can see him woefully stitching together a bomb. And you can actually destroy the guy's home yet again, which I find pretty absurd that you can actually do. I then knocked out the 4th dungeon, which wasn't really anything special, so I won't really dwell on it. I then decided to go for one of the most random rings in the game that probably should not even exist, the Sign Ring, which you obtain by destroying at least 100 signs and then talking to the sign-living Sabrosian and Sabrosia. There's probably many different places to grind for this ring, but I found this random spot in the overworld that I just kept visiting over and over again until I destroyed the sign 100 times. So once I talked to the Sabrosian after destroying 100 signs, he decided to troll punish me by pretending to reset my game, which I find absolutely hilarious. He then gave me the sign ring to remind me of my mistake. Like many other novelty rings in these two games, the sign ring does absolutely nothing when worn. I then planted a gacha seed on a soft soil spot, beat the next dungeon, Unicorn's Cave, and returned to the gacha plant to find it fully grown. The soft soil spot that I planted my seed generates tier 2 to tier 4 rings, so my plan was to grind here until I got the maple ring and the heart piece. I knew I could not get the green ring here because that ring is tier 5. In order to grind here, I decided to check the gacha reward and keep reloading my save until I got what I wanted, because I didn't want to waste a crap ton of my gacha seeds and a crap ton of time killing enemies waiting for the tree to grow. But no matter how much I grinded, I seemed to keep getting tier 1 rings, which made me confused because I was farming on a tier 2 to tier 4 ring spot. After repeatedly failing, I decided to call the grind quits for now because something didn't seem right, and just continued on with my adventure. But looking at it after the fact, I think the first gacha seed you plant in a playthrough always gives a tier 1 ring prize, regardless of where you plant it. And since that was my first gacha seed I planted in my save file, I kept getting tier 1 rings every single time I reloaded my save. I'm not 100% sure that's true, but that's what I've gathered from my experience. But it really is a shame that I didn't realize this mechanic sooner because I wasted a bunch of time grinding for rewards that I had no chance of winning at all. During my grind, I did get the heart piece from Maple though, which was good at least. From here, I talked to a Goron to learn a secret that I told to another Goron in my save file of Oracle of Ages in order to unlock a special minigame. In this minigame, you have to win the Shooting Gallery baseball game, where doing so nets you the Bigoran Sword, which deals massive damage but takes up 2 item slots and is incredibly slow to swing. But there's a catch to this minigame. Instead of using your normal sword to complete it, you have to use this big ass clunky behemoth of a sword to hit these tiny baseballs. When I played this game with my regular sword, I would just spam my sword to ensure that I at least hit the ball, and pray that I hit the correct blocks to gain points. But with this Bigoran sword, you actually have to play the game as intended, and perfectly time a singular swing to not strike out and lose points, and hit enough blue blocks to win the Bigoran sword prize. During my first attempt, I totally flubbed it and only got 120 points instead of the needed 300. But during my second attempt, I totally surprised myself and got 330 points. I honestly think I got pretty lucky with that second attempt, because there were times where I sort of just swung haphazardly and miraculously got a positive increase in points. So with my new sword in hand, that I admittedly never used once during combat in my entire playthrough, The Goron taught me a password to bring the sword into my save file of Oracle of Seasons as well. From here, I progressed through the main story of Oracle of Seasons some more, and stumbled across a digging spot in Subrosia that contained a magical ring. The magical ring from the digging spot is totally random, and it wouldn't be until later that I actually appraised the thing to see what ring it was. But just see for yourself what ring I got from that digging spot. I got the maple ring, one of the 2 remaining rings that I plan on grinding Gacha seeds for. I was super pumped upon appraising this thing. It was honestly extremely unexpected. While I was playing the game, I was just thinking about not digging that digging spot because it seemed unimportant. But I decided to go slightly out of my way to unearth it, thinking that it couldn't hurt. And once I saw that maple ring, I was sure glad I took the extra time to dig up that spot. From here, I completed the game's long trading sequence after playing a phonograph for a Deku Scrub to net me the level 3 Master Sword. I then made my way to Dungeon 6 Ancient Ruins, which was a super cool dungeon. The whole thing makes you feel like you're in an Indiana Jones movie, where there's this one section where once you try to pick up a large rupee, you have to quickly make it through an obstacle course before walls close in on you. And yes, I'm sad to admit that the walls closed in on me during my first attempt, which actually kills you instantly even if you have full health, which is honestly pretty wild. Also, right before the dungeon, I lost my shield to a like, which made me super nervous during the dungeon because there was a bunch of these spiky boys that I couldn't kill. Oftentimes killing enemies are required in the game to unlock areas, so I really didn't want to have to exit the dungeon and go all the way back to Horon Village just to buy a shield in order to kill these guys. But luckily, I didn't need to worry about that, as killing these spiky enemies wasn't required. I just hopped around them awkwardly trying not to get hit by them. There was also a room that netted me 356 rupees with my gold joy ring equipped, that helped me in my quest to get the fabled rupee ring. So after beating the dungeon, I felt guilty about my milk excuse and visited McPoo to find him fully grown, and he looks just like... yeah, this kid's definitely not mine. But just like that, the Bibbin child quest was completed with him fully grown. I didn't get any reward from it, but I guess that's justified because it's not like I put that much effort into the whole thing. Also at this point in the game, I was able to take out the last of the 4 golden beasts, which netted me the red ring, doubling my attack power, which I admittedly never used. I preferred the blue ring because my attack power was already increased for most of the game by the level 2 noble sword and later the level 3 master sword. With the Master Sword equipped, I was already one-shotting most enemies anyway, so wearing the red ring would just be overkill at that point. From here, I learned the final link game secret, which netted me the level 3 mirror shield in both Oracle of Seasons and Ages. I then made my way over to the 7th dungeon of Explorer's Crypt, which I cleared with relative ease. The boss, Gleeok, probably would have been pretty challenging if it wasn't for my mini heart containers, level 3 Master Sword, and blue defense boost ring equipped. So once killing the boss, I obtained... testicles? Like seriously, I'm not sure what this is supposed to be. Also, it doesn't help that they call it the Seed of Life. Like, come on Capcom, how'd you get away with this? I then knocked out Dungeon 8, Sword and Shield Maze Dungeon, which is definitely the hardest dungeon in the game, and it took me quite a while to complete due to how massive it was. With that dungeon completed, I finally had all the dungeon items needed to take on Hero's Cave, the extra side dungeon that I mentioned earlier. Hero's Cave had some tricky elements, but it was pretty linear, so it wasn't too hard to know where I needed to go. There is this insanely cryptic puzzle at the end of the dungeon though, where an old man tells you to open 8 chests in a specific order, where he tells you that the secret order lies in where the chests are placed. I had to look up the solution, but apparently each chest represents one of the main 8 dungeons in the game in the location they appear in the overworld map, and you're supposed to open the chests in the order of the dungeon numbers. Not only is it difficult to make this connection, but it's crazy that the game expects you to remember where on the overworld map each dungeon was located. Like, this is the map we're going off of here. It's not exactly detailed enough to see where each dungeon is located. So after opening the chest in the correct order, that opened a path to the prize of the dungeon, a magical ring that appraises to the level 3 power ring, which is a pretty lame reward in my opinion. It increases your attack by 3 points, but also decreases your defense by 3 points, causing you to take insane amounts of damage when hit. So honestly, this ring seemed more like a hindrance when worn instead of a power-up. Now from here, I could take on the final boss and beat Oracle of Seasons, but there were 2 gacha tree rewards that I wanted to acquire. The Heart Piece reward and the Green Ring. I decided to grind for these 2 rewards at a soft soil patch in Tarm Ruins, because the tiers of rewards generated from this patch would make obtaining these 2 items possible. And there were quite a few enemies around that I could kill to make the tree grow fast. And so I equipped my gacha ring and planted a seed. I had plenty of gacha seeds at this point, but in order to prevent myself from needing to kill hundreds of enemies to let trees grow, I decided to allow for the tree to fully grow, saved my game, and then kept reloading my save until I got the rewards that I wanted. In order to manipulate the RNG to give me different rewards at each attempt, I would swing my sword around and kill enemies, and I actually was able to get the heart piece rather quickly, bringing myself to 16 total hearts, the most you can acquire in the game. So now I had one more ring to grind for, the Green Ring. And boy did this ring give me some issues. It's sort of fitting that this ring was the last one left that I needed to acquire from Gacha trees. It's a super powerful ring, being a blend between the red ring and blue ring, where once worn, it increases your attack power slightly and defense slightly. But the attack power, for example, won't increase as much compared to if you wore the red ring. So the green ring is basically for people who are on the fence of whether or not they want to wear their blue ring or the red ring. And so after about 30 minutes or so after I got the heart piece reward, I got a ring from the tree, went to Vasu to see what ring it was, and I found that it was the green ring. I was super pumped at this point, because the grind for rings exclusive to Gacha Seeds was over, but I had one more ring that I wanted to grind for before I went and beat the game, the Rupee ring. Out of the 64 rings that exist in the game, this one is definitely in the top 5 of annoying rings to collect. You get it from Vasu after collecting a whopping 10,000 rupees in a singular save file. So yes, even when you play in a Link game, the rupees you accumulate between the two different save files aren't added together to count towards your total. What's absurd about this ring is if you open every single rupee chest in the game and collected all hidden rupees just lying around, you wouldn't even come close to obtaining 10,000 rupees. So it's a ring that you're guaranteed to need to grind for. Before taking on this challenge, I tried researching sources of rupees that could earn me 10,000 quickly, but there was no surefire tactic for the best way to get so many rupees fast. Part of me thought of playing minigames over and over to get rupees, but that seemed annoying because pretty much all minigames in the Oracle games don't really net the player that many rupees. For a lot of the minigames, there is a 100 rupee grand prize, but even that grand prize isn't very consistent. So after doing some more research, I settled on my tactic for getting 10,000 rupees. Digging holes. Lots and lots of holes. It would take a long time, but with my gold joy ring equipped, the amount of rupees that I needed to collect off the ground would get doubled. Most of the rupees that I would dig up would be green rupees now worth 2 rupees, and red rupees now worth 10 rupees. But there's actually a small chance that you can dig up a large blue rupee worth 200 rupees with a gold joy ring equipped. And those large blue rupees were the ones I was banking on to increase my rupee count quickly. During my first adventure in Oracle Seasons up until this point, I made sure to roughly keep track of how many rupees I collected along the way to see how far I had to go. Where at this point, I had around 6,500 rupees left to go until I could get the rupee ring. I was tempted to stop playing for the day because I already clocked in about 13 hours for that day, but I had a bit more energy left in me, so I decided to press on. Also, the digging I was about to do was extremely mindless, so I planned on just listening to YouTube videos off on the side while I grinded for rupees. So I took out my shovel, found a space in the overworld with a lot of diggable spots, put on some Mr. Ballin', and started digging some holes.
You got to go and dig those holes. With broken hands and withered souls, emancipated from all you know. You got to go and dig those holes.
And so after almost 2 hours of mindless digging, I finally had enough rupees to get the rupee ring. From here, I entered Onyx's castle to take on the final boss. I was absolutely stacked with gear going into this fight, so I defeated Onyx and this dragon creature with ease. I was then teleported to the true final boss of the Oracle games, starting with Twin Rova, where this fight is only available if you're playing a Linked game. And so I defeated Twin Rova, took out Ganon, and watched Link radiate with love after being kissed by Princess Zelda. The credits began to roll, the citizens of Holodrum rejoiced, and Oracle of Seasons was put in the books. Or so you may think. My journey to 100% these two Game Boy Color games was far from over in reality. After beating the game, I was shown a password deemed the Hero Secret. This secret is essentially a New Game Plus, where if you start a new save file in the game you just finished, you are gifted a victory ring which does nothing, can carry over all rings previously obtained, and are able to experience the game you just finished first in the order of linking the games instead of second. So after beating Oracle of Ages and then linking it with a playthrough of Oracle of Seasons, I then had to play Oracle of Seasons again, and then link it with a playthrough of Oracle of Ages and play Oracle of Ages again. There is some silver lining to this though. I did not have to worry about collecting rings I already had, so the Ruby Ring grind isn't required again, but I'll need to pick up every single heart piece again, get all equipment upgrades again, and beat every single dungeon that I already completed again. The order of which I will have to replay these games or Oracle of Seasons again, followed by Oracle of Ages. I'll just kind of glance over these two additional playthroughs in this video for your sake, because they were 99% the same experience I had the first time around. But for now, I was pooped. I spent the longest amount of time playing Zelda games on this day to compare to any other standalone day thus far, where I was playing these Oracle games for almost 15.5 hours for the day, so I decided to pick up replaying Oracle of Seasons and Ages in the morning. Calling my replays of Oracle of Seasons and Ages boring would be an understatement. I spent the entirety of day 6 of the challenge playing through these games again, where I spent a little under 14.5 hours on them that day, but didn't even fully complete them that day. I actually 100% completed them a little under 3 hours into day 7, and quite honestly, that span of time between days 6 and 7 was the most boring part of the challenge for me by far. It was super tedious doing the same stuff over again, where pretty much the only new stuff that happened were those 5 character-long secrets that you had to switch between the 2 games in order to complete. So all 10 of these were unique compared to the secrets that I already completed, except the rewards for most of them were pretty much identical. The rewards that were not identical were the additional rings that I needed. After getting the victory ring from starting a playthrough with the hero's secret, I was only missing 3 rings until I had all 64 of them. 2 of these 3 missing rings were rewards from the 10 Link game secrets, where we had the level 1 heart ring that slowly lets Link regain hearts, and the swimmer's ring which lets you swim faster. The last missing ring, and the last ring that I attained in my playthroughs, was a level 3 armor ring, which I found at the end of the Hero's Cave in Oracle of Ages. The Hero's Cave in Oracle of Seasons was difficult, but nothing compared to how annoying the Oracle of Ages one was. In this dungeon, the puzzle difficulty was taken to the extreme, with a lot of the solutions revolving around game mechanics that were never explained to the player. For example, in one room, you're supposed to use the Cane of Samaria through a solid block to hit a hidden switch, because that makes sense. And then in another room, you're tasked to walk around, turning all blue squares red without stepping where you already stood. I thought this was literally impossible when I came to realize that in order to clear this room, you're required to use the Cane of Samaria to cover up a blue block to make it appear red, to trick the game into thinking that all the blocks are red without any blues. Like, you can't even make up how absurd that solution is. Also, what tops the BS Express is that towards the end of the dungeon, you're expected to do these insanely precise reach-around jumps with the Pegasus Boots and Rock's Feather, where you have to do 4 of them in a row, and if you fail one of them, you get to start over. I'm honestly pretty happy that I left this dungeon as pretty much the last thing I did to 100% these 2 games, because if I encountered this dungeon earlier on, I actually might have rage quit. But at the end of the dungeon, I got the last ring, the level 3 armor ring, which is honestly a pretty worthless ring, and it's not really even worth talking about. But look at this menu of rings, with all 64 filled out without any empty slots. What a sight to behold. Some were easy to get, some were incredibly challenging, but we got all of them in the end. And so after defeating Onyx and Oracle Seasons again, Varian and Oracle Ages again, I took out Ganon for the second time and marked these games as 100% completed. So what is required to 100% complete the Minish Cap? Well, this game actually consists of a pretty conventional Zelda experience with a lot of your usual collectibles and upgrades, but there are a few notable exceptions. I'll have to obtain all heart containers, all equipment upgrades, all unique items such as the mirror shield and empty bottles, and the real kicker is I'll have to obtain all 100 Kinstone fusions and claim their respective rewards. The main gimmick in this game is being able to shrink down in size to take on challenges from a new perspective. But another main feature are these Kinstone fusions, where you can find Kinstone pieces throughout your adventure in chests, by killing enemies, in tall grass, etc. And you can fuse these Kinstones with other people, Gorons, and good god, a wall? If your piece fits like a puzzle with theirs. The rewards for fusing Kinstones with others vary from rupees, to pieces of heart, to sometimes even more Kinstones, believe it or not. Most Kinstone fusions are set as being required with a specific person, but they are actually 18 random fusions that can come from a pool of like 50 people, where these random fusions may be the most nervous going into playing this game. As you could probably tell from earlier in this video, randomness like this can be a real run killer, and I really did not want to be put in a position towards the end of this game wandering around Hyrule with 1 or 2 random fusions left, trying to hunt down the random couple of people I needed to fuse with. But more on those fusions later. I actually did most of my fusion grinding towards the end of this game after I accumulated lots of Kinstones that I found during my adventure. So with that, I booted up a new save and started the adventure. Similar to Oracle Seasons and Ages, I actually hadn't beaten this game before playing it for this challenge, and I felt like this caused me quite a bit of trouble because I had to rely on a guide instead of my memory, which took up precious time. The beginning of this game went pretty standard for me though. I got a sword to deliver to Hyrule Castle from Link's grandpa, and painfully watched Zelda choose a tiny shield as a prize from the Bikori Festival over the 2 other prizes that were much more valuable. I mean, come on. Any item that makes this sound while using it cannot be anything useful in the slightest. I then watched a Shadow Man release a bunch of demons from a chest and stumbled across a talking duck hat in the middle of the woods who gave me the power to shrink down in size. I then stumbled across a species of tiny people and ate a jabbernut to be able to understand their language, which quite honestly looks like it should go anywhere besides someone's digestive tract. I mean, good god, the thing's still moving. I then found myself in the first dungeon of the game, Deepwood Shrine, which was quite honestly a piece of cake in similar Zelda first dungeon fashion. I then got boxed in by a gang of children, one of which had a stringy booger on the verge of grazing Link's fingertips as he was taught the power of Kinstone fusion by the hurdy-gurdy man, who marked the first person I fused with to kick off my 100 fusions journey. I then made my way over to arguably the most infamously difficult minigame in this game, the Cuckoo game. In this minigame, you're tasked with picking up cuckoos scattered across Hyrule Town, and throwing a certain amount of them into Anju's cuckoo pen within a time limit. There are multiple rounds that increasingly get more difficult, and the rewards for completing each subsequent round get better and better, starting at rupees and ending with valuable red kinstones, and finally a piece of heart on the last round. In order to complete the later rounds, I'm pretty sure you need the Pegasus boots and flippers, but I decided to complete some of the earlier rounds at this point, in order to obtain enough rupees to purchase a larger wallet so that could hold more rupees. I then made my way over to the next main area of the game that you're meant to visit, Mount Krenel, where the second dungeon is located. The scale up the mountain took a bit of time, but it wasn't too difficult, and I found a pizza heart and a bomb bag on the way up. Towards the top of the mountain, I found Milari's Mines, which is basically a village for the tiny mountain Minish people. In one of the houses, I found this super creepy looking molten pulsating face thing, which seems so bizarre and out of place in this game. Like, am I crazy or does this thing look like a face? It doesn't actually do anything, but I just found it very strange, and I wonder if this thing was intentionally put here or not. But anyway, before I knew it, I found myself in the next dungeon, blasted through it at blinding speed, mostly thanks to these whiplash-inducing minecarts, and took out the boss, with Link barely taking any damage at all. From here, I did a lot of side content required for 100% completion that wasn't imperative for the main quest. I bought a boomerang from the shop for 300 rupees, which I honestly don't think I used a single time because I gravitated towards using the bow for range attacks instead. I then visited a great fairy who asked if I wanted to throw in every single one of my rupees into her fountain. Little did she know, I only had 8 rupees on me, but before I could throw any in, she gave me an even larger wallet, either as a reward for my generosity of offering to give away all of my rupees, or as pity for discovering that I only had a measly 8 rupees to my name. Either way, I did not complain and took the wallet and was out of there. I then made my way to what I like to call Brown Valley because, well, just see for yourself. Yeah, I got eaten and pooped out by a worm. Also, these flying bugs with obvious balls of dung don't help this place's case either. There was at least some silver lining to this place though, as I found a piece of heart buried in the bowels of the chasm. No pun intended. I then started to fuse with a bunch of random people in Hyrule Town without keeping track of who I fused with, where most of the people were those random 18 fusions that I mentioned earlier on in the video. If I could have gone back in time, I definitely would have kept track of who I fused with in some sort of checklist, because I had a lot of headache later on in my playthrough of this game trying to figure out who I needed to fuse kinstones with still. I guess I thought that I would sort of just figure it out towards the end of the game, which definitely was not the move. At this point, I also started my least favorite part about 100% completing this game, the grind for all 136 figurines in Karlov's figurine house in Hyrule Town. Figurines are basically little dioramas of different characters in the game that you can collect, which have a piece of lore or text associated with them that you can read. In order to get a figurine, you have to give Karlov these things called mysterious shells, where if you offer him more shells, you have a higher chance of getting a non-duplicate figurine. And the closer you get to all figurines, the more mysterious shells you'll have to bet in order to get a new figurine. So the whole premise is basically gambling in a Zelda game and praying to the RNG gods to cut you some slack. Once you get 130 figurines, you get a piece of heart. And once you get all 136 of them, you get an item called the Karlov Medal, which is just a useless token of Karlov's face, as if you haven't seen enough of the guy at this point by the time you get the thing. And to get all the figurines, you need an ungodly amount of mysterious shells, where these shells can be found all over the place, such as in chests, and dungeons, or rewards from fusing kinstones. I grinded for all figurines spread across my playthrough of this game, in order to keep my sanity of not leaving all figurines at the very end to do them all at once, but also because you can only hold 999 shells at a time, so you do not want to get in a position where you're obtaining shells when you can't even hold them. The way you bet mysterious shells in this game is also a bit unbalanced and strange, where each extra shell that you bet corresponds to an additional percentage point increase in the odds of getting a new figurine. So I found that each time you try to get a figurine, you should really either be betting one shell, or all the shells that you can in order to get a 100% chance of getting a new figurine. I didn't really mess around with betting enough to get an 80% chance or 90% chance of getting a new figurine. This is because for my own mental surety, if I was going to bet a bunch of shells, I didn't mind bidding a little extra just to have a 100% chance of getting a new figurine. Just bidding one mysterious shell each attempt pretty quickly turned the figurine grind to a slow crawl for me though, especially as I accumulated more figurines. Also, each time you bet one shell, you had to sit through the slow dialogue of Karlov speaking to you, as well as the figurine shell cracking animation, which takes way longer than it really should. So I would mostly try to bet a 100% chance worth of shells to make the process go quicker. But that required a massive quantity of shells to do consistently, which unfortunately does not really exist in the game unless you're fine with grinding for shells, which I had to do a lot by the end of my playthrough. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I then made it over to the next main area of the game, Castor Wilds, and soon made it over to the third dungeon of the game, Fortress of Winds. This dungeon was pretty easy, as Minish Cap has the easiest dungeons out of any of the 2D Zelda games that I've been playing up until this point. I was pretty surprised at the immense amount of rupees I found here. Conveniently enough though, I ended the dungeon with 995 of them, just 4 below the max capacity that I could hold. I then made my way to Hyrule Town and talked to Marcy at the post office. She sells these things called Swordsman newsletters, which are basically little pamphlets that the player can purchase and read to get advice on gameplay or clues for locations of various optional collectibles. And all of them are required to purchase for 100% completion. But the real kicker with these is that there's 8 of them to purchase in total, and each cost a whopping 200 rupees, so I'll have to spend a total of 1600 rupees on all of them. Also, it's not like they offer any sort of completion bonus when you obtain all of them. They just offer gameplay advice that is more cryptic than anything most of the time. I went ahead and purchased 4 of them for 800 rupees total, because I had the funds, where I would have to return later to pick up the rest. I then walked around Hyrule a bit, snatched up some Kinstone Fusion rewards, sprinkled in a bit more Karlov figurine grinding, and did a pretty boring fetch quest where I had to find a few overdue books for a librarian in order to progress the main quest. Like honestly though, I find it pretty hilarious and absurd that sandwiched in the middle of taking on these intimidating enemies in these grand fortresses, you're tasked with being the librarian's little errand boy and bugging some people about some overdue books that they have. So after finding all the books, I decided to play some more of the Cuckoo game to get enough rupees to buy a quiver upgrade, but also to get closer to obtaining the grand prize of a heart piece. At this point, I also had the Pegasus boots and flippers, which theoretically could let me beat all rounds of the minigame. I think the main difficulty I had with this minigame is knowing where the Cuckoos were, but once I knew where they were, I didn't really have too much trouble rounding them up. So before actually attempting each round, I would allow myself a dummy attempt to walk around and locate the Cuckoos and formulate a plan before I started my real attempt. And this worked out really well. The Cuckoos can be a bit finicky to actually get in their pen though, where during one attempt, I tossed the last Cuckoo towards the pen, but he hit some seemingly invisible wall, which I guess was a fence post, and didn't go in, causing me to lose a round. Also, sometimes the mailman running around would get in my way, which was annoying, or the stupid dog would run in my way randomly. Also, there's these golden Cuckoos you have to worry about, which apparently get their gold color from being lathered in butter, because if you try holding one longer than a few seconds, it slips right out of your hands. So you have to keep tossing the thing ahead of you pretty frequently to get it in its pen. But before long though, I took on the last round, tossed the remaining Cuckoo into its home, and obtained the heart piece reward. I then came across Gorman, who is a landlord that evidently can only rent a single woman. Very creepily odd and specific, my guy, especially coming from a guy dressed like this, but you do you, I guess. So I convinced a couple of ladies to rent the guy's real estate, and that was that. I also fused Kinstones with 4 Tingle Brothers to get a grand prize of a magical boomerang, which, similar to the regular boomerang, I didn't use very much, but the feature of its direction being controlled by your D-pad direction inputs made it a pretty cool novelty item. At this point, I fused Kinstones with several citizens of Hyrule, this time keeping track of who I fused with. Did some more figurine grinding in Hyrule Town, which felt like an extremely regular place for me to visit at this point, and tested out a tactic for grinding new Kinstone pieces. There's this bakery in Hyrule Town where you can buy bread from, and if you're lucky, when you eat one, you will get a Kinstone piece. I was running low on Kinstones and had a lot of potential people I could fuse with, so I decided to give this place a try. Long story short, it was pretty useless, and I wasted a lot of rupees here. I spent like 450 rupees, but only got a singular blue Kinstone and a singular green Kinstone. So yeah, not worth it at all. Grinding for Kinstone pieces for fusions actually didn't really end up being a requirement for me by the end of the game though, because I went out of my way to obtain almost every single Kinstone tucked away in a chest that by the time I actually completed every Kinstone fusion, I still had dozens of leftover Kinstone pieces. So after getting scanned by these clowns, I soon found myself tackling the 4th dungeon of the game, Temple of Droplets. This dungeon was a bit tricky with a couple of block-pushing puzzles with ice physics, and I was especially frustrated while taking on the dungeon's boss, which was an Octorok that you had to fight as Minish Link. At a certain point in the fight, he grows an ice casing around himself, and you had to run behind him and use your lantern on his tail in order to thaw him out. I'm not sure if I was doing something wrong, but it was so hard to run around him, so I just ended up running around him for what felt like several minutes, slowly losing health until by some miracle I was able to barely reach his tail. So once that boss was toast, I bought a few more Swordsman scrolls, did a bit of nighttime figurine farming, and decided it was time to throw in the towel for the day. I played a little over 12 hours of Zelda for the day, but I was pleased with my progress at this point, but decided it was time to stop. So with that, I said goodbye to Karlov and decided to pick things up in the morning. The morning of the 8th day, I did some more kinstone farming and got a reward of the largest bomb bag, which let me hold a whopping 99 bombs, which is absolutely absurd and more than I could ever dream of using at once. Shortly after this, I also got the largest quiver upgrade from answering a few softball questions that a great fairy asked me. I then wandered around a spooky forest and got, licked by a ghost. Alright, that just ruined any ounce of creepiness that this place had. Fused a crap ton of kinstones with people across Hyrule, and journeyed through the clouds as I was on the doorstep of the next dungeon of the game. In a room though, I found a guy with an oblong-shaped head and talked to him to get the light arrows, which are more powerful compared to the base arrows. I actually did not know this until after I took on this challenge, but these light arrows are actually permanently missable if you don't do something specific before progressing to the Cloud Tops area of the game. In order to get the light arrows from this guy named Kregel, you had to fuse kinstones with a guy in a house in Hyrule Town and enter the portal he created. In the portal, you're brought to a sick Gregel, and in order to heal him, you have to use your Gust Jar on a ghost, Luigi Mansion style. But if you don't suck up this ghost before accessing Kregel's room through the Cloud Tops, the guy will be dead, and therefore won't be able to give you the light arrows. So I honestly got pretty lucky with this one and dodged a bullet. If I didn't fuse kinstones with that random dude in Hyrule Town and claim his reward, I would have had to start the whole game over again in order to obtain true 100% completion. Yeah, screw that. I had already sunk in over 10 hours in this game at this point in the challenge. So from here, I nabbed a crap ton of kinstones that I just found lying around in chests, and made my way into the Palace of Winds, the second to last dungeon of the game, which took me around 45 minutes to beat. This dungeon wasn't that crazy difficult, and the boss was my favorite in the game, which consists of these flying manta ray guys that you have to jump between with your rockscape in order to take out. From here, I did some more, you guessed it, figurine farming, where I had about 50 figurines remaining to obtain at that point in the challenge, so pretty far from obtaining all of them just yet. At this point, I did purchase the 8th and final Swordsman's Scroll, which was nice, and obtained the 4th and final empty bottle in the game, which is perhaps the most hidden and convoluted bottle to collect in the entire Zelda franchise. In order to get it, you have to fuse kinstones with 5 mysterious walls scattered across random caves in Hyrule, in order to summon Gorons to blast open a path to the bottle, so not exactly worth your time unless you're going for 100% completion. I also obtained an extra special kinstone reward of a whole heart container from an elderly Minish, giving me 19 total heart containers, where the only heart piece left in the game at this point was that annoying one barred behind that figurine game. And on top of that, I visited Tingle who tells you how many kinstone fusions you have left to perform in the game, and I found that I had 28 left. So the end was in sight. I then decided to get the remaining 28 fusions out of the way, where the ones that worried me the most were those 18 random fusions that I had to perform, because I didn't exactly keep track of how many random fusions I had left. I knew it was in the lower single digits though, based on what I remembered, so I started walking all across Hyrule fusing with people. Before taking on this challenge, I read online that apparently there are some quote fussy fusers that exist in Hyrule, who you have to talk to and reload the area multiple times in order for them to actually fuse with you. One of these people actually ended up being Tina in the child daycare building, but I didn't come across very many fussy fusers other than her. And so as I worked down the list of remaining people to fuse with and claim their respective fusion rewards, I thought I fused with everyone and returned to Tingle to see if I was done. 1 fusion left. I was pretty pumped at this point that I only had 1 person left to fuse with, but I was also pretty bummed out because I had no idea who this last person was. I started talking to different people across Hyrule that I suspected could be the last fusion, when I pulled up to our good old friend Dampé and figured out that he was the last one. So after my final fusion, I claimed Dampé's reward of a red kinstone piece, which was useless because I didn't have to fuse any kinstones anymore. Dang, Dampé really doesn't know how to read the room. And I talked to Tingle to get the Golden Tingle trophy, marking all kinstone fusions as being complete. And now we had to buckle down and complete a quest that plagued me ever since I started my playthrough of Minish Cap, the grind for all figurines. I actually didn't have anywhere close to having enough mysterious shells at this point in the game to get the remaining figurines, despite me obtaining pretty much every single mysterious shell chest in the game at this point. Luckily, there is another way of grinding for shells, and that comes from buying them at the shop. 30 shells for 200 rupees. Where would I get so many rupees though, you may ask? Well, the answer actually lies really close to Link's home, where once you exit the front door, dig just to the left of the entrance with your digging mitts. You will get a red rupee worth 20 rupees every single time. So if you keep entering and exiting the house, you can rack up rupees pretty quickly. I still needed a lot of mysterious shells to get the rest of the figurines though, mostly because I would always bet enough shells to have a 100% chance of getting a new figurine. I did not want to take any chances wagering a smaller amount of shells for a lower chance of a new figurine, and I honestly don't have any regrets with how I went about doing this. So after about a couple of mindless hours of digging for rupees, buying shells at the shop, and giving the shells to Carla for a figurine, I was finally able to get 130 total figurines to get the final heart piece. But there are actually 6 more figurines that I needed to get for 100%, but they are unlocked after you beat the final boss. So I then made my way to the final stand of the game. But man, this final boss was no pushover. Even with maximum heart capacity, I still had a tough time with this fight, which was super long with multiple phases. After several grueling minutes though, I made it to the final phase, which consists of Link needing to use his Cane of Passy on Vadi's arm to unlock an entrance that he can only access while in Minish form. Things were going pretty well at the start of this phase, but at one point, I got trapped behind Vadi and got hit like 6 or 7 times in the matter of a few seconds, which was devastating. Soon after, I got hit even more and I found myself at a quarter of a heart remaining, on the brink of death, and so close to beating the game. This is how it played out. I took out his final arm, and now all I needed to do was shoot back his electricity attack at him with 4 copies of Link to do the finishing blows. And I died. But good thing I have bottles, as a fairy saved me. I was able to stun Vadi 3 times, and during the final time stunning him, I took him out and beat the game. But unfortunately, I could not put this game past me just yet. In addition to 6 more figurines being unlocked after you beat the game, a character named Bigoron unlocks the ability to chew on your shield, where if you chews on it long enough and you talk to him, he gives you the mirror shield. I think it's kinda strange that the game gives you the mirror shield upgrade after you beat the entire game, but I got a crap ton of collectibles through my playthrough this game that I didn't use a single time, so I guess I can't really single out the mirror shield all that much. As I let Bigoron chew my shield, I did some more rupee mysterious shell farming until I got 6 more figurines and got the Karlov medal, signifying that I collected every single figurine in the game. I would say that I felt overjoyed, but I was honestly pretty relieved that it was over. That mysterious shell farming was pretty much the only thing that I didn't enjoy while playing this game because of how mindless it was. Also, one of the last remaining figurines that you collect just seems like a slap in the face, where we have the Zelda and Link one. First of all, it calls Link and Zelda friends, solidifying Link's friend zone status. But the last part of the description says that Zelda, quote, wishes that the somewhat unreliable Link were just a wee bit stronger.
Well, excuse me, princess.
Link just saved Zelda and all of Hyrule, and you get hit with Zelda thinking Link should be more reliable and stronger? That's just ridiculous. But anyway, the only thing I had left to do in this game was get the mirror shield from Agoron, which I obtained with no problem and marked Minish Cap as 100% complete, taking about 17.5 hours to complete. Not taking nearly as long as each of the Oracle games, but taking longer than any of the other games that I had beat thus far. Now we move on to the singular game that gave me the most frustration 100% complete out of the 10 games that I played for this challenge. A game that's unassuming on surface level, but the more you peel back its layers, the quicker you realize how devilish and brutal this game actually is. This game is, in fact, The Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass for the DS. So what is required to 100% complete Phantom Hourglass? Well, this game actually has quite a bit of unique collectibles not seen in any previous Zelda game. We have to get all equipment upgrades for our bow, bombs, etc. But this time around, we won't be collecting any pieces of heart because in this game, in order to increase your health, you collect actual whole heart containers instead of 4 separate pieces of heart to make a whole. We also need to collect 60 of these things called Spirit Gems, where they are split into 3 types called Power Gems, Wisdom Gems, and Courage Gems. If you collect a certain amount of them in game, you unlock defense or offense boosts that make the combat easier. There are also 31 treasure maps that we need to collect and salvage each of their treasures, similar to how you have to salvage treasure in Wind Waker. There are also a few miscellaneous additional requirements for 100% completion that I'll touch on later, but the remaining collectible that gave me the most headache and took me the most grinding by far was obtaining all 72 ship parts. But I'll touch more on those ship parts later on. For now, let's boot up our save file and get into the adventure. The game starts with Link, Tetra, and her pirate buddies just chilling on their ship when suddenly a ghost ship appeared out of nowhere. Tetra then recklessly decided to jump aboard the ghost ship to investigate, but after she screamed and the ship started sailing away, Link sprung into action and leapt towards the ghost ship. Link then proceeded to fail doing a pull-up, possibly caused by his pockets being packed to the brim with hundreds of rupees and materials that he usually stores in them, which caused him to fall in the roaring rapids below. He then found himself washed up on a beach, got woken up by a flying gumball, and we were good to start playing. From here, I went through a lot of standard Zelda gameplay that you would expect in the introduction. I got hired by a farmer to clear boulders larger than Link himself off his lawn for mere pennies, saved a sailor's life, and got rewarded for my troubles with a small key and a concussion. And before I knew it, I was sailing at sea, on course to the first dungeon of the game. I dropped anchor at the Isle of Ember, and came across a couple of candles that you had to extinguish in order to progress by physically blowing into the DS's microphone. But I ran into a problem. I wasn't actually playing on a DS system. Believe it or not, it is actually very difficult to capture footage on a DS system. Like, in order to install a capture card for it, the only reliable method I could find was physically opening up the innards of the DS and soldering stuff onto the main board of the system. I've never actually soldered before, and I did not want to break my DS trying to learn how to solder, so I opted with the easier route and decided to play Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks on an emulator and record the footage that way. I actually own the physical copies of the game, so I don't really see anything wrong with that. But the problem with the emulator was that I had trouble getting the microphone hotkey to work that I mapped to a key on my keyboard. I could not get the microphone to work to blow out the candles in game, so on a whim, I decided to plug in my external microphone to try to blow out the candles that way. When? Yeah, my game crashed. But what's worse is I have been playing Phantom Hourglass for almost an hour at this point, and guess what I forgot to do? I forgot to save. So I had to start all the way back at the beginning of the game again. Perfect. I was able to get back to where my game crashed quicker the second time around because I was more familiar with the game at that point. And after trying different things, I finally got the microphone to work, and I was able to blow out the candles so that I could progress. So with that, I entered the first dungeon of the game. I haven't touched on this yet, but let me say, this game is easy. Extremely easy. Like 95% of the puzzles in this game are incredibly mindless. I have not played this game in a little over 10 years, and I at no point during this challenge got stuck on any puzzle during this game and could coast right through it. A lot of the puzzles in this game focus around the game's microphone or touchpad ability, but you're more often than not told the exact solution to puzzles. I've played every single mainline Zelda game, and I'd say without a doubt, I would say the easiest is Phantom Hourglass. So long story short, this first dungeon was a breeze, which honestly helped me out in this challenge, because the easiness kept my mental fatigue at a minimum. I then made my way over to the area of the game that many people quote as their most despised section, Temple of the Ocean King. And honestly, I don't really get the hate. The main complaint for this dungeon is that you have to play through it multiple times, replaying through the same rooms that you played through on previous visits. But a rebuttal to this complaint is that realistically, each room that you had to replay offers a new approach that can allow you to complete it quicker, due to the items that you find throughout your adventure, such as bombs or bomb shoes opening up shortcuts. And some rooms can be skipped totally with ease, such as floor B3 being completely skippable once you get the grappling hook. And I feel like the concept of replaying the dungeon, trying to beat your previous time, is a really fun experience. Or it could be entirely possible that I'm just clouded by nostalgia because Phantom Hourglass, along with Spirit Tracks, are my childhood Zelda games. But either way, during this challenge, I never once got frustrated while playing through the Temple of the Ocean King. It was honestly just a pretty chill experience. So after my first pass through it, I obtained the Northwestern Sea Chart, allowing myself to access more islands around the sea. But I needed a way to defend myself on the open sea, so I went to aptly named Cannon Island to purchase a cannon from... yeah, this guy has seen better days. So I bought a cannon from the guy, for only 50 rupees mind you, and walked outside to find the postman who read me a letter written by himself. Pretty much introducing himself, and then he asked me to sign for it. Here we go, yep, and perfect. From here, I did some more sailing around to previous islands, collecting miscellaneous spirit gems and treasure maps required for 100% completion, and made my way to Bandon Island, and experienced arguably the wildest subplot of any Zelda game. So you meet this guy here named the Old Wayfarer, who tells you that he came to the island to search for the mythical mermaid, and even built a pool in his house in preparation for when he, quote, captures her. So you then walk around outside and occasionally see a mermaid creature at the edge of the screen in the water, and she swims away if you come too close. But if you're an absolute menace and are quick enough, you can smack her on the head with your boomerang, which causes her to get stunned so you can talk to her. Upon talking to her, she learns about the Old Wayfarer, is entranced by him, and she decides she wants to pay him a visit because she thinks wayfaring tales are neat, and she thinks that they may be fated to meet each other. So when you go back to the guy's house, you see the girl there, who is actually pretending to be a mermaid at that point, and the guy is overcome with joy because he states that he found the mermaid of his dreams. What's even more disturbing though, is that he gives you his fishing rod because he doesn't need it anymore because he was planning on catching the mermaid with it, but because he thinks he captured the mermaid, he gives his fishing rod to the player. So basically Link pimps out a girl dressed as a mermaid to an old dirty sailor in exchange for his fishing rod. What an interesting start to the game's fishing side quest. Speaking of the game's fishing quest, in order to 100% the game, I will have to catch every type of fish in the game, where some are more rare than others. One of the rarest fish I'll need to find and catch is called the Neptuna, where only one of them exists in the game. And once Link catches it, the Old Wayfarer will give him a heart container. What I consider the rarest fish to find in the game is called the Stowfish. which is a tiny green fish that latches onto larger fish that you can reel in. But the real kicker with this guy is that it only has a 5% chance of being attached to a fish that you can catch, and you don't actually know that you have it until after you reel in the large fish that's attached to it. So you can waste a lot of time grinding for this little guy, going through the long process of catching the fish, just to find the stowfish not being there. But more on these fish later on. For now, whenever I saw a shadow of a fish relatively close by while sailing, I would sail over to it and catch it to progress the fishing quest line as I played the game. So from here, I practiced swordplay with Link's doppelganger, Neve, to get a heart container. I mean, come on, this guy's dressed almost exactly like Link, and he even named his ship the Prince of Red Lions. From here, I did some more sailing, shot some seagulls with my cannon, and made it over to the Isle of Gus and tackled the second dungeon, Temple of Wind, which I completed without any issues at all. I then made my way to Bannon Island again to meet up with our least favorite minigame host from Wind Waker, Salvatore, who in this game hosts a cannon minigame where you shoot at targets from your boat as you travel on a set path, where a higher score nets you better rewards. I had to play this minigame to get the bomb bag upgrade, where I had to beat the high score of 2,500 points to get the prize, and honestly, it was pretty challenging. It's nowhere near as frustrating as a lot of the minigames I had to play for this 14-day challenge, but what made it difficult is I had to play the minigame with a computer mouse instead of a standard stylus. Pretty much all things that involved a touchscreen were a bit more challenging while using a computer mouse, but during the third attempt at the minigame, I was able to beat the high score and got my bomb bag. I then did a pass through the Temple of the Ocean King, this time going deeper into it, to unlock the location in the sea of which I could find the Sun Key, which grants Link access to the Temple of Courage. But in order to get the Sun Key, I needed to go to our favorite mummified bandage man, Edo, who you have to literally scream at to give you the salvage arm, where the salvage arm can be used to collect items from the ocean floor. Yes, this game asks you to yell at the guy through your DS's microphone, where the louder you beg the guy to give you the thing, the cheaper he'll sell it to you. Nintendo out here teaching kids the art of haggling. Just scream as loud as possible and you'll get what you want for a better price. The range at which he can sell it to you can range from as low as 200 rupees, all the way to the astronomical amount of 1,000 rupees. I got him to offer me the salvage arm for a pretty low cost of 300 rupees, which I accepted because I thought it was good enough. I then salvaged the Sun Key, as well as several treasure map locations marked with X's on my map that I had collected throughout my adventure thus far. A lot of these treasure map rewards weren't crazy helpful, where they were mostly just rupees, more sand for Link's Hourglass, which basically equated to a more lenient time limit in the Temple of the Ocean King, and random ship parts. Speaking of ship parts, once I salvaged all my treasures, I customized my ship to whatever abomination this is at Marquet Island to give me 5 total hearts while at sea instead of the starting amount of 4 hearts. From here, I used the Sun Key to unlock my way forward, took out some lizard men, and entered the third dungeon of the Temple of Courage. At this point in the day, I decided it was time to throw in the towel, where I had been playing Zelda for almost 14 hours that day. Before this challenge, I had set a goal for myself to play roughly 14 hours of Zelda for each day, because it still gave me 8 hours of sleep time to regain my energy for later days, but also a couple of hours for random hygiene related things. So pleased with the amount of progress I made for the day, and pretty happy with the pace I had at this point in the challenge, I saved and quit my game and decided to pick things up in the morning. Kicking things off with day 9, I played through the Temple of Courage and I was surprised at how easy this dungeon was, as this game's dungeons hadn't picked up much difficulty at all yet. The whole thing was pretty linear, and before I knew it, I made it to the boss, which was actually pretty awesome. On the bottom screen, you see the fight from Link's perspective, where the boss turns invisible, and on the top screen, you see the fight from the boss's perspective. And you have to use the top screen as reference to shoot the boss with an arrow as it's chasing you to stun it. Before long, I killed it, forcing its disintegrated corpse into my hourglass of fallen foes, and put the dungeon in the books. But then as I began sailing around, I stumbled across one of the largest threats to Link's journey at sea, and one of the largest causes of time loss while sailing around, Linebeck's ex-girlfriend. Yeah, this girl's crazy, and even Linebeck admits it. She sails around the sea searching for Linebeck, shooting torpedoes at his ship, and if she ambushes you, you get to fend her off with your sword as Linebeck sheepishly and rather hilariously hides in a box, waiting for her to leave. If you're good at the game, you can jump over her torpedoes and not get stunned and can outrun her, which I did in most occasions when I sailed by her, but every now and then, I would accidentally get ambushed by her, which would lose me a couple of minutes here and there. So Jolene never caused me a crazy time loss in the grand scheme of things. So from here, I sailed over to Melita Island to take on the most brutal minigame of Phantom Hourglass, and one that many people quote as being a large reason why they couldn't obtain 100% completion, the shooting gallery game. In this minigame, you have to use your bow and arrows to shoot targets that look like monsters to gain points, but if you accidentally shoot the targets that look like little girls, you lose points. But you're on a time limit to hit as many targets as you can in 70 seconds, and the real kicker is that you have to keep a combo going to earn a respectable amount of points, where if you miss a target, your combo goes all the way back down again. There were two prizes I had to get from this minigame, which were a quiver upgrade after getting 1700 points, and a heart container after getting 2000 points. I got the quiver upgrade relatively easily after a few attempts, and keeping my combo for the majority of the minigame, but getting 2000 points to get the heart container is its own beast. You have to play essentially perfect to get at least 2000 points, where if you lose your combo once, or let a monster target pass by without shooting it, you can kiss your heart container goodbye. The minigame starts out pretty slow, where the targets remain stationary, and there aren't any little girl targets. But the game eventually gets super busy with moving targets, requiring you to think on your toes. You may think the beginning phase would be easier with the stationary targets, but I actually found that phase to be harder because you had to shoot those targets pretty quick to get to the second phase fast enough, and you have to aim left or right with your bow, which caused me to miss the target at times. During the second phase, you can just keep aiming straight ahead and shoot your bow when the monster targets fall in line with your sights. So after several attempts at the heart container and not getting enough points over and over again, I had one exceptional run going where I was halfway through the second phase without breaking my combo, and this is how it played out. I actually got 2000 points, enough for the heart container, when I got a little trigger happy where at the last second, I accidentally made Link shoot a girl target, which tragically lowered my score to 1950. So now I had to keep grinding for the heart container. Also, another slap in the face is that just a few minutes later, I got 1950 points again, this time because I was a little slow shooting the targets, and I didn't even lose my combo. But after some time playing the minigame over and over again, I finally reached a score of at least 2000 points, where I somehow managed to hit an extra target and got a whopping 2050 points, netting me a full heart container. And to say that I was overjoyed would be an understatement. I was shaking, full of adrenaline at this point. But unfortunately, I was far from being done with this minigame. You know how I said I had to obtain one of every ship part in the game? Well, playing this minigame is actually one of the best ways to get all ship parts, so I'll have to come back here towards the end of my journey through this game, but more on that later. So from here, I did a lot of miscellaneous things required for the main story. I completed the Ghost Ship Dungeon, where I defeated these demon children dressed as Little Red Riding Hoods by participating in Nintendo's obsession with Dead Man's Volley. And I progressed deeper through the Temple of the Ocean King to get the Southeastern Sea Chart. At this point, I could have continued deeper in the temple to get the fourth and final sea chart of the Northeastern Sea Chart, but I decided against it because I didn't want to risk running out of sand in my hourglass, which would cause my journey for the last sea chart to be all for nothing. So I decided I would return to the Temple of the Ocean King when I had more items and more sand in my hourglass. I then bought a super expensive quiver upgrade for 1000 rupees, and then earned almost 6000 rupees instantly at Mercate Island by selling all my duplicate treasures and ship parts that I collected on my journey, where rupees will be essential to purchasing ship parts that I hadn't already owned from shops around the game, mainly Beetle's shop. I then made it to the Island of the Gorons, which are a heck of a lot more derpy in this game compared to any other iteration of the Gorons. On this island, I actually purchased the shield for the first time in this game, surprisingly enough, where honestly, I didn't even notice that I didn't have it until I saw it here in the shop. This island is pretty strict of outsiders, where in order to gain trust with the Gorons and be one of them, I had to talk to every single Goron on the island and answer random obscure trivia about them, such as how many homes exist on the island, or how many Goron adults are standing outside, which I definitely did not look up the solutions to online. But after answering all the questions correctly, confetti rained down from who knows where, and I immediately had to pay 146 rupees as part of my dues. I was honestly starting to question my decisions of being a Goron at this point, but after getting scams, I made it into the Goron Temple. The Goron Temple was pretty chill, and it had a pretty cool mechanic where you can alternate taking control of either a Goron child or a Link to solve puzzles and progress through the dungeon. Even the boss used this mechanic pretty cleverly, where you had to ram the thing with the Goron until you could route a bomb shoe in his mouth as Link. Before I knew it though, the boss exploded into a pile of dust, and I obtained the first of 3 medals that I needed to forge the Phantom Sword, needed to defeat the final boss of the game, Bellum. I then sailed my way to an island called DS Island, conveniently shaped like, well, a Nintendo DS, to take on a racing minigame where I had to smash into all these crystal looking things as a Goron and cross the finish line under 35 seconds to get a bomb shoe bag upgrade. On my first attempt at the minigame, the first 20 seconds of the race went pretty good, but I had quite a bit of minor time losses, which I felt like were adding up and caused me to worry about if I could complete the minigame in time. This is how the remaining part of the race played out. I completed the race with just 0.2 of a second to spare, and so without looking back, I took my Bonchu upgrade and sailed away. I began salvaging up some treasures across the sea that I located with treasure maps I collected, and collected my first golden ship part of the golden chimney. These golden parts are the rarest of the rare and were the hardest to obtain in the game, and I was happy that I was starting to obtain them normally while playing, instead of tediously grinding for them at the end. These next areas were not crazy interesting, so I'll just glance over them rather quickly. I then sailed over to the Isle of Frost, where I entered the Temple of Ice and obtained the second metal needed to forge the Phantom Sword. From here, I got some miscellaneous spirit gems and treasure maps scattered across the game, and then progressed all the way to the very bottom of the Temple of the Ocean King to get the Northeastern Sea Chart, unlocking the final area of the sea. In this northeastern quadrant, I entered the most confusing island of the game, Maze Island, which houses a minigame where you have to run around a giant maze. There are 3 difficulties to this minigame that involve you needing to run around, smacking a certain amount of gossip stones with your sword, and then collecting a prize within a time limit. Completing the easiest difficulty nets you a wisdom gem, the normal difficulty nets you a treasure map, and the by far hardest difficulty nets you a heart container. I knocked out the first 2 difficulties without much sweat, but the final difficulty seemed really intimidating. You have to hit a whopping 14 gossip stones scattered across the entire island, and there isn't much room at all for error in the path you take. And each attempt at this minigame takes multiple minutes, so you can rack up a bunch of time playing this minigame if you're slow and keep failing. But during my first attempt at the hardest mode, I thought I was soaring and was doing really good. I did not make any blunders really at all, where the only real time loss I had was due to small things such as not cutting corners tight enough. So with all 14 gossip stones interacted with, I began to run to the chest with the heart container with not much time left on the clock. The timer ended less than a second before I was going to open the chest. And now I had to play this slow minigame again just to have another attempt at getting the heart container. But luckily, the second attempt went much better compared to the first attempt. I took a couple of shortcuts this time around that saved me a bit of extra time, and I actually was able to open the heart container chest with the timer not even picking up speed to indicate that I was running out of time. And I was even given a large rupee worth 300 rupees for completing the maze as well. And so after a dangerously close chase with Jolene right on my tail, actually making contact with her torpedo a couple of times, I was able to sail just ahead of her and sail to my next destination of the Isle of the Dead. This island was essentially an intermediary place I had to visit prior to progressing to the next dungeon. There was a super useful room in this island where I found an astounding 2 more unique golden ship parts of the Golden Wheel and the Golden Cannon, along with a Courage Gem and a treasure map. Obtaining duplicate ship parts is unfortunately very common in this game, so I was super happy that I found 2 unique rare golden ship parts. Upon sailing to my next destination, I saw Jolene, sailing through some rocks like they were thin air. Dang, this chick's a menace to Linebeck, as well as a menace to the laws of physics. On the next island I visited, the Isle of Ruins, I found the 20th and final wisdom gem just chilling in a chest and entered Muto's temple, the dungeon housing the final metal needed to reforge the Phantom Sword. Muto's temple was slightly more challenging compared to the previous dungeons, but it wasn't anything crazy. I did find the most overpowered item in the game here though, the hammer, which can smash enemies at any spot on the screen, basically rendering your sword almost useless in comparison. So after beating the temple and getting the last of the medals, I got the Phantom Sword forged, netting me the most powerful sword in the game. At this point, I caught all the fish besides the legendary Neptuna and the stowfish, so I decided to grind for those for a bit by sailing around the Isle of Gust, where fish showed up rather frequently. After many repeat catches, I caught a louver and it had a stowfish attached to it. The stowfish was actually on the 19th largest fish that I caught, which ended up equating to about average luck considering their stowfish has a 5% chance of appearing on the largest caught fish. I decided to continue the grind for the Neptuna for later, so I made my way over to the Temple of the Ocean King to complete the last bit of gameplay required for the main story. I played through the temple to get to the very bottom floor and unlock the entrance to the final boss room after killing some phantoms with my Phantom Sword. So now whenever I wanted to take on the final boss, I could just warp straight to that room without needing to play through the entire temple anymore. So at this point in Phantom Hourglass, we accomplished all that was needed for the main story, and now we enter the tedious grind stage. I still needed a couple of spirit gems to acquire and treasure maps to salvage, along with capturing the Neptuna to get a heart container. But the main grind left was obtaining all the ship parts in the game, where I hadn't even obtained half of them at that point. Along with a plentiful amount of fish near the Isle of Gust, there were some pirate ships that drop a random ship part once sunken that you can salvage their salvage arm. So in an attempt to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, I would sail around trying to fish for the Neptuna while also sinking some pirate ships and collecting their sunken treasure for ship parts. I was able to rack up a decent amount of unique ship parts this way, with some being repeats unfortunately. Also using this method, I sadly did not have much luck catching the Neptuna. Fish after fish, I kept hooking ones that I already caught, and I eventually just stopped seeing the large swordfish icon on the overworld map entirely, where that large swordfish icon signifies a potential Neptuna. So as a means of preserving my sanity and general mental wellness, I decided to pause on fish grinding and come back to it later. Also, I don't know if it was just a result of me playing Zelda games all day for 9 days straight, or if I was just fed up from grinding for the Neptuna for about an hour with no results, but I was pretty mentally fatigued at this point. Mentally fatigued enough that I decided to throw in the towel for the day, after playing Phantom Hourglass for just over 12 hours. I just wanted to be done with Phantom Hourglass at that point, but the dozens of ship parts I knew I had to collect made me nervous about the potentially dozens of extra hours I had to spend playing the game. Each time you get a ship part in this game, it's a roll of the dice which one you get, so getting one of each 72 ship parts just seemed like a monumental task at that point. So not entirely pleased with my progress and what I had ahead of me, I decided to continue with Phantom Hourglass in the morning. First thing, I immediately made my way to Melita Island to grind for ship parts at the Shooting Gallery minigame, where getting at least 1700 points would net me a new ship part. It was totally random whether or not I would get a duplicate or a new ship part, but multiple sources online swore up and down that this minigame was the most efficient way of getting all the ship parts in the game, so I buckled down and started shooting some targets. After playing the minigame for about an hour, I got some new ship parts, but I was still missing 23 of them, so definitely a bit of more grinding to go. I decided to take a break from this minigame though, and sold some duplicate ship parts to get myself some more rupees. I then changed the date and time on my system to get the masked beetle shop to appear, which is only open from 10 PM to 11 AM on weekdays, and 10 AM to 12 PM on the weekend. This shop actually has a couple of unique items required for 100% completion, where I purchased a courage gem along with a heart container. Right after buying these items, I started to sail around for a bit until I saw a swordfish shadow, and when I started to reel in the fish, I noticed that it was a legendary Neptuna. I knew that if I accidentally let the fish get away, I would be devastated because of how long I spent trying to find the thing, so I very carefully reeled it in until it was 1 yard away, and I caught it! Immediately upon catching it, I sailed over to Bannon Island, talked to the old wayfarer, and was rewarded with a heart container, giving me a set of full heart containers. After exiting the guy's hut, I went over to the mailbox and was sent a power gem in the mail, signifying all 60 spirit gems as being collected. I then sailed over to Spear Island to get rewards for getting all the spirit gems, where getting all the power gems increases Link's attack power, getting all wisdom gems increases Link's defense, and getting all courage gems causes Link to shoot massive sword beams from his sword. You can only choose one of these upgrades at a time, so I went with the sword beam power up because it's awesome looking, and the combat is easy enough in this game to not really warrant the other two power ups. One additional 100% completion requirement I set for myself for this game is completing the Temple of the Ocean King with 0 seconds being subtracted from your hourglass. I made this a requirement because there's a spot on your collection screen that shows your best time passing through the temple, so since the game tracks your best time, I figured it would make sense to max that time out. This feat may seem impossible or incredibly difficult on surface level, but there are actually a lot of really helpful guides online that make it easy, where the key is to move as fast as possible while you're outside the safe zones, and collect as many of these golden pots as possible, which adds seconds to your hourglass. You can actually break one of these pots right before completing the temple, which allows you to complete it with 25 minutes left in your hourglass. From here, I continued the ship part grind. Instead of grinding at the shooting gallery, I decided to hunt for new parts at Beetle's shop. Each day of real life time, Beetle alternates the stock, where he carries 2 ship parts at a time. My methodology was to enter Beetle's shop and buy a ship part if it was one that I hadn't already owned. I would then save and quit the game, move my system's clock up by 1 day, and repeat over and over again. I found this method to work really well, where I was getting a decent number of parts that I hadn't owned previously. But the downside was that Beetle's shop can be extremely expensive, especially for rare parts that cost thousands of rupees. So eventually, I ran out of rupees and couldn't grind at Beetle's anymore. So I then tried my luck at the shooting gallery game again to grind for ship parts, where even the duplicate parts that I got there could be sold for more rupees so that I could purchase more parts from Beetle's shop. During the shooting gallery grind, I reached my all-time high score of 2150 points, where I honestly don't think there's any chance of me breaking that personal best. Also, I think the more points you get, the rarer your ship part rewards are, but I could be wrong with that. But either way, I got a duplicate ship part from getting that high score, so that was unfortunate. At this point, I only had 10 more ship parts to collect, where they were the only things I needed to obtain in this game prior to defeating the boss in order to reach 100% completion. I had already grinded ship parts from Beetle and from the shooting gallery for a while, so I decided to turn to a new source of ship parts, the Temple of the Ocean King. Not many people know this, but you can actually get ship parts from that temple at a pretty quick pace if you know what you're doing. Floors B7, B8, and B9 each contain a chest of a random ship part if you kill all the phantoms on each floor with your phantom sword. So you can warp to floor B7 using the yellow warp at the entrance of the temple, clear out the 3 floors, and save and quit and load your save to continue the process over and over again. I did this for about an hour and a half, which netted me 6 new ship parts, along with dozens and dozens of repeats. So I only had 4 ship parts left that I had to obtain. The log prow, the golden hull, and the pillar handrail. Now you'd think this game would be balanced such that each time you get a ship part, you would have a 1 in 72 chance of getting a certain ship part because there are 72 ship parts in the game, right? Well, wrong. Some ship parts are more rare than others, where some parts have astronomically lower odds of appearing. You can trade ship parts between your friends to make obtaining all the ship parts in a singular save file easier, but since I'm playing this challenge on my own, I had to find all ship parts in a singular save file on my own. Since I got dozens upon dozens of repeat ship parts from the Temple of the Ocean King, I had thousands of rupees at my disposal, so I decided to grind ship parts at Beetle's shop some more. And after 2.5 extremely tedious hours of moving time forward a day and checking Beetle's shop, I only found 2 new ship parts. I found the golden prow and the log prow, leaving the golden hull and pillar handrail as remaining. And what's even wilder is that I purchased the golden prow and the log prow at the same Beetle visit, where those 2 parts were in stock at the exact same time. Like, I can't even begin to believe the odds of that happening. But after grinding at Beetle's for hours, I was really grasping at straws for ways of getting the last 2 ship parts. There's this multiplayer mode in Phantom Hourglass where you can complete these things called big plays, where some of the big plays have guaranteed golden ship parts as rewards. My thought was I could use this as a potential method for me to obtain the golden hull, but since I'm playing this game by myself, because I couldn't find anybody as crazy as me to take on this challenge as well, I could not access this multiplayer mode. So when I started thinking of new potential ways to get ship parts, I thought of something. The mailman. If you defeat all the enemies on the ship of this guy with a maniacal smile deemed, well, the man of smiles, he'll gift you a prize postcard. And if you mail this postcard and wait a day, you have a chance of either winning or losing, where if you win, you get a random ship part. So I mailed the postcard, increased my system's clock by a day, and kept checking the mail and reloading my save to keep rerolling the prize to get a different ship part each time. As I kept doing this, I was not getting any golden parts, so I didn't think this method would be reliable in getting the golden hull, but I thought that it could lead me towards winning the pillar handrail because as I kept re-rolling, I kept getting stone parts of similar value to the pillar handrail. And as luck would have it, after re-rolling dozens upon dozens of times, I actually won the pillar handrail. Now there was only one more ship part to obtain before I could free myself of this prison of grinding for ship parts, the mythical golden hull. Now I had to switch gears for a bit and ask myself something. What's the most surefire method to obtaining rare ship parts, and in this case the golden hull? Beetle stocks rare ship parts, but from my experience of re-rolling his stock for hours, I did come across golden ship parts, but they were few and far between. But eventually, I thought of something that I hadn't tried before. Upon beating the Temple of the Ocean King, there are 2 chests that spawn that have a high chance of containing rare items, where if you keep playing through this temple over and over again, you can keep opening these 2 chests. So my plan was to play through the temple a few times to see what these chests would net me. And so after playing through the whole temple, I opened the left chest and the paddling wheel, a repeat. And when I opened the right chest, the golden hull, the very last ship part I needed to get in the game, marking all 72 ship parts as collected. And what does this game give you for collecting all ship parts, you may ask? Absolutely nothing. Yeah, apparently even Nintendo didn't fully expect players to grind for all of them, because they don't even acknowledge that you collected them all. I was so happy that this game finally cut me some slack and gave me the golden hull without having to replay the Temple of the Ocean King any more times. If I couldn't find the golden hull there after a few passes through the temple, I probably would have just kept grinding at Beetle Shop some more to test my luck there. And so with all ship parts collected, I decked myself out with a full golden ship, giving me 8 total hearts, double the amount of hearts that the basic ship had. And so I made my way into the boss chamber, slashed at Bellum with my sword, shot at its nasty eyeballs with my beautiful golden ship, and good God, I worked so hard for that ship, and darn Grandpa didn't even try to do anything to save it. For shame. From here, I witnessed the final phase of the boss fight and took out Bellum, reducing him to a conglomerate of floating sand. Grandpa came back in his whale form, Tetra was saved, and Linebeck wished for his ship back. But quite honestly, I don't know why he's referring to the ship as his. I'm the one that grinded for hours on end to get the thing where it's at now. But then the credits rolled, and I watched Linebeck sail away in my ship made out of solid gold worth a fortune. Ugh, get that smile off your face, Link. You're the real one getting screwed over here. But either way, that was my 100% run of Phantom Hourglass, which took me a little under 28 hours of playtime. This actually took a bit longer than I expected. The ship parts grind was by far the most grueling part of this game, which I expected to be grueling, but I didn't realize I would go hours at a time grinding for the last couple of remaining ship parts that I needed, which were only obtainable by pure luck of the draw. The rest of the game wasn't too bad, with even the fishing being manageable, even though it caused me some headache. So anyway, with about 10 hours of gameplay spent on day 10 of the challenge so far, I started my journey on the other DS Zelda game to be released, The Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks. So what is required to 100% complete Spirit Tracks? Is it any more grueling than Phantom Hourglass? Unfortunately, yes it is, but it's a different type of grueling. Instead of collecting ship parts to customize a ship, I will need to collect all train parts for Link's train that he rides around in. But, instead of there being 72 parts I have to collect, Spirit Tracks only has 32 train cars that I needed. The fact that I had to collect less parts this time around definitely made me more optimistic going into this game, but more on those train parts later. I also had to obtain all heart containers to max out my health, all quiver and bomb upgrades, and catch all 50 rabbits scattered across the overworld, where there are 10 in each of the 5 realms I'll be riding through: forest, snow, ocean, fire, and sand. There are also 25 of these things called Force Gems I'll have to collect, which the player earns from helping out various players in the game, such as transporting them where they want to go or bringing them certain items. These Force Gems unlock pieces of track, which oftentimes lead to rabbits, or hidden optional stations which I'll have to clear out as well for 100% completion. There are a few more specific things I'll need to do that I'll touch on as they come up, but the main other collectible I'll need to obtain are the 20 stamps in Nico's stamp book, where stamp stations are found at various stations across Hyrule, and each stamp essentially represents that I visited and explored its corresponding station. So with that out of the way, let's jump into Spirit Tracks. The game starts with you waking up on the floor of Nico's home, who is well over 100 years old in this game, and tells you an intro story to set you up for your adventure. You then ride to Hyrule Castle on this rickety piece of crap to visit Princess Zelda to get your official engineering certification. However, things go awry when it turns out that the Chancellor named Cole is evil, as he destroys the tracks right from underneath your train and kills Princess Zelda. Yes, Princess Zelda is actually a ghost in this game who follows you around as your companion, trying to get her body back, which eventually gets possessed by the evil Malladus. I then did a bunch of miscellaneous things, such as how to get trained to use a sword, witness Zelda's deadly fear of rats even though she's a ghost and they literally can't touch her, and met with Anjean in the Tower of Spirits, who gave me background information to complete my quest of saving Hyrule from Malladus to put me on the right track. After progressing through the Tower of Spirits for a bit, which acts as the game's main temple that you had to visit pretty regularly throughout your adventure, I got the Forest Rail Map to unlock some more tracks, bought a shield from Big Lips Libby in a town of lumberjacks, and in no time made it to the Forest Temple. Similar to Phantom Hourglass, the dungeons in this game are not that difficult, but they're certainly more challenging in Spirit Tracks. The puzzles are never too crazy and mind-bending in the main dungeons, and because I played this game pretty often as a kid, I was pretty familiar with the different items in the game and how they could be used to solve various puzzles. I was also very grateful that I could just map a button to the microphone while playing this game, because the dungeon item in the Forest Temple is the Whirlwind, which you had to blow into the DS's microphone every single time you want to use it, which got me pretty lightheaded at times as a kid. And there were also those devious flute sections which I absolutely despised as a kid, where you had to play a pretty simple sequence of notes alongside these wheelchair men, which would seem easy on surface level if it wasn't for the crappy DS microphone. So long story short, I happily mapped the microphone to a button on my keyboard and called it a day. Also, speaking of the wheelchair men, how the heck do any of them get up the stairs that lead up to the center of the room? Like, this place is definitely not wheelchair accessible. These guys just lead to more questions than answers, I'm telling you. But either way, I took out the Forest Temple just fine, and took on a minigame called the Take 'Em All On challenge in Hyrule Castle Town, which is essentially an enemy gauntlet where you go room to room killing enemies, except the main challenge is there's no hearts you can pick up during any point of the gauntlet. There are 3 difficulties in this minigame that unlock as you progress through the main story, where the easiest difficulty opened up at this point, so I completed it to get a full heart container. I had to play a little careful because I only had 4 hearts and 10 rooms to progress through, but with just under 2 hearts remaining, I took out the boss and got the heart container. I will also have to come back to this minigame 2 more times later on in this game to take on the 2 harder difficulties. I then returned to the Tower of Spirits in search of the Snow Rail Map, where I was exposed to the incompetence that is Princess Zelda's pathfinding abilities. She can take control of phantoms for you to guide around, but her movement can be finicky at times, where she quite honestly is a bit stupid. I mean, come on, Zelda. And so after getting the Snow Realm map, I talked to Alfonso in Hyrule Castle, who said that if I transported him back to Aboda Village, he could get me a cannon to better defend myself. And so immediately after I ran full speed into Aboda Village, Alfonso complimented my train skills, saying the ride was as smooth as silk. Come on, Alfonso, you don't have to lie to me. If you weren't concussed from getting launched into the side of my train before, you were certainly concussed now. So after getting a cannon, I began riding to the Snow Realm when I stopped by a station on the way, and good god, this game has furries. Bunnyo here kicks off the bunny rabbit hunts by giving you a rabbit catching net, where if you shoot at a bunny while riding your train, it initiates a 10-second time period where you're able to catch the bunny. But if you run out of time, you have to stop at a station or leave the area and come back to have another chance at catching the rabbit. Now I don't know if my fine motor skills were just shot from playing Zelda for days on end at this point, but catching these rabbits was actually a lot harder than I remembered. I would only catch a rabbit about half the time on each of my attempts, and rabbits located in remote places were particularly annoying to catch, because there were minutes of time in between attempts of me riding my train to a station and back to allow the rabbit to respawn. Also, some rabbits move pretty slow, but there are some devious rabbits out there that move super fast, where dropping your net is essentially a game of luck, because by the time you click on the rabbit and have your net fall to the ground, the rabbit could be all the way across the other side of your screen because of how fast it moves. But luckily, the forest rabbits are relatively easy to catch, so I caught my first rabbit with ease. I then went on a rabbit catching rampage for all the rabbits in the forest realm that I previously rode past because I didn't have a cannon or net. And in one instance, I actually died and got game over right after I caught a rabbit when I crashed into a dark train. Ah, the things I do for you, Bunnyo. The things I do for you. But luckily, the game still counted the bunny I caught seconds before I died, so that was nice. And from here, with everything completed in the forest realm that I had planned at this point, I rode over to the Snow Realm, where I taught a crab, frog-like creature in a cave who's boss, played a duet with yet another wheelchair man bound by the evils that are stairs, and rode my way into the Snow Temple. Now at this point, I was getting close to the approximate 14-hour budget that I set for myself for each day of this challenge, and I felt like I was at a pretty good stopping point upon reaching the next dungeon, so I decided I would call it quits for the day and take on the Snow Temple the next morning. So that was day 10. Only 4 days left until I was out of time. Kicking things off the morning of the 11th day, I continued my progress with Spirit Tracks by taking on the Snow Temple. The Snow Temple had me a little bit worried going into it, because Zelda games have a track record with snow and ice temples being particularly devious with challenging ice-based block pushing puzzles, and I honestly hadn't remembered much about the Snow Temple and Spirit Tracks going into it. But to my delight at the time, it was actually super easy and pretty linear, similar to the Forest Temple. After beating the boss, I had an extremely close call with the Dark Train where I almost got game over. A lot of people bash the train riding feature of this game, quoting it as slow and boring, but it is actually really engaging, where part of the challenge is navigating through the fields of evil trains to not get game over, and the hunt for all 50 rabbits keeps you on your toes of constantly surveying your surroundings. Speaking of rabbits, I got absolutely destroyed by a particularly devious forest rabbit who thought it would be a good idea to hide in the forest for most of the 10 seconds I had to catch it, which made it impossible to see and nearly impossible to catch. But after a few more resets, I was finally able to nab it. I had also obtained the Ocean Rail map from the Tower of Spirits and then participated in my first of many transport missions in the game, where you had to transport someone in your passenger car, but apparently everyone is a stickler for the quote, rules of the rails, where if you don't blow your train whistle or slow down at designated areas of the rails dictated by signs, your passenger will keep getting upset until they eventually don't want you to drive them around anymore because they want to go back to where you took them. The whole concept is honestly pretty bizarre to see in a Zelda game, especially when there are demonic trains and enemies all throughout the overworld, but your passenger wants you to slow down at points, putting you in harm's way. Like in this particular transport mission, I had to transport a bridge worker to repair a bridge connecting the Forest Realm to the Ocean Realm, but we all ended up dying because this guy wanted me to slow down when there was an evil train directly behind us moving at full speed. Like, talk about out of touch passengers. During my second attempt transporting the guy though, I got him to his destination, he repaired the bridge, and I made my way into the Ocean Realm. I rode around the Ocean Realm, collecting several rabbits along my way, which have the surprising ability to walk on water, and rode underwater to take on the Ocean Temple, where I got a pretty unique dungeon item of the whip, which allows you to swing from things, and well, whip things. Using the whip, I took out the dungeon's boss, which looks strikingly similar to what you would expect a stereotypical lunch lady to look like, and rode my way back over to the Forest Realm to a station called Whittleton, which houses an interesting minigame required to master for 100% completion, the Whip Race. This minigame, hosted by Wood, yes, that's his actual name, is a timed race where you have to scale up a tree as fast as possible while using your whip to travel up tree branches. And the lower the time is that you complete the minigame, the better your prize is. If you finish the race in between a minute and 15 seconds and a minute and 30 seconds, you get a medium rare treasure. But if you finish the race in less than a minute and 15 seconds, wood gives you a full heart container. But he really makes you work for this heart container, as I had to try this minigame many times until I completed it in the required time. Completing this minigame well enough to get the heart container is all I wanted to achieve at this point, but later on in the challenge, I would have to come back to this minigame to achieve one of the most difficult feats associated with a minigame in the Zelda series. But more on that later. From here, I took on the medium difficulty of the Take 'Em All On challenge, which definitely was more difficult compared to my first pass through the minigame, as I only had about a heart remaining by the end of it, but my large maximum heart capacity this time around definitely helped me out. I then did my fourth pass through the Tower of Spirits to get the fire rail map towards the very top of the tower, dozens of flights of stairs up from the base, and witnessed Angie roll in the same room as myself. I mean, come on, how the heck do these people get around like this? But anyway, once out of the Tower of Spirits, I immediately made my way to the Fire Realm and met some Gorons who wanted me to put out some lava so that they could access their homes. But in order to put out the lava, I would need something cold to bring to them, so they gave me a freight car so that I could fetch something cold to bring to them. I swear, these Gorons even put this guy to shame. So with my freight car, I rode over to the Snow Realm and found an Anuki selling Mega Ice that I could use to put out the lava in Goron Village. He initially tried to sell it for 25 rupees, but you can actually just keep talking this guy down until he just gives it to you for free, which I took gladly. However, out of some twisted change of fate, while I was riding, these elephant creatures snorted on my ice right behind my back, so before I knew it, I was all out. So I had to crawl back to the Anuki to beg for some more, and guess what? He doubled the price to now be 50 rupees instead of the usual amount of 25 rupees. What a hustler. So after transporting the ice, I got the Gorons back to their homes and started doing a crap ton of transportation missions with my train for Force Gems. In one of these missions, Wheels here from the Snow Sanctuary asked if I could get him a fancy pot called a vessel. So I carefully transported the vessel to the guy, where if I got hit one time, the thing would break because it's super delicate. And once I gave it to him, he gave me a Force Gem which opened some rails that gave me access to a new station called the Slippery Station. Him and I were overcome with joy at the exchange, and... yeah, you didn't see anything. So after visiting the Snow Sanctuary for the last time in this game, I rode over to the Slippery Station that I just unlocked. There's a few stations such as this that are unlocked optionally throughout the game that provide rewards once cleared, which are usually ultra rare treasures like the Regal Ring or Alchemy Stone. I decided to clear all these stations out because it just seemed right for 100% completion to clear all stations. But unfortunately, these optional stations are some of the hardest in the game, and Slippery Station was no exception. In this station, you have to travel on ice from one point to another, but you're on a time limit. There are 3 difficulties, where I was able to complete the easier 2 without much trouble, but the hardest difficulty is what really gave me a tough time. There is absolutely no room for error for the hardest difficulty, where attempt after attempt, I would be just short of my goal with the final treasure just out of reach. I was getting to a point that I was failing each attempt when I wasn't even aware of what I was doing wrong. I rolled as much as I could, cut corners as fast as I could, and ran in a straight line as much as possible so that I would pick up speed for longer amounts of time. So I was just trying this minigame over and over again, hoping that by some stroke of luck, I would save time somewhere to get me to the goal in time. And eventually, in one attempt, I was on my fastest pace yet, cutting corners as best as I could. You've got to be kidding me. I was stuck in the absolute middle of the door, but the game just decided to pop me out to the left side of it and couldn't throw me a bone. So now I had to grind even more, with many attempts falling much further away from the door this time, until I reached a run that was about the same pace as my fastest run yet that barely ended in failure. And finally, after many attempts, I made it past the door just in time and claimed my reward of the Alchemy Stone, which would soon be useful in my quest to obtain all train cars, but more on those train cars later. I then decided to tackle the Fire Temple, which wasn't that hard, where I witnessed perhaps the most useless hint in the entire Zelda franchise, where directly next to a locked door, a stone read, "Remember, the only way to open this door is with a key." Yeah, I could tell that based on the massive lock located directly in the center of the thing. Before I knew it though, I made it to the dungeon's boss, shot it in the groin a few times with my bow, and put the Fire Temple in the books. From here, I did some more rabbit collecting when something insane happened during one of my rabbit catching attempts. Check this out. I caught the thing with 0 seconds left, which I don't think I could replicate even if I wanted to. From here, I did some more transport missions for Force Gems, hunted for rabbits, which I missed an unfortunately high number of times before actually catching them, and made it to the very top of the Tower of Spirits where I defeated Chancellor Cole's henchman, Burn, and got a Force Gem from Angine to unlock the 5th and final realm, the Sand Realm. The entirety of the main story that takes place in the Sand Realm went without any issue. I knocked out the Sand Temple just fine, where the boss reminds me a lot of that one sand boss from New Super Mario Bros. DS. And I rode around, rounding up the sand rabbits, which are pretty convenient to collect because the sand realm is pretty small, so they were all pretty densely packed together. After beating the Sand Temple, Angine gave me the Locomo Sword, which is the most powerful sword in the game, and it's kind of absurd that Angine waited until towards the very end of my quest to give me the thing, because it would have been extremely valuable earlier on, but whatever. I then made my way to the ends of the Earth Station, which consists of blocks that you have to move with your sand rod that you got in the Sand Temple. This station is home to the most challenging puzzles in Spirit Tracks, where the devs really were not holding back here. The puzzles started out pretty easy, but later turned into devilishly difficult, and I was super grateful that I could just look up the solutions for them instead of losing my mind trying to solve them the intended way. Even as a kid, I don't think I was able to solve some of the later puzzles in the station, and had to look up the solutions online. Like, look at this one. You basically have no room to move the blocks anywhere. Once it was over though, I snatched up the grand prize of the Regal Ring and was out of there. I then made my way back to the Tower of Spirits and scaled my way to the top to get the very last stamp that I was missing in the game. Where getting all the stamps prompted Nico to give me the Swordsman's Scroll, which lets me perform the Great Spin attack that lets Link repeatedly spin around like a madman. Now at this point in the day, I was playing Spirit Tracks for a good bit of time, and I had made a significant amount of progress to the game, so I decided I would try and finish up Spirit Tracks the next day. But even though I had a large majority of the main story complete, I still had hours upon hours of grinding ahead of me for miscellaneous 100% completion criteria I still had not completed. But more on that the next day. The morning of the 12th day, I booted up Spirit Tracks and continued my journey visiting a station called Dark Ore Mine in the Fire Realm, which houses the strictest transportation mission in the entire game. You're tasked to transport some dark ore to Linebeck III in the Forest Realm, but dark ore decomposes in the sunlight, so you need to travel as quickly as possible to get at least 5 units of ore to Linebeck. There's pretty much only one path in the game on the rails that will get him the units in time, which consists of passing through a cave that houses another one of those frog eyeball crab creatures that we defeated previously. I killed the giant monster before transporting the ore, so all I had to deal with were its babies trying to jump on me. And before I knew it, I made it to Linebeck and gave him his ore. He then gave me a Force Gem that unlocked some tracks in the Ocean Realm, which led me to the 50th and final rabbit to catch in the game. And it got away. But during my 4th attempt trying to catch the thing, I finally caught it. I then chatted with Bunnyo, who gave me a crap ton of treasure in exchange for all the rabbits I forced into captivity. And the grand prize he gave me for catching all of them was yet another Swordsman's Scroll, where this one let me shoot sword beams out of my sword. I then traversed the Tower of Spirits for the final time, where I unlocked the portal to the final boss fight. Now at this point, I could take on the final boss whenever, but there were a few 100% completion requirements that I still needed to obtain. One thing I hadn't mentioned up until this point is Beetle's Airshop, which floats around the overworlds, and you can purchase items from him by blowing your train horn to call him down to you. As you purchase more and more items from him, he gives you membership cards that get more valuable as you buy more items, where they mostly revolve around you getting more discounts as you shop with him more. The final card of Beetles that you can get, and the one that requires the most purchases from his shop, is the Diamond card, which gives the player a 50% discount on all items as well as a free Regal Ring. But in order to get the Diamond card, you need to earn 2,000 points from his shop, where 1 point is given to the player for every 10 rupees they spend at the shop. So I'll need to spend an astonishing 20,000 rupees at Beetle's shop, which is an absurd amount of rupees. Even your wallet maxes out at 9,999 rupees. So how could I possibly hope to get that many rupees? Well, the answer lies in treasures. And how can we get an absurd amount of treasures, you may ask? Well, the answer lies in the whip race game that we played a little earlier, located in the lumberjack town of Whittleton. After winning the heart container for that minigame, each time you complete the race between a minute and 5 seconds and a minute and 15 seconds, you win a moderately rare treasure that you can sell to Linebeck III at his trading post for 500 rupees. So I kept playing this minigame over and over again to get 500 rupees every 90 seconds or so, sold my treasures to Linebeck, and bought even more treasures from Beetle to get points, which I could then sell at Linebeck's trading post again to get a little bit of my rupees back. In addition to playing the whip race game for treasures, there was a 100% completion criteria associated with this minigame. Complete it in less than a minute and 5 seconds. If you complete it less than a minute and 5 seconds, you get charged 25 rupees instead of 50 to play the game in the future. You get gifted a regal ring, and the minigame host offers a unique piece of dialogue where he calls you a legend. I was debating making achieving this score a requirement, but since it makes the guy start calling you a legend, I felt like I had to do it. And it was convenient that I had to play this minigame anyway to rack up a bunch of treasures to sell for rupees to get points at Beetle's shop. But as I played this minigame for a bit, I could tell I was not skilled enough yet to get sub 1 minute and 5 seconds. I was still regularly getting just below a minute and 15 seconds to get the moderately rare treasure, so I knew I had to buckle down and grind away. Slowly, I began trimming down on my time as I got more and more comfortable with the minigame, getting to a point where I pretty much had the entire course memorized. I was getting pretty consistent at getting sub 1 minute and 10 seconds every time I played, and eventually, I started the God Run. The beginning of the run went flawlessly. I was spamming the whip as fast as possible to reduce any time wasted swinging from branch to branch, and at the 45-second point, I knew I was on a really good pace as I was close to swinging through the last couple group of branches. "105.54, just half a second above the 1 minute and 5 second threshold. I had no clue what I was doing that was slow until I looked at a world record clear video of the minigame. From that video, I implemented rolling while in grassed areas to add a bit of speed, and I discovered that for the thorn arches, you actually only need to clear one thorn to pass through them instead of two. Where if you enter the arch at just the right angle with just one thorn missing, you can just barely pass through the archway. So with that information in mind, I began grinding away some more, successfully passing through the first thorn archway while clearing out a singular thorn, and made my way to the two final thorn arches in the game. "104.91, less than a tenth of a second under the 1 minute 5 second threshold. I decided to play it safe and clear both thorns off the last thorn arch, and it ended up being worth it. And so I gladly took my regal ring and legend status. Also, interestingly enough, if you keep getting lower than a minute and 5 seconds in this minigame, the guy keeps giving you regal rings every time. So if you're good at this minigame, this is by far the quickest way to get rupees in the game, where you can get a regal ring worth 2,500 rupees every minute or so that it takes to play the minigame. But I was not that good at the minigame, as this was the only time I ever got below a minute and 5 seconds. And so with the pressure taken off of me from that minigame, I continued my focus on Beetle's air shop. The grind for the diamond card actually went a bit faster than I expected, where after getting the platinum card, the card before the diamond card, Beetle gives you the quintuple points card, which I used while purchasing an expensive item to quintuple the amount of points I got from it. So instead of getting 70 points while purchasing an item for 700 rupees, I got a whopping 350 points from purchasing it. And so before I knew it, Beetle gave me a regal ring, and my diamond card came in the mail. But I didn't actually use the diamond card's 50% discounts, because I didn't really have any need to come to Beetle's shop again. And now I focused on a new goal, the grind for all 32 train parts. Unlike the ship parts from Phantom Hourglass, which are attained totally randomly, you get train parts and spirit tracks from giving certain treasures to Linebeck III at his trading post. But the various treasures in the game are pretty random to receive in their own right, so obtaining all 32 train parts is pretty much all up to RNG. I was able to obtain most of the treasures I needed for train parts from purchasing them at Beetle's shop and playing the whip race over and over again, but there were still some treasures I needed to grind for, which were unfortunately the hardest to obtain in the game. Similar to Phantom Hourglass, based on your save file, certain treasures appear more than others in shops, treasure chests, etc. In my case, the treasures that were deemed uncommon were demon fossils, dark pearl loops, and dragon scales, which I needed to obtain several of each to unlock the remaining train parts. During my hours of grinding at the whip game and Beetle's shop, I maybe sold one of each of them, so I really needed a more efficient way of collecting them. And that's when I decided upon a new way of getting treasures: gambling with mail and prize postcards. Yes, the prize postcards from Phantom Hourglass make a comeback in Spirit Tracks, but they're a lot more fleshed out in this game. Each day of real life time, prizes are listed for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place, where the more postcards you mail in, the greater chance you have of getting a better prize, where the smallest amount of postcards you can mail in for a day is 1, and the most you can mail in is 20. Also, to get prize postcards, you have to purchase them at a shop. So my goal was to look at the prizes for a day, get enough postcards to get the prize I needed, and increase the day on my system until I would get all the remaining treasures I needed. And this system actually worked out really well. The uncommon prizes I needed pretty regularly showed up as potential prizes, but the one thing that kinda sucked is that I would oftentimes bet a certain amount of postcards hoping for a certain prize, but I would either bet too low or too high and not get the place I wanted. I had the most luck betting 5 postcards for the 3rd place prize and betting 10 postcards for the 2nd place prize, but even using that method, there was no guarantee I would get the prize I wanted. I did all of this grinding at the mailbox in Whittleton, where there was also a shop nearby that I checked every day for demon fossils, which were in stock occasionally. And before I knew it, I got all the demon fossils, pearl loops, and dragon scales that I needed to obtain every train car in the game. And then I decked myself out in the best train in the game that gives you the most hearts, the gold setup. I actually found this train card grind to be less maddening compared to the ship parts grind from Phantom Hourglass, because at least in Spirit Tracks, you slowly earn treasures that you need, where there feels like there is some sort of progress being made. While in Phantom Hourglass, if you're missing one ship part, whether you grind for 1 minute and don't get the parts, or grind for 10 hours and don't get the parts, it doesn't matter because you either get the ship parts or you don't. There's no grinding for materials for it like in Spirit Tracks. So from here, I wrapped up most of what I needed for 100% completion, but I had to tie up a few loose ends. Remember that Take 'em All On challenge in Hyrule Castle Town? Well, I still had the hardest difficulty to complete, where the final difficulty consists of 16 rooms. In 5 of those rooms, you have to refight all the bosses in each of the 5 main dungeons. With all the heart containers in the game, and coming into the gauntlet with 2 potions, this challenge really had nothing on me, as I blasted through the rooms with relative ease. And after beating all 5 bosses, I made my way into the final fight of the challenge. The fight against Dark Link. Yeah, Dark Link actually makes an appearance in this game, who uses all of your items in the game to try to take you down, but you can't actually use any of your items against him except your sword. I don't think this battle against Dark Link was ever meant to be that hard, because you get a bunch of hearts and pots right before the fight, and he's actually pretty easy to take down if you just spam attack him. So the whole thing is mostly just a novelty fight, and it was honestly pretty fun. So before I knew it, I took down Dark Link, completed the challenge, and it was gifted Goron Amber. I have no use for treasures whatsoever at this point, but I guess I'll take it. I then made my way to Hyrule Castle to take on another challenging minigame, the quest to become the captain of the guard. In the training room of Hyrule Castle, Guard Captain Russell hosts a minigame where your goal is to rack up points by hitting other guards with your sword, but if you get hit 3 times, the minigame ends. But, to be declared captain by Guard Captain Russell himself, you have to obtain a mind-boggling 999 points, so 999 strikes with your sword. Getting that many points not only takes forever, but it is incredibly difficult because the guards can quickly gang up on you, especially as your points increase, where they start to do this charging attack at Link, which can cause you to get quickly overwhelmed. For reference, this game only requires you to obtain 60 points to get a heart container, so you have to achieve over 16 times that amount to get the captain rank. Ordinarily, I would consider this feat near impossible for me, but good thing we have an exploit. In order to make your time a lot easier, you need to first try and get one of the guards trapped to the right of this wooden post here. You then need to hug the bottom wall and walk left to be next to another guard, where the 3rd guard stays above you, standing in the middle between the 2 bottommost guards. If you stay towards the bottom of the screen, the bottom right guard will stay stuck behind the post, and you can keep wailing on the bottom left guard over and over again until you get 999 points, without needing to worry about dodging any attacks. I know I explained it like it was easy, but getting this setup to work actually took me a bit of time and a lot of finesse. The bottom right guard likes to pop out towards you. Sometimes the top guard likes to attack you even though they're not supposed to. And if you stop swinging at the bottom left guard for just a second, he'll walk away, causing the whole setup to implode. During one attempt, I actually got to around 300 points when I accidentally walked to the exit, causing me to get mercilessly destroyed by the guard's charge attack. But after getting the setup to work again, I did not mess up again, and before I knew it, I got to 999 points, had Russell end the training, and was declared captain totally legitimately. At this point, I had all loose ends tied up, so with my golden plated train, I entered the portal to the final boss fight. And boy was the final boss fight a gauntlet alright. The first phase consisted of essentially a game of Pac-Man with some enemy trains, which you had to slam into right after obtaining a Tear of Light. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I actually died numerous times in this phase, but after I got through it, I murdered the next couple of phases, where I then took on the demon train in, rail-to-rail combat, which I subdued by pummeling cannonballs at its face. I then underwent an escort mission where I guided Phantom Zelda to reclaim her body and cause the demon train to explode into darkness. In the final phase, in a desperate attempt at victory, Malladus took control of Chancellor Cold to turn into this abomination. But with the power of the Bow of Lights, my Mad Flute skills, and Princess Zelda's assistance, we took out Malladus, saving Hyrule, and marking this game as 100% complete. And wow, this game was jam-packed full of content, taking slightly over 30 hours to 100% complete. Spirit Tracks took the longest to complete out of any standalone game that I played in this challenge up until this point. And so I watched as Malladus exploded, Link and Zelda held hands, and Wheels and company turned into balls of light and floated to the heavens. So that's how they were able to get up and down those stairs this whole time. They're all actually just little balls of light. So that's it for Spirit Tracks, and that's all that I had left in me for day 12. With 2 full days left of the challenge, and 1 more game to 100% complete of A Link Between Worlds, I could see the end in sight. But my playthrough of Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks each spanned over the course of 3 days, so could I really 100% complete the final game in just 2 days? Well, let's find out. So what's required to 100% complete A Link Between Worlds? Well, being that this game is a reimagination of the classic A Link to the Past, it shares a lot of the same completion criteria as A Link to the Past with some notable additions. I'll need to, of course, collect all heart pieces and containers, collect all 5 bottles, and upgrade all of my equipment to its maximum capacity, including my sword, shield, etc. There's also 100 of these little baby squid snail-like creatures I'll have to collect and save across the overworld called Maiamais, which will have to return to their mother in exchange for item upgrades. There's a few more miscellaneous requirements that I'll mention as they come up, but those are the main requirements. So let's get into the game. Upon loading my save file, I was very rudely awoken by a young stocky fellow, who was given a sword to deliver like the little errand boy Link is, and witnessed all hell break loose as the villain of this game, Yuga, turned one of the 7 sages into a painting. And so now the purpose of our quest is kicked off, as we're tasked to take down Yuga and restore peace to Hyrule. From here, I stocked up on some rupees lying around in chests, and decided to take on a minigame required for 100% completion, the Cuckoo Dash minigame. There are 3 difficulties in this minigame, where the goal in all 3 of them is to dodge cuckoos that fly or walk towards you, and you must do so for 30 seconds. The prize of the first 2 difficulties was rupees, but after beating the hardest difficulty, you're rewarded with a piece of heart, which is the prize I was going for. I knocked out the first 2 levels of difficulty on my first attempt, but after 2 attempts on the hardest difficulty, I couldn't even make it past a few seconds, only making a small dent in the total time I had to last in the cuckoo pen. I decided to return to this minigame at a later time when I had more rupees, because it cost 50 rupees for a single attempt at that difficulty, and I was quickly running out of rupees with it being this early in the game and all. So with my remaining rupees, I bought a shield in Kakariko Village, and then knocked out the first dungeon in the game, Eastern Palace, which was a piece of cake and only took me a little over 10 minutes to knock out. With the additional rupees I got in the first dungeon, I went ahead and bought a bottle in Kakariko Village and bought a bug net from Bumblebee Man, which I mainly used throughout my journey to catch fairies for healing purposes. I then soon found myself face to face with Mother Maiamai, who kicked me off on the quest to find all 100 of her babies. I actually grinded finding all of her children pretty much all at once towards the end of the game, because that made checking off which ones I had collected a lot easier. I also saved a large majority of the heart pieces to collect later on in the game to make checking off which ones I collected easier, where I wasn't worried about having too low health during the game because this game isn't that challenging combat-wise in the slightest. I would also carry around multiple fairies for a large majority of the game, which would heal me in the off chance that I did lose all my hearts. Speaking of fairies, I then got a second bottle to store more of them from a homeless man under a bridge who looks like if Nintendo tried to create the creepiest looking Hylian they could think of. There's something about that well-groomed mustache and Lord Farquaad length hair that I can't get over. I then knocked out the second dungeon, House of Gales, and the third dungeon, Tower of Hera, which I'll just glance over because they were pretty easy, and I knocked them out relatively quickly. I would say Tower of Hera was probably the more interesting out of the two, because it was cool having to scale up this massive tower with over a dozen floors. From here, I made my way into the Lost Woods, where after playing the Zelda equivalent of the Find the Ball in the Cup game, I earned the right to wield the Master Sword. Interesting that the trial leading up to it is essentially a party game, but who am I to judge? I then made my way straight to Hyrule Castle, and after a brief duel with Yuga, I was teleported to Lorule, this game's Dark World, which houses the rest of the dungeons to take on in this game. There are 7 dungeons in Lorule that can actually be completed in any order, because in this game, items such as the bow, bombs, hookshot, etc. are purchased in Ravio's shop instead of being found in each dungeon. I went ahead and completed each of these 7 dungeons in the order of the walkthrough on the Zelda Dungeon website, which I believe was listed in the order of easiest to more challenging. This order of beating the dungeons from easiest to hardest worked out for me, because by the time I got to the more challenging dungeons, I was able to obtain heart containers and gear upgrades from the easier dungeons, which made the later ones less challenging. So the first Lorule dungeon I knocked out was Thieves' Hideout, which consisted of an escort mission where you had to break this girl out of her prison while simultaneously having her help you gain access to the dungeon's boss. This dungeon contained an extremely useful item which made me feel good to obtain earlier on, Master Ore. There are 4 total Master Ore in the game, where bringing 2 of them to the blacksmith will get you an upgraded sword that can deal more damage, and bringing the last 2 to the blacksmith will give you the strongest sword in the game. Obtaining these ore early on was nice, because once I was able to deal more damage in combat encounters, I could beat enemies faster and get through the game faster. At this point in the game, I had only rented items from Ravio, where if I died at any points, I would need to pay rubies to rent them again. But you can actually buy items from him to own them permanently, which is more expensive compared to renting them, but buying every single item from Ravio is required for 100% completion. I didn't have nearly enough rupees to buy every single item from him at this point in the game, but with the rupees that I had, I went ahead and bought the bow and the bombs. From here, I made my way over to the second Lorule dungeon that I visited, Desert Palace. This dungeon was actually pretty challenging. At this point in the game, I think the devs expected you to have much more health than I currently had, with me only having 7 hearts, where I was at decently low health during most of the dungeon. My neglect of collecting heart pieces was really starting to show here. Eventually though, I made it to the dungeon's boss, which in order to deal damage to it, you have to use your stand rod to make platforms you can walk on, so you can get dangerously close enough to deal damage. This boss fight didn't go too well for me. If you run into the boss, or get hit by one of his flying cacti, you lose a heart. And it can be really challenging to dodge the flying cacti because you're so restricted to being able to walk around the boss arena. And so after a couple of minutes of chipping away the boss's health and losing some of my health, I got the boss to critically low health, indicated by its red glow, but I got down to 1 heart myself, where 1 more hit would result in my death because of how strong the boss's attacks are. This is how it played out. And I could breathe a sigh of relief as I knocked out the Desert Palace with only a singular heart left, only a simple mistake away from getting game over. With the dungeon item I got from the Desert Palace, the Titan Mitts, I was able to obtain the second Master Ore in the game, located in a mini dungeon in the Lorule Cemetery. Also, apparently the Lorule version of Dampé looks exactly the same as the Hyrule variant, except they just made him blue, which I find absolutely hilarious. Like all other side character NPCs in Hyrule have variants that make them look creepier or more devious compared to their Lorule variants. But I guess the devs just thought that Dampé was hideous enough that they figured just slapping on a different color palette on the guy was good enough and called it a day. So next, I upgraded my sword at the Hyrule Blacksmith with the 2 Master Ore I collected, went ahead and bought the boomerang and hookshot from Ravio with the additional rupees I gathered, and decided to take on the third Dark World dungeon, the Dark Palace. This dungeon has some challenging puzzle aspects, but since I shamelessly consulted a guide during any instance that I had to use a fraction of a brain cell to solve a puzzle, I made quick work of this place and knocked the boss out in no time. I also obtained the third Master Ore here, which was super cool. I also went ahead and knocked out the Swamp Palace dungeon in Lorule, which was a water dungeon in which you had to change water levels to progress through it, because apparently it's a Zelda staple to have at least one dungeon like that in most games. It was pretty simple to get through though, and it was pretty linear. Maybe it was so easy because so many people complained about this monstrosity. I also got the blue mail here, which increased my defense, so that was pretty cool. I wasn't getting that close to running out of my hearts at this point in the game at any points, but I'll take any little bit of help to make my experience playing through this game a little bit easier. Next, I made my way to the Skullwoods Low Rule Dungeon, which I knocked out with ease, but I found the fourth and final Master Ore here, which allowed me to obtain the strongest sword in the game after visiting the blacksmith in Low Rule. I then went ahead and purchased the ice rod at Ravio's shop for a whopping 1200 rupees to use in the Low Rule dungeon I visited next, Turtle Rock. This dungeon was actually quite a bit of a challenge. There's a lot of random keys that you have to find throughout it in order to progress, and even with a guide, I found myself getting lost at times. I also found the Hylian shield in this dungeon, which I mainly just picked up for style points, and the fact that it's required for 100% completion. I honestly don't think I used a shield a single time during combat encounters in this game, and so after beating the dungeon's boss that was, well, a turtle made of rocks, in a dungeon called Turtle Rock, I completed the 6th Low Rule dungeon. Now only one more Low Rule dungeon to go before the final dungeon in Low Rule Castle. And so after renting the fire rod from Ravio's shop for 100 rupees, because I unfortunately didn't quite have the 1200 rupees required to buy it outright, I made it to the Ice Ruins dungeon, which was more annoying than difficult if I'm being honest. You slide around on slippery ice during a lot of it, and you have to traverse through these massive rooms on slow-moving platforms which can make progressing through the dungeon feel like a slog. I also got the Stamina Scroll item in this dungeon, which would have been more beneficial to have earlier on in the game compared to now, but it only increases Link's stamina slightly, where I honestly didn't really even notice that much of a difference. And so after a few more slow-moving platforms later, I took on the dungeon's boss, which honestly just looks like a bundle of hair that collects in shower drains. After scorching it alive with my almighty fire rod, courtesy of Ravio's rentals, I killed the thing, putting the dungeon in the books. And so with all 7 sages saved, I climbed the spiritual staircase and collected the Triforce of Courage, which would allow me to gain access to Low Rule Castle to take on the final boss of the game. But we have a lot more to do before we could beat the game. I had totally neglected picking up heart pieces and Mai babies up until this point, along with other random collectibles lying around. I started with going for all 100 Mai to get them out of the way, which was honestly a pretty tedious and time-consuming process that'll speed up to only around 10 seconds for your sake. And with that, I found the final Mai on a snowy mountain in Low Rule. Upon each set of 10 Mai collected, you can bring them to their mother, who rewards Link with a nice variant of each item he purchases from Ravio's shop. The nice variants are essentially power-ups that allow the item to deal more damage or gives it a larger effect area. The only item that I hadn't purchased yet from Ravio's shop was the fire rod, so since I didn't technically own the item yet, I couldn't get the nice variant from Mother Mai. So, I decided to give Mother Mai her babies once I had enough rupees to purchase the fire rod. In the meantime though, I decided to grind for a piece of heart that I hadn't collected yet. The heart pieces were trickier to obtain compared to each Mai baby, but not too many of them were difficult to obtain once I knew how and where to get them. There was a couple of heart pieces, one in Low Rule and one in High Rule, that are won in a minigame called Rupee Rush, where the goal is to collect as many rupees as you can in 30 seconds. But the twist is that there's no visible timer and you have to talk to the minigame host before the 30 seconds are up, where if you talk to them after 30 seconds, you lose all the rupees you collected in the minigame. In order to get a piece of heart in each version of the minigame, one in Low Rule and one in High Rule, you have to talk to the minigame host with less than 3 seconds on the clock. Now I could have tried to get the pieces of heart the legit way and counted in my head, but we're all about efficiency here, so I used a timer on my phone to know exactly when to choose to end the minigame. And with my phone timer method, I got the piece of heart my first attempt in High Rule and also in Low Rule. There was also this pretty challenging racing minigame where you had to get from one end of High Rule to the other in less than 65 seconds to get a piece of heart. This time limit is super strict, and during my first attempt at it, I actually lost. And it's not like you can warp using the weather vanes in High Rule because that will disqualify you. But you can actually travel to Low Rule, use the weather vanes to fast travel there, and return back to High Rule through a fissure, which makes the process of winning the race significantly easier. I'm not sure if that exploit was just a result of Nintendo not thinking things through or it being intentional, but I definitely was grateful for it being a feature in the game. After playing a chest opening minigame for another piece of hearts, I made a profit in my rupee counts, allowing me to have enough rupees to purchase the final item of Ravio's, the fire rod. So with all items purchased, I visited Mother Mai, watched all her babies get returned to her, and became an unstoppable beast due to how overpowered her item upgrades made me. Also, after returning all 100 of her babies to her, she gave me the Great Spin Attack, which is quite honestly my favorite attack move in the entire game. Its attack radius is significantly greater compared to the regular spin attack, where the upgraded spin attack covers like 70% of the screen, being able to damage enemies with your sword before they can even see you. I still had a few more pieces of heart to collect at this point, but I decided to make my way to Lorule Castle, the final dungeon of the game, to make some progress. At this point, on the 13th day, I'd only been playing for a little less than 10 hours, but I was feeling extremely good about the progress I made so far in the challenge. I only had one more day to 100% complete the rest of A Link Between Worlds, and I had already completed such a large amount of it. I was in the final dungeon of the game, almost had max health, and only had a few collectibles remaining to round up. And so with less time spent playing Zelda in that day compared to all the previous days in the challenge, I decided I would continue with A Link Between Worlds the next day. Little did I know, that decision would be one of the worst decisions I made during the entirety of this 14-day long challenge. Kicking things off in the morning, I progressed through Lorule Castle until I made it to just before the final boss fight. Lorule Castle wasn't bad, where most of it consisted of refighting previous bosses in the game, but I was surprised at the extraordinarily high amount of rupees that can be found lying around here. Like, not just in chests, but killing random enemies can net you a large amount of moolah. Like, look at this, 50 rupees for killing just a standard enemy. These extra rupees ended up being useful for a collectible I had to pick up a little later on. But the main thing I came to this dungeon for was the red mail, which gives Link an insane amount of defense, quartering the amount of damage Link takes compared to how much he takes with the green tunic. After completing most of the dungeon, I made my way over to the Treacherous Tower, a minigame in Lorule, which acts as a combat gauntlet, where you progress through rooms killing enemies. There are 3 difficulties in this minigame, where I had to beat all of them to 100% the game. Beating the intermediate difficulty nets Link a piece of hearts, while beating the advanced difficulty gives Link the Super Lamp upgrade, which is brighter and has more attack power against enemies. So the Super Lamp is essentially useless, but I guess you can consider it a cool novelty item. After beating each difficulty, the spectators also throw hundreds of rupees that you can collect, where playing this minigame over and over again is truly the quickest way to get rupees in the game. I was able to knock out all 3 difficulties of the Treacherous Tower relatively easily, where I only had to be a bit careful in the hardest difficulty, but even that one wasn't too bad. The red tunic, my almost full health, and the fully upgraded Master Sword made combat a breeze, and the Great Spin attack's insane attack radius allowed me to clear out runes with one swing of my sword in some instances. After getting the Super Lamp, I visited a fairy fountain in Lorule, and using the hundreds of rupees I got from playing through the Treacherous Tower, I dumped 3,000 rupees into the fairy fountain to get the 5th and final bottle in the game. A bit expensive for an empty bottle made of glass, I would have to say, but okay. I then made my way to one of the most infamous minigames in this game, and one of the most brutal minigames in the entire Zelda franchise, Octoball Derby, which is essentially a modernized take on the shooting gallery baseball game from the Oracle games. In this minigame, you're given 30 pitches, and your goal is to rack up as many rupees as possible. The most common way to get points is by hitting pots, where the small red pots give you 1 rupee each, and the golden ones give you 5 rupees each. But the most lucrative way of getting rupees is by hitting crows, which occasionally fly across the screen, where hitting one of them gives you a whopping 20 rupees. There's actually quite a bit of depth to the mechanics of this minigame, where if you press forward on the control stick, you hit ground balls, and if you don't touch the control stick at all, you will hit towards the outfield, and if you hold back on the control stick, you will hit home runs. But the real tricky part of this minigame is hitting what you're aiming for in the left-right direction, where if you swing later, you'll hit towards the left, and if you swing earlier, you'll hit more towards the right. But the timing to hit towards a specific direction is extremely tight, where more often than not, I would swing in a certain direction, more or less praying that I would hit the ball relatively close to what I was aiming at. Also, what's annoying is that when you have to hit grounders, it's super easy to accidentally hit the pitcher, which results in them pitching the next ball earlier than normal, which messed me up at times. Your best bet with this minigame is to always aim towards the gold shiny pot worth 5 rupees, and always aim for the crows worth 20 rupees when they fly by. The main prize of this minigame is a piece of heart that you get when you obtain 100 rupees, which was the prize I was going for. After several attempts, I made slight improvements as I played more and more, but I would pretty regularly get final scores below the 50 rupee mark. Eventually though, I was on the golden run. I had just hit a crow to get 20 rupees, with just under 10 pitches left, and I then found myself having 93 rupees with 7 swings left. If I could just hold things together and get at least 7 more rupees, I wouldn't have to play this minigame ever again. This is how it played out. $99 rupees. Only 1 rupee away from getting the 100 rupees required for the piece of heart. There just weren't very many pots left in the field, causing me so many misses, which resulted in my defeat. And so with my spirits low, but my determination still high, I kept grinding at the minigame, and before I knew it, I hit another golden run. During my 11th pitch, I hit my 3rd crow of the run, giving me a total of 92 rupees. And after a few more balls, on my 6th pitch, I hit my 4th crow, putting me over the threshold of 100 rupees. The remaining swings were just bonus at this point, and upon the minigame's completion, I had a whopping 126 points. I could have missed a crow and still had enough rupees to earn the Piece of Heart reward, which I find absolutely crazy. From here, I had a bit more random collectibles to round up. I then made my way to Skull Woods in Low Rule and bought a golden bee from the mysterious man, yes, that's actually his name, and gave it to the bee guy in Kakariko Village to get the bee badge. The bee badge is pretty useless for me at this point in the game, but once breaking a bush and having a bee randomly spawn, the badge makes the bee friendly to the player and attacks nearby enemies instead of attacking Link. Then, I made my way over to the last Piece of Heart I needed to obtain in the game, and the one that I failed obtaining earlier on in the run, the Cuckoo Dash minigame. I had thousands of rupees at this point, so I could play this minigame essentially as many times as I wanted to, which gave me a huge benefit going into it. I lost the minigame a few times until I discovered a technique that made it a heck of a lot easier: pause buffering. As you're playing the minigame, if you pause every half second or so and unpause, it gives you a bit of extra time to think before your next move. And so after trying out this pause buffering technique for the very first time, I lasted all 30 seconds in the Cuckoo Pen and earned the last Piece of Heart in the game. From here, I returned to the Treacherous Tower and completed the advanced move for the second and final time to get the Super Net, which multiplies your attack power of the Bug Net by 8. So now I could rule the world with my unstoppable weapon that is the Bug Net. Just kidding. This thing still kinda sucks. You're able to kill powerful enemies with it, but it takes so long to swing the thing that you're honestly better off using your sword, or better yet, the Great Spin Attack. Now at this point, I obtained every single collectible found in my inventory for 100% completion, where I then made my way back to Low Roll Castle to take on the final boss, Yuga Ganon. And so after smacking him around a few times with my overpowered gear, I obtained the Bow of Light, and took him down in no time, where the guy never really stood a chance. And with that, I beat A Link Between Worlds, the last game in the lineup that I needed to 100% complete for this challenge. And so with a smile, I watched Zelda and Link return to Hyrule, the Triforce returned to Low Rule, and the credits began to roll, and the Master Sword was returned to its pedestal in the Lost Woods. All this progress was completed in the morning of the 14th and final day. But, in actuality, there was one thing left for me to do in order to 100% A Link Between Worlds and mark this challenge as a success. One more challenge that I absolutely dreaded taking on, but deep down, during each passing minute of this challenge, I knew I would need to face this final and extremely grueling challenge. The most difficult and mind-numbing task required to 100% complete A Link Between Worlds, or perhaps any video game in existence. What I'm talking about is the Cuckoo Dash minigame Endless Mode. Yes, there's actually an endless mode to this minigame, but despite what the name suggests, it's actually not endless. If you somehow manage to last 999.99 seconds in the Cuckoo Pen without getting hit once, the minigame automatically ends and you are declared the Cuckoo Master. Additionally, you are given a whopping 3,000 rupees, which would be honestly quite useless to me at this point in the game, along with a giant cuckoo that you can talk to whenever you want that can heal you. The giant cuckoo is pretty useless as well, but I guess it's a cool gesture to whoever's crazy enough to attempt such a monumental challenge. To put into perspective how brutally long beating Endless Mode takes, 999.99 seconds equates to a little over 16.5 minutes. So that's 16.5 minutes of intense focus where you cannot mess up once. And if you do mess up, you have to start the whole minigame over again. Also, to even stand a fighting chance at this minigame, you will most likely be pause buffering, which will more than likely double your time spent playing this minigame. So actually completing Endless Mode would take more like 33 to 35 minutes if we're being realistic here. Also, it's not like the cuckoos are that easy to dodge either. Each 100 seconds that passes results in a different arrangement of cuckoos that you have to dodge, whether that be slow-moving large cuckoos from 200 to 300 seconds, fast-moving small cuckoos from 300 to 400 seconds, or a mixture of all types of cuckoo sizes and speeds from 400 to 500 seconds into the minigame. Some cuckoo arrangements are harder than others, but I would not classify any of them as easy per se, as all of them require your full and complete focus. Now, as I said earlier, I dreaded eventually having to play this minigame during the challenge, but it had always seemed like a task too far into the future to worry about, being at the end of the challenge at all. And unfortunately, because of this mindset, I never really practiced this endless mode before, which put me at a huge disadvantage. I had already researched the different arrangements of cuckoos that appear at the different stages of the minigame, and it's not like the concept of this minigame is hard to learn, where it's just dodging cuckoos. But whenever I made it to a new phase of cuckoos for the very first time, the muscle memory just wasn't there for me, and it took me a while to adjust. And it doesn't help that if you fail the minigame while getting most of the way through it, you have to start the whole thing over again. So there can be hours of time separating being able to practice a certain round because it's so deep into the endless mode. And so as I played this minigame for hours and hours, I got increasingly closer to the time limits, and... I was out of time, and just barely failed the challenge, with my best score at endless mode being 544.34 seconds. So more than halfway through the challenge, but unfortunately not being even close to the 1,000-second requirements. My fine motor skills were totally destroyed at this point in the challenge, being that I had played video games for 14 days straight, so I honestly wasn't that surprised that I couldn't clutch a victory. The clock striking midnight without me beating this minigame was honestly a bit of a bittersweet moment. Technically, I had failed the challenge that I spent the past 14 days trying to overcome, but I made it super far and gave it my all up until the wire. And on the bright side, now I can finally take a break from playing Zelda games and do the other things in life I enjoy. So Cuckoo Endless Mode, you have bested me this time, but maybe I'll return to take you on again, after I get some rest of course. Wow, what a challenge. 14 days of playing Zelda. I didn't even play video games that much in a 14-day span as a kid when I had all the energy in the world. Check out this chart on the screen if you want to see how much time I spent playing each game, as well as how much time I spent during each of the 14 days of the challenge. As you can see, the more modern titles took significantly longer to beat compared to the older ones. And A Link Between Worlds' time spent looks especially longer because most of the time I spent playing that game was actually me trying to beat the Endless Cuckoo mode. Also, you may have noticed that I didn't play the newest 2D Zelda game, Echo's Wisdom. Well, believe it or not, that game wasn't even announced before I started taking on this challenge, so it would have been impossible for me to play. These marathon videos just take so long to make, which explains the large gap in time. And honestly, when I first started this challenge, I didn't even fathom that a new 2D Zelda game would come out after I finished making the YouTube videos for this challenge. Also, you may have noticed that I skipped over some of the multiplayer content in some of the games, such as the Street Pass mode and A Link Between Worlds, and even omitted the 3 multiplayer Zelda games entirely. I left that content out because I couldn't find anyone as crazy as me to take on this challenge with me, and it would have been impractical to constantly have someone on standby over the course of 14 days just to randomly help me out with multiplayer content. Also, I know 4 Swords Adventures can be completed in single player mode, but I felt like if I was leaving off the other 2 multiplayer Zelda games, I would leave off 4 Swords Adventures as well. And if we're being realistic here, is anyone actually upset that I left 4 Swords Adventures off this challenge? That may actually be the most unpopular Zelda game out there. But anyway, that's pretty much it. If you watched this entire 4+ hour video, comment Kookman down below so that I can see who the real fans are. And no, don't comment Kookman if you just skip to the end of the video to see if I completed the challenge or not. I can tell. Honestly, if you skipped parts of this video, what are you doing with yourself? You have to watch the full thing to get the whole experience. Also, I do have plans for future challenges I'll be making videos on, but make sure to comment challenge ideas below that I will consider for future videos. So with that out of the way, I hope to see you in the next one.